Beautiful people, man. How are y'all doing this morning, man? It's your boy Ghost Rider, man. You guys are now riding with Ghost. You know what I'm saying? If you're viewing this content and you've never came to this live stream or participated in this live stream, I want to start off by saying thank you for stopping by, viewing the content. Um, this is Legal Wars Live, of course, riding with Ghost Rider. I think it's episode 17. Today is December the 17th, December the 18th. I'm a day late, man. It's days. We live on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. I just to go over a couple of stuff while I'm waiting for some people to jump in and join the stream. Um, so on, let's see, this Saturday, okay, we're doing Jasmine for Texas, Jasmine for Crockett. This Saturday, we're doing Jasmine for Texas. It's episode number 2, okay? On Sunday, we're going to do Prince of Peace. That's episode number 1. And then on Tuesday, we're going to do the second episode of Prince of Peace. This is for Christmas. It's only 2 episodes. And then on Christmas Eve, we have a new vlog coming out. You know what I'm saying? And of course, it's going to be entitled Prince of Peace. So we're going to be live a lot coming up in the next couple of days. You know what I'm saying? Just going over the content. If you guys, again, if y'all don't know or if y'all haven't came to the channel that much, I'm a political strategist. So I do my strategy basically live, like with you guys. I'm doing the strategy live. That's how I do the strategy, you know? So basically what I'm gonna do is I give you guys a take on I give you my thoughts, the monologue, a take on a story. So today we're talking about Texas in 2028. You know what I'm saying? We're not particularly, even though I'm doing Jasmine for Texas, I'm going to look at the 2026 midterm elections. But what I'm analyzing is the ability for Texas to turn blue or not turn blue. So that's what I'm analyzing. That's what we're going to be talking about. Is Texas poised to turn blue? So basically what I do is I'll look, that's a thought process that I have, you know what I'm saying? Looking at the demographics of Texas, Texas looks like a blue state. If you guys know anything about politics, and we're finna go over it right now, Texas looks like a blue state. Jasmine Crockett said Texas was a blue state. So you say, why isn't Texas blue? You see what I'm saying? So what I do is I'll take that thought, you know what I'm saying? Texas poised to turn blue. Texas moving to the left. Is Texas going to be turn blue? You know what I'm saying? I'll take that thought. The monologue I'm going to give y'all, I do this the same format on all the Riding with Ghost Riders. I'm going to give y'all my thoughts on those thoughts and then a news story. But the thing for me that you guys should look for is the strategy, okay? Political strategy. That's what I give, political strategy. If I'm giving political strategy, it don't matter. Give y'all my thoughts. My bad, y'all. Thoughts. If I give you guys political strategy, it don't matter what state I stay in, who, none of that stuff matters. You know what I'm saying? It's strategy. You know? I'm not trying to, this isn't a popularity contest or me saying I like somebody or don't like somebody or even like giving commentary or opinion like maybe a Tucker Carlson does. Excuse me. I don't do that, man. I'm giving y'all straight strategy, okay? So let's just go ahead and jump into it. If you guys have not liked the video already, I ask that y'all double tap your screen, or if you're on a cell phone, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you guys hit that notification bell, guys. The question is this morning, is Texas poised to turn blue? Let's look at it. Guys, I'll start off by saying, I heard Jasmine Crockett say that Texas is blue. She didn't say Texas is poised to turn blue. She said Texas is blue, okay? That sounded funny to me. You know what I'm saying? A statewide election hadn't been won by a Democrat in decades. I didn't think much about it, but then I saw Karl Rove on Fox. And Karl Rove was talking about Jasmine and her run for that Senate seat in Texas. And he mentioned Jasmine, and he said that he was talking about Texas being blue. Now, guys, if you don't know Karl Rove, he's a well-respected Republican strategist who I have a lot of respect for, okay? However, he is a Republican. He was on Fox. So I just was waiting for him to dismantle her comments. I'm just waiting. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting there patiently waiting. Jasmine said Texas is blue. This is Karl Rove. They call him the architect. He's a Republican. And then you talking about Texas, you know, he helped George Bush win the presidency and everything. You talking about Texas being blue. I'm just waiting for him to dismantle everything this Democrat's saying, but Karl Rove, who is strategist like me, he didn't do that. He didn't dismantle her saying that Texas was blue. So all Karl Rove responded with is Republicans have continued to dominate statewide elections, which is true. But that got me thinking, okay? And what I'm thinking is, if Jasmine says that Texas is blue, Karl Rove, Republican strategist, the complete opposite side, a Democrat haven't won a statewide election in 30 years. So I know Karl Rove finna dismantle here, but he didn't. So that made me think, like, you know, if she's saying, Jasmine's saying that the state blue, Karl Rove on the other side, and that's what I'm saying, I respect his opinion. It's not like President Trump. President Trump he a politician. He would have came out, said she's stupid, she crazy, they ain't whatever. But Karl Rove, being a strategist, I listened, and he didn't dismantle her comments. So I was like, man, let's look deep into this, okay? Is Texas a blue state? That could have been the name of the stream, okay? It got me thinking, guys, but the Democrats have been in an electoral desert in Texas statewide elections. Let's just be real. Despite not winning the state, Joe Biden improved on Hillary Clinton's 2016 vote share by 3.24 points. With his 46.48% of the vote share, the largest percentage in the state by a Democratic presidential candidate since Jimmy Carter in 1976. So President Trump won the state of Texas, okay, in 2020. He beat Joe Biden by 5.58 points. But Joe Biden's performance in Texas was the best performance by a Democrat, listen to me now, since Jimmy Carter. And that's really, really, really important. And we're going to talk about why that's important in just a second, okay? President Trump's 5.58% margin of victory was the narrowest by a Republican since 1996, when Southerner Bill Clinton was the Democratic nominee. So it looks like Texas moving to the left. Y'all remember now, okay, we started with 2020 with Joe Biden's numbers in Texas. That's what we started with, okay? And we saw that he outperformed Hillary Clinton, who ran in 2016, okay? And we saw, but hold up now, because Texas has been moving incrementally. Every 4 years, Texas has ever so slightly been inching to the left. Ever so slightly been inching to the left. And when Joe Biden, listen to me, Joe Biden got within 5 points, they like, oh, man. Oh, yeah, we know 2024 that year. We know it. VP Harris, she didn't spend that much money in the state, didn't come to the state. To be fair, she had 107 days. They probably told her that she couldn't win the state. You know what I'm saying? Probably told her she couldn't win it. But my is, if Texas been moving ever so subtle to the left, in 2024, it looked like President Trump stopped Texas move to the left. Or did he? Let's talk about it. Because we talked about President Trump beating by 5 points, Joe Biden by 5 points in 2020, right? Well, what happened in 2024? A historic 18.6 million Texans registered to vote in 2024. I'll stop you right there. That tell me, oh man, we getting excited again. We again getting excited, guys. We've been seeing Texas inch to the left for the last how many years? And then we say in 2024, it's a historic 18.6 million Texans. So more Texans are registered to vote than ever. And Texas has been inching to the left. All of that tells me that a Democrat should be winning in Texas. 61% of them cast ballots. So you get a historic amount of Texans to register to vote, and barely half of them voted. What? Make that make sense. It was a 6% drop from the 2020 election. Jasmine, baby, you listening? You talking about registering new voters to vote? They did that in 2024. They did that. The Democrats did that. But even because you register them to vote don't mean they vote. 6%. They had more people registered than ever before in 2024 and 6% less voted in 2020. What's going on? Did President Trump stop Texas from moving to the left? That's key. Listen to me. Just think about historic registration. Most voters ever. You finna celebrate. Democrats celebrate. So you would think that more voters that voted would have voted to the right, right? Wrong. In 2024, Trump went on to win Texas by a margin of 1.5 million votes, the largest margin of victory in 2 decades. You got to make that make sense. Somebody make that make sense. How President Trump, hold up. Ghost, what are they talking about? So Jasmine say Texas a blue state. Texas keep on moving to the left. You register more voters than you ever registered in the state of Texas ever before. In 2024, President Trump win by the largest margin in 2 decades. That don't make no sense. Not for no Democrats. So the Democrats, ever since Barack Obama ran in 2008, have been moving Texas to the left slowly. Then all of a sudden in 2024, you have more Texans registered to vote than any time in history, but you get 6% less of them to vote. Now, y'all hang on to that for a minute, okay? Now, I know what Karl Rove gonna say. He gonna say the Republicans registered working. That's why we got more people. We out-hustled them. We out-registered more voters than they did, and that's why we got, hold on a second. Hold on to that. Trump's 13.7 margin was significantly greater than his single-digit margins in 2016 and 2020. So why in 2024 President Trump got so much more of the vote? He only won by single digits in 2016 and 2020. Trump significantly outperformed his polling averages in the state and became the first presidential candidate to win Texas by double digits since 2012, reversing the trend towards Democrats that had exhibited in the 2 previous presidential elections. Okay? Analyzing the data, despite the record 18.6 million Texans registered to vote, 6% less of them instead of the increase. 6% less decided to vote. In my opinion, those 6% who did not vote were mostly Democrats. Meaning, if they did vote, President Trump would have only won Texas by 7 percentage points. And Jasmine's argument is this. Only 61% of the people in Texas are voting. What she's saying is, if you had 80 or 90% of the people voting, it would go a lot different. That's why she's saying it's blue. I know some people will argue or disagree with me, but you have to give me a better explanation than I just gave you, because nothing else makes absolutely no sense. My opinion is that a lot of Democrats did not come out and vote. A lot of Democrats in Texas were not enthusiastic about Vice President Kamala Harris. And the results is that President Trump, he got a 13-point win in Texas. But in my opinion, because you see Joe Biden lost by 5 points. So the question is, what if Gavin Newsom was on the ticket in 2024? You got to know Southern politics. What if Gavin Newsom was on the Democratic ticket in 2024? You see Hillary Clinton, from Barack Obama, you saw Texas move a little closer to Hillary Clinton. You saw it move a little closer to Joe Biden. But all of a sudden, it go 13 points in the other for the first time in 20 years. And why that happened? Why that happened? Listen, guys. Furthermore, to comment directly on Jasmine and Mr. Rowe's view of Texas, or whether Texas is blue or not, Texas is 40% Latino. Who the Democrats be trying to get to vote for them? Texas is 40% Latina. Think about a state of 30 million people, and 40 million of them are Hispanic. 12% of them are Black, and 5% are Asian. That's a majority. That's a good majority. The majority of Texas is Black or brown. So we're doing strategy. It's a strategy session. So I'm looking at over 57% of Texas is Black or brown. And not all of them are, of course, not all of them will vote Democrat, but that's fertile ground for the Democrats. That's a large majority of the population who isn't white. And I think this is what Jasmine means when she said Texas is blue. Although they might not have voted blue, only 55% of the people voted. Although Karl Rove is right in the technical sense, those demographics tends me to lean. There is no way that the right Democrat isn't poised to turn Texas blue. Come on, guys. 57% of imagine if you was a Democrat. I'm a Democratic strategist, okay? And we know that, you could pull a pretty good size Latinas, and you could pull pretty much 90% of the Blacks. She's a female, so you're doing good with the women. That's a good coalition to start to build with. And then you tell me 57% of the population is minorities. I'm salivating. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. 57%. So you mean I get to Hispanic community, Black community, Asian community? It's not turning that way, though. It's not going that way. Texas still red. And not only are they red, 13 points President Trump won that statewide election by. Unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable. Guys, if y'all have not the video, I ask that y'all double tap the screen, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell. Our news source is the LA Times. It was published in December of 2023. Now, you might say that this article is really old, Ghost, but I did that intentionally. And I did that because I wanted to go pre-election and get a take from the experts on why the Democrats want to win in Texas. And then I wanted to look at the sentiment or analyze the analysis that the experts gave post-election on why Kamala lost is bad. So, guys, let's get into it. Over the last 20 years, the West has politically transformed, okay? We might learn something this morning. The one-time Republican stronghold has become a Democratic bastion, dramatically reshaping the fight for the White House as Colorado, New Mexico, and Oregon join California and Washington in the ranks of solid blue states. That's what the Democrats are trying to do with Texas. Arizona and Nevada, once reliably red, have become two of the country's prime presidential battlegrounds. But Texas hasn't budged. In 2020, Joe Biden lost the state by 5 percentage points. It was the best showing by a Democratic presidential candidate in nearly a quarter century. People getting happy. They like, oh man, bro, he came within 5 points of winning, man. That's the best. But that performance now seems like a high watermark than the foundation to build on, because that's what I'm saying. Look, if the Democrats are that serious about winning Texas, show me with Jasmine Crockett. That's all I got to tell y'all. If the Democrats want to flip Texas, if the Democrats want to win Texas and you that serious about winning Texas, then show me with Jasmine. Spend the money. Spend the time in the state. That's what you got to do to make it turn blue. Because I'm not seeing the Democrats do that. I didn't see VP Harris. She came to Houston right before the election, and that was huge. You see what I'm saying? That was huge. But I'm saying that I need to see the Democrats spending more time. I'm talking about the DNC, more time, more energy, and more effort in that state if it's that important for you to win that state. You just not seeing Democrats finding the resources or the leverage. You just heard me? I just said that. I didn't read this article. I just said that. To really challenge Republicans, said Jim Henson, head of the Texas Politics Project at the University of Texas in Austin. Bro, if you guys look tomorrow, so I wanted to start with this right here to work my way into what we doing Saturday on our new episode of Jasmine for Texas, okay? Listen, man, it's just the bottom line. I said on Jasmine for Texas, I think a Democrat need at least 10,000 volunteers. Because you don't just have to register new voters, you got to make sure they go vote. And then you got 61% of the population that registered to vote and they not voting. So in my opinion, you need an army of volunteers to be able to pull this off, man. I spent much of the year traveling around the West Coast, across the Southwest Desert and the Rocky Mountains for the new series, The New West, that explores the region's political makeover. The reasons for the change vary state to state. That's why I started with this article. You see what I'm saying? Because this article right here, you know, it's going to give us a really good glimpse or a really good perspective into why, you know what I'm saying, Texas isn't moving to the left or Texas isn't turning blue, or is Texas poised to turn blue, okay? In Oregon, an economic makeover was key. Y'all hear that? That's how they moved. I'm trying to tell you how it's done. If you want, listen, for the Democrats, if the Democrats get Texas, it's over with. The Republicans cannot win without Texas. Point blank, period. The way those maps are right now in a presidential election, the Republicans will never win another election if they do not win Texas. In 2020, when I saw Joe Biden come within 5 points, not only come within 5 points, the trend is that the state is voting to the left in 2020. So when 2024 comes, everything they talking about, what they did right here in these states, I would have been doing it in Texas. I'm going to do it in Texas. You know, Democrats, if you get Texas, okay, you did this in Oregon, you did it in New Mexico, you got Arizona and Nevada as in Georgia, you trying to turn the states purple, swing states. But I'm saying if you do it in Texas, then that's it. I'm trying to figure out why you don't spend the time and the money in Texas in order for you to get this done. In my opinion, the DNC, they really need to go and support Jasmine. You got to support a statewide Democrat and win an election in that state in order for people to take you serious. In New Mexico, increased urbanization helped bring about the shift. That's what's going on in Texas. In California and Nevada, respectively, President Clinton and former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid worked very hard to re-engineer the state's political DNA. I don't know how they did that, but I really wish that we would know how they did that. You know what I'm saying? Look, Texas last year, I think Houston was the fastest growing city in America. They added over 250 souls a day. A lot of these people are immigrants that's moving into the city. You see what I'm saying? And then you got people from out west, they moved to Texas. Like, for instance, you got Indeed moved to Texas, to Austin. Tesla moved to Austin. A lot of businesses moved to Austin. You see what I'm saying? So my question is, if all these business, all these tech companies, bro, you know, the majority of the people that work at Tesla, you would expect them to vote Democratic. And they do. They do. That's why we saw the counties around Travis County, all the counties around Travis County turned more blue when all those companies from COVID moved into Texas, into Austin from California. So not only are you moving companies in, you got a bunch of black people, you got a bunch of Hispanic people, you got a bunch of Asian people. I'm saying, what's going on? And y'all Democrats, you can't keep listening to them old head, washed up political analysis who keep telling you the same things, and you keep losing the state. They don't have the right strategy to win the state. Big Ghost got the strategy. There are commodities throughout the region. Among them, suburbs that have gone from red to blue, state Republican parties that turn sharply rightward and grown increasingly Trumpy, and more influential Latino electorate. All those factors exist in Texas, which, like Democratic-leaning California and New Mexico, is now a majority-minority state. Still, it remains solidly Republican. We got to explain this. We got to understand this. All the factors that existed in California and New Mexico are there in Texas, but it hadn't budged an inch. We saw it moving to the right, but it didn't budge. Why is that? Size, for one thing. Y'all see why I went and got the experts, okay? You know, this ain't ghost talking. This the LA Times, okay? Texas sprawls across 2 time zones and more than 250,000 square miles. That's more than half again as large as California, the next biggest state by land mass. Yeah, Texas that much bigger than California, right? Reaching its 30 million residents requires advertising in 20 media markets, including some of the most expensive in the country. Look, the advertising, the 100 million raise, the raising money, that's one thing. What I want to do is I want to see them have a conversation about winning the state and that ground game, because I believe to win Texas for a Democrat, you need a really strong ground game. Really strong. Y'all, I know on Monday, Tuesday, y'all, the certain news stories, y'all come in here looking for certain news stories. I'm going to give y'all news stories, but I'm trying to set Jasmine for Texas episode 2. I'm trying to set it up, man. You need it. I'm making all the clear arguments. You need a strong ground game. It's not easy. I mean, it's not hard to get 10,000 volunteers for Jasmine if you know what you're doing. It's not hard. All them HBCUs in Texas, you just got to know what you're doing. It's not hard. Look, we're going to go over it, though. We're going to look at Colin Radley, why he lost his race and some stuff. It's very interesting information, okay? Let's keep going. So that makes it harder to replicate the success Democrats have enjoyed in, say, Arizona, because Arizona only has 7 million people. So it's very easy to reach them 7 million people. And Nevada, they only got 3 million people. And the majority of the voters are clustered in or around Phoenix and Las Vegas, respectively. So you know Phoenix and or Las Vegas should be blue. You see what I'm saying? And how hard is it if you spending money and effort for you to win a city? Phoenix or Las Vegas. But see, Texas, that's a whole different ball game. Texas, bro, the size of France or bigger. Real talk. Texas size of a country, man. And that makes it harder to replicate the success. It's all kind of concentrated and layered in those states. He's talking about in Nevada and Arizona. And this is James Aldrich, Austin-based Democratic strategist who has worked on campaigns throughout the Southeast. He pointed out to the clustering of voters makes it cheaper and easier than in Texas to achieve multiple touches through TV advertising, social media, phone banking, and door knocking. She needs a very strong message, bro. Like, I look, there's certain segments of Trump voters that I would aim messages to if I was a Democrat anywhere in America, not just in Texas. If you live in a state with a whole bunch of farmers, you should be able to peel off some Trump voters because the farmers are suffering. If you live in a state with a whole bunch of blacks, there might not be a lot of, you could say ghosts, a lot of black people don't vote for President Trump. I'm going to say it like this, bro. Like, yeah, some people, he got historic numbers of blacks to vote for him. You need to get them back. He got historic numbers of Hispanic males to vote for him. You need to get them back. Texas is one of them states, so you can peel off some Trump voters now. You could be a Democrat, but you could peel off Trump voters. Here's the problem. The problem isn't Austin. The problem isn't Dallas. And the problem isn't Houston. And you could do as good as you want to in Austin, Dallas, and Houston. You could run your numbers as high as you want to. But if you run them high enough, the problem is, though, is West Texas. The problem, East Texas. She from Dallas. We call Dallas North Texas. But, you know, there's a panhandle north of Dallas. That's the problem. And you're talking about a state that big with 20 markets. 20 markets. So you can't do the multiple touches like you do in the city where you got a bunch of people. But that's y'all start with episode 1. Jasmine for Texas. I said her campaign headquarters need to be in those cities now. Cause you could get your numbers, you gotta be in them cities, number 1. But number 2 is we talking about TV advertising, social media, phone banking, and door knocking. Out of all those things, the TV advertising, I don't think that's going to be as big of a problem for Jasmine. You say, Ghost, what you talking about? I'm saying a lot of, she's got her name recognition. She's very famous. She's very popular. You see? So you talking about a television advertising for a woman that's that popular? Yes, she still needs some advertising. She still needs her message, but I don't think it's going to be as big. Social media, she's already big on social media. TikTok. Here's the things that phone banking and door knocking. That's the problem. You can't do that with 300 volunteers. You can't do it with 3,000 volunteers. I'm trying to tell you what, bro, you talking about a state that big. What's 3,000 volunteers? All the volunteers aren't going to show up to work all the time. You only going to get, guys, if y'all don't understand a campaign, like, first of all, before you can advise a campaign, you need to go step inside of one of them campaigns. It's like probably one of the most unorganized businesses or business ventures that you will ever see or ever partake in. It is. It's utter chaos. A campaign is utter chaos. But I'm saying in that chaos, though, and in that lack of organization, because it's not like you got so many people on the payroll. Most of these people are volunteers. Yeah, you need 10,000 of them. Because you got a phone bank and door knock. And to me, phone banking and door knocking is the most two important things. Jasmine could door knock, you know what I'm saying, in Austin and Dallas. But I'm saying, Jasmine, you're going to be spending time taking that candidate out to West Texas to go door knock in West Texas, where you probably ain't going to get a whole lot of voters, but you need to show up there. You need to have people on the ground there. You know what I'm saying? If she could get a Hispanic, bro, I'm telling you, a Hispanic farmer, y'all feel me? That's what she needs. Texas rapidly expanding Latino electorate also hasn't benefited Democrats. How not? That way it has in other states, such as California and in Arizona and Colorado. That's partly because Latinas or Hispanics, as many in Texas prefer to be called, tend to be more conservative politically and culturally in Texas than any other state. That's another reason why I say she need those volunteers, bro. She's got to have them. It's a must. It's a must. Listen, this is what I'm saying. This is my thought. And I don't want to get into it too quick, but this is what I want to tell y'all, okay? So listen, you got 9 HBCUs in the state of Texas, okay? So Jasmine is a black female. Most of the student, these are black students, and they're most of them are females. Bro, Jasmine, all she got to do is pop up and get people to sign up, do campaign rallies, and just you got to start recruiting. If you get 10,000 or more volunteers, that's a movement. And I'm not even sure if that's enough for the state of Texas, but you door knocking, you phone banking, you passing out flyers, you doing all of the ground game work. How you gonna do the ground game work with 300 people? I don't care if they're loyal volunteers that show up every day. You gonna split 300 people across the state of Texas? You can't do it with 3,000. You need an army. If you a Democrat, you need an army. Because even though you have majority Hispanics, majority black, you know what I'm saying, a lot of Asians, Texas ain't coming to fruition like it is in California, Arizona, and Colorado. Because in Texas, they're more conservative. In Texas, you gotta think about this. The people who you would say are swing voters or independents, even the independents in Texas are conservatives. Yeah, I'm an independent, but I'm from the South. That's why I got conservative views. In the South, even the independents and the swing voters, you got to pander to them. You have to pander to them in Texas. You come out, I'm trying to tell you, bro, the problem with a Democrat, look, Colin Allred, he did pretty good. It's just he went against Ted Cruz, and that's just a bad year for the Democrats. But this off year is going to be much better for Jasmine than it is. That's what I'm saying. Post-President Trump, is Texas supposed to move left? Post-President Trump, I don't know if the Republicans going to have another person as popular as President Trump on the top of their ticket. It might take decades for the Republicans to ever get another candidate like President Trump. You see what I'm saying? And then that was an election year. This isn't an election year. It is different. I'm not taking no chances. I'm not playing nothing safe. I'm going to get 10,000 volunteers and I'm finna go to war. If you know politics or if you know marketing, which if I'm not mistaken, I think she said something about it. You know what to do. But I'm saying I would do it differently besides just door knocking and phone banking and doing the things that the campaigns will have to do. I would actually be promoting her nonstop. I would be promoting her rallies nonstop as if she was an artist or something. Like if she was the prize, she was the performer. Ghost know what he's talking about. There are many theories why, some going back to the flight of the middle class Mexicans after the country's revolution in the early 20th century. Others involving religiosity are the large number of Latinos working in law enforcement or the oil and gas industry. Yeah, the sheriff in Houston is a Latina. Latinas in Texas have a whole lot of power, guys. They do. You know what I'm saying? I'm up here in Connecticut, and I'm in the community, and the community got a whole bunch of Latinas, but they ain't got power like they got power in Texas, man. You know what I'm saying? Mike Basley's Republican pollster in Austin has worked extensively in Texas and California, surveying Latino voters ahead of the 2022 midterm elections. This is important because these are midterms, okay? He found that 40% of Latinas in Texas describe themselves as conservative, compared with 28% in California. We breaking it down. Why Texas isn't blue? Because those Latinas that you looking at and those black people you looking at and them Asians in Texas, they conservative. That's why they not blue. In California, only 28% of Latinas say they conservative. Well, nearly 4 in 10 Latinas in Texas say they conservative. But still in all, if you get 60% of the Latina vote and 90% of the black vote and at least 50% of the Asian vote, if you get out there in West Texas, if you get up there in North Texas in the Panhandle, you got to work, man. Roll up your sleeves. You got, bro. I don't see. There's no way, Mr. Karl Rove. There's no way, and tell me if I'm wrong, that Miss Crockett could win this election without peeling. Now you gotta peel some Trumpers. You have to. And she said it so eloquently. They voted for Barack Obama and Donald Trump. They voted for Mandami and Donald. Yeah, you're right. And they need to vote for Jasmine Crockett and Donald Trump. You got to get some of them voters that voted for him in Texas to win. I don't see no way forward. If you register new voters, I just went over the content in the beginning, bro. Texas had his number of registered voters. This is a presidential election. You know, in the presidential election, that's when everybody gonna vote. They had a historic number of registered voters and had less people vote than the last presidential election. So I'm not that confident about a campaign just saying we gonna register a whole bunch of voters in Texas. You got to get them to the polls too. You can't just register them. You got to make sure they voting. They enthusiastic about vote. You see what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you got all these Hispanics, but these Hispanics and these blacks, a lot of them in Texas, they conservative. So you got to flip them. You have to. There's no way you can look at the state of Texas and say that you, as a Democrat, your campaign has to have conservative undertones on it. If your campaign in Texas as a Democrat don't have conservative undertones, prepare to lose again. You don't listen to them Democratic strategists who have lost the state for 30 years in a row. How you gonna listen? I don't want to call his name. I'm thinking of his name right now, Unfiltered. And he a big Democrat. He from Texas. He always talking about Jasmine. Bro, you been telling Democrats what to do for I don't know how long, and they've been losing. You feel me? They've been losing. For how long? You say Ghost, well, you did, yeah, yep, with VP Harris. The number one thing I said she need to do. Listen, I say if I gave 20 pieces of advice in the 2024 presidential election, VP Harris did 16 of them. You know what I'm saying? 20 things I came on this live stream and said that I think that VP Harris needs to do to become president. She did 80% of it. And I always love her for that. But those couple of things that she didn't do, it could have cost her, like picking the person she picked for her vice president. I think he was the wrong pick. And I think that's the very first move you made. That's the person standing beside you and campaigning with you all the way through. I think he was the wrong pick. And then another thing she did that I said about separating herself from Joe Biden. This is one of them things, Jasmine. I'm not saying that you got to turn into a Democrat. You know what Karl Rove said about Jasmine? Because they coming for her now. They hating on her. Organized. They coming for her. In every way that they can, they coming for her. And you really can't get mad. Because, Jasmine, if you hire me, whichever Republican get on that ticket, I'm going to be aiming for that boy head top. Every way possible. I'm going to try to tear his life apart. That's politics. That's the game. You just got to understand the game. President Trump understood the game. That's just what it is. If you don't, he could complain all he wants to. Get out of politics. If you in American politics is a combat sport. It is. It's even, it could be dangerous. Why you think President Trump got all those security guards? Why he got a whole into the government that's just protecting him. Their only job is to protect him. Why you think that is? Because politics is dangerous. That's part of the game, Jasmine. They're going to come for you, baby. They're going to come for you hard. It's just like, it's something, them Democratic strategists, it's like, it's one thing that every time the train go by, they just missing something. They not getting something. They missing something, and Ghost is seeing it. Go seeing what you missing. So you can win this state. As a Democrat, she can. You know what Karl Rove said about it, though? Karl Rove said, I got mad, listen to me, I got mad respect for him. Everybody I'm talking about this morning, I got respect for. I don't fancy myself as a podcaster like Candace Owens. You see what I'm saying? I don't have the skill set she does to do what she's doing. I don't fancy myself as a news person or nothing. I'm a strategist, bro. I'm a thinker. I'm a think tank. That's what I fancy myself as. That's what I am. That's what Karl Rove is. That's why I respect him. Now, what Karl Rove said about Jasmine, he said, oh, so they have this candidate out there in the state of Texas. Her name is Jasmine Crockett. He said, you wouldn't believe it, man. He said she has the tendency that on any given day just to say all kind of things. She said that Governor Abbott, she called Governor Abbott, Texas governor's in the wheelchair. She called him Governor Hot Wheels. You know, she'll just say anything. They thinking that she just unhinged. You see what I'm saying? And I'm saying he's strategizing. That's how he's strategizing against you. Like they'll try to poke you. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. Bro, she not running against a Republican right now. They don't even know if she gonna win the nomination, and they already started. Do you get that? You think they on Tellerico? How many of y'all? So she running against Tellerico. This ain't no white black thing. But I'm saying Tellerico in the state senate, she in the U.S. Congress. No, I'm just saying, you think they on Tellerico head like that. You think they on Tellerico like that. Nah, they ain't on Tellerico like that. They on Jasmine. I will say she has said stuff about President Trump that, you know what I'm saying, put her in that position, or said stuff about the Republicans. But the Republicans, they will fear a Democratic Texas in which Jasmine will win a statewide election. They fear her. I don't care what you fear her. She could beat you. She just got the wrong person running her campaign. She can beat you. She can't. I don't care what you say. She can beat you. I wish she would how it goes. She could beat you. Karl Rove, look, buddy. I got mad respect. Nah, you could do that all you want to. Y'all could do that all you want to. Look, Karl Rove, I got mad respect for you. If you went and got down with Paxton or Conan or the other dude, and I was with Jasmine, bro, I promise you, she gonna walk the dog. She gonna walk the dog, bro. She could beat the Republicans, period. But this is why. This is what's going on. 40% in Texas, Latinas are Hispanics are Republican. So you look at that 40%. So you see you look at 40% of the population in Texas are Hispanic. 40% of 30 million. So that's like 12 million Hispanics. Okay. You got like, what about 10? So what about 10 or 11 million blacks? So over 50% of your population, black or Hispanic, you just knowing that as a Democrat, you looking at that like, oh yeah, but that's not what it is. These are black and Hispanic Republicans. You are going to have conservative undertones in your message as a Democrat to win. If you don't, you gonna lose. Point blank, period. You listen to Roland Martin if you want to, and you gonna lose. You listen to them Democratic strategists if you want to, and you gonna lose. Ghost gonna win. I'm gonna sit there and look at old Karl Rove, because y'all say what y'all want to. Karl Rove been winning elections since before George Bush. They call him the architect. Ain't Texas his state? He been winning elections forever. That boy goated. You can say what you want to about the Republicans. You can say what you want to about Karl Rove, but they winning. So what I'm going to do is, if I'm Ghost, I'm going to just sit back and I'm going to chill. And I'm going to peep out Karl Rove, his strategy. What he doing? What you doing over there, Mr. Rove? What you got going on over? And I'm going to use some of his strategy. Some of his strategy is that the Republicans, the Hispanics and the blacks that you looking at, a lot of them are conservative. And even the ones that are independent, and even the ones that are swing voters, they're conservative. You can never win that election with a Democratic strategist. Listen to your boy, Jasmine. Profound. You will never hear nobody else. I would get a Republican thinking strategist to head my campaign if I was Jasmine. How that don't make no sense? The elections are run statewide elections for the last 30 years. I could see if it's only been 3 presidential cycles. That's 5 presidential cycles. They talking about the last president that won in Texas is Jimmy Carter. If you tell a 20-year-old, ask a 30-year-old who Jimmy Carter is, they gonna have to get a computer. You know what I'm saying? Cause Ghost, look, I wasn't even born, and I'm 45 years old. I wasn't even born when Jimmy Carter was president. That's the last time in 76 a Republican carried Texas. Jasmine wasn't even born either. And we weren't even born when Jimmy Carter was president. You feel that? That's their dominance. You can break that. That could be broke. But if you're trying to get a Democratic strategist who think he's smart, who trying to use the same strategy that y'all did in California and Arizona, yeah. That's why you keep losing. That's why Beto got that close. Colin Howard, you know what I'm saying? And then Joe Biden get this close, and then President Trump. Because you get close and you see all these Hispanics and you see all these blacks and so you automatically think, oh, well, we can win 10. No, you ain't. You going to lose too. You going to lose again because you can't listen to the clown. Beto listened to that clown. Yeah, Beto did get 65% of the Hispanic vote. Hopefully you could get 70%. Yeah, you going to get more black voters than Beto. In Texas, more women vote than me, and see Carl Rove ain't thinking about this. So she going to get a lot of women vote. To me, if I was Jasmine, I'd be going after those white women, Hispanic women, all women. You got to have policies besides just, you got to have policies and policy ideas. Every time I would have any speech or I would do any talking where it's directed at any citizen, I would be talking about the cost of living. I don't mean sometimes, I mean every time. I'm talking about, if look, every time she talk, I'm watching her. Jasmine, every time you open your mouth on TV or on the internet, I'm listening to you every time. Just like I did with Mandami. Because I did a live stream, and I ain't saying nothing to do with Mandami, but he did it, what I said. I ain't got nothing to do with it, but if you do what I said, then you gonna win. And affordability is what it is. Point blank, that's why President Trump is coming on TV giving national addresses. You know how you would do a national address? Oh, yeah, we finna go to war with Venezuela. Oh, yeah, we finna go to war. He giving a national address about the economy because it's that serious. Y'all just don't know it. Jasmine, how many millions you worth, baby? You might not can feel it. Go to your, but she know. Because she going to her constituency in Dallas and she see him struggling and she out there talking to him, she should know. Baby, you know. But I'm saying the people, when it come time to vote, they not going to care nothing about President Trump. They don't care about, especially not in Texas. You got to remember those Latinas, they probably voted for President Trump, or they probably will vote for Paxton. They probably would. But them Latinas who voted for President Trump, we going to do the numbers on Saturday. Them Latinas who voted for President Trump, those some of your Trump voters. Jasmine, peel some back. All she needs is a few million Trump voters. It ain't hard for her to do that. She need to register a lot of new young voters. A lot of them. And she need a whole bunch of volunteers to make sure that she win. If you guys have not liked the video, I ask that y'all double tap the screen, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell. Everybody welcome in this chat, man. Republicans, independents, and Democrats. I'll see y'all down in the comments. Y'all Republicans probably saying why Jasmine can't win. And if I got Democrats in here, y'all saying why she will win. Y'all just be respectful to others, okay? Also, guys, if y'all want to donate to the channel, any donation that you give is truly appreciated. Just hit the button with the $sign in it, and your donations are much appreciated. Just over 3 in 10 Texans Hispanics identify as liberal, 3 in 10. You know what that means? That ain't, listen, y'all could say what y'all want to. That's not good for Tellerico. I hear some people, they saying that, oh, look at Joe Biden. He only lost by 5 points. If you look at Beto O'Rourke, he only lost by 3 points to Ted Cruz. So if Texas is ready to flip, it looks like a white man will probably do. And yeah, a white man probably will do pretty good against, he probably will. But what I'm trying to tell Jasmine and them Democrats that you over there with, baby, when you see all them Latinas, only 3 out of 10 of them are liberal. So that 40% Latina don't mean nothing. They might as well be white people. They might as well be white rednecks. Completely amazing, dog. That's completely amazing. Y'all listen to me. Listen to me. Only 3 out of 10 Latinas in the state of Texas, according to the LA Times, say that they are liberal. 3 out of 10. So you see that large swath of Latina voters and you getting excited. Remember the saliva coming, but there only 3 of them, 3 out of 10 are liberal. What? You need Republican undertones. Do you know what the word undertone is? Go, is she a lawyer? You good with words. I'm telling you, hire you somebody. Look, I'm good with words, bro. I'm trying to tell you, you could turn your speech to lean conservative without ever changing who you are. Ghosts do it all the time. We start talking about immigrants, I'm going to say they need to come in the country legally. How am I a lawyer and I'm saying that people could just come in the country any kind of way? Now, if you want to start talking about asylum and changing the rules and comprehensive immigration reform, then yeah, what I think is a lot of Kamala Harris's policies, if Jasmine ran with her policies but drew them for Texas, I think she would do great. That's what I think. And VP Harris was straight Democrat. But I'm saying you can't come out there like with that. Look how Karl Rove painted her like she was just a perfect, like she was Mandami. That's how he was painting her, like she AOC or something. You know what I'm saying? That's how he painted her, or worse. Mandami gonna work in New York. It's a blue city. AOC gonna work in New York. What's up, baby? You feel me? It's a blue city. But I'm saying in Texas, though, y'all think if AOC will win, let me change that. AOC probably gonna win in Texas because those Latinas that she probably could cross a lot of them over because it's a whole lot of Latinas. And Jasmine could win in Texas too. You just got to run the campaign right, man. That's all it is to it, man. Anglos and mixed race voters in Texas are also more conservative and less liberal than Anglos and mixed race voters in California. Don't go get you nobody from California to run your campaign in Texas. It's not going to work. Texas ain't Cali. Oh, I'm from Texas. Oh, you from Texas. Let's hear your political strategy for how you get a Democrat to win. And how long you been giving this political strategy to why they haven't won in 30 years? And y'all know they coming for her and they attacking her and all this other stuff going on. You got to have them right policy. Wait till I finish this and I'm going to tell you, like I did about President Trump, how many people in this stream, I know most of y'all knew, you know what I'm saying? And even my moderators, I don't really have any old schoolers in here. But my question is, how many of y'all y'all been here that I told y'all? Your boy Ghost told y'all, man, I told y'all that President Trump need to get out there and start talking to the people and explaining his policy. I said that back in May. He just not doing it. It might be too late. I've been said this. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you either gonna listen to the advice or you ain't. And if you don't listen to the advice, man, and you listening to them dudes not gonna win. Ghost gonna win. Another key difference in Texas, Republicans have a long history of actively courting Hispanic voters, winning a third or sometimes considerably more of that electorate. It's been customary, says, guess who? Karl Rove, who helped build the Texas GOP and twice elect the state's former governor, George W. Bush, to the White House. Unlike in California, whereby Proposition 187, the Republican Party was seen as sort of the adversary of the Hispanic community. That's never happened here. Never happened. You got a sheriff that's a Hispanic in Houston. He might not be Republican, but still. You got power, a bunch of Hispanics that in Texas that have power, and a lot of them are Republican, just like in Miami. In Miami, a Democrat had one. Look, in Miami, a Democrat had won the mayor of Miami in 30 years. Miami, that situation in Miami to me is just so, it reminds me so much of Texas. You have a city that's full of Hispanics, and the Republicans got a chokehold on a Hispanic full city. What's really going on? You might ask yourself, what's really, really, really going on? You see what I'm saying? The same situation going on in Texas. You got majority Hispanics, and the Republican got a chokehold, but you see how she broke it. We could do a story on how she won Miami. We know she won Miami the same way Mandami won, and the same way that Jasmine will win Texas. But Miami and New York are cities. They're not states. They ain't got 30 million people, and they're not 250 million square miles. Or 250,000, whatever square miles, it don't matter. A really big state. You see what I'm saying? It's a difference, a big difference. You got look, so say I'm in Cali, and say I'm a Democratic strategist, or you could be from Texas, I don't care where you from. But say I'm from Cali and I'm a Democratic strategist. You got that same strategy you used in a statewide California race, Texas ain't California. So if he coming, where he won his races at? He won them. So he coming with them. So you can't. Nah. Not only that, politics change often. But Karl Rove, Texas GOP, Republican strategist. For their part, Democrats insist that will change if, as expected, Republican Governor Greg Abbott signs a tough new law that would allow Texas police to arrest people for illegally crossing the border from Mexico and grant judges the power to order undocumented immigrants to leave the country. But I'm skipping through a lot of this because, remember, it's a 2023 article. But perhaps the main reason Democrats have failed to swing Texas is the simplest. Republicans' overwhelming strength and the Democrats' persistent losing streak have discouraged party donors. Yeah. Candidates and political strategists from investing the vast amounts of time and resources it would take to turn the state into a presidential background ghost with you. You got the best political strategists with you right now, riding all the way with you. Bro, listen. As I was doing, I was doing a little bit of research for the Jasmine for Texas. Episode number 2. That's why we starting this with Thursday, because we're going to just roll right into that episode on Saturday, okay? Look, when I was doing the research for Jasmine for Texas, bro, I myself personally, I was looking at the colleges, the HBCUs that she needs to go campaign at tomorrow. She needs to be campaigning at them HBCUs yesterday. Start building the momentum. Building the army. Because Democrats have failed to make that substantial investment, they keep losing. What's up with the DNC? I'm saying, Mr. Podcaster, who say you supporting Jasmine, I'm saying how much money you donate to her campaign. You got the money? How much you donate to her campaign? How much time Besides just being, cause see, like he might feel like he a strategist and he giving advice and he on YouTube and he on, but I'm saying Ghost dedicating that to Jasmine too. But I'm saying not only will Ghost donate the little that I can, but I encourage others and I can help her raise money. And I could book her at some events in Texas. Strategic events that I know she need to be at. What's that college? Texas Prairie View. The largest HBCU in Texas. She need to be at that university yesterday doing a large campaign rally. We're going to talk about it. And that same strategy, AOC and Bernie and Mandami gave the Democrats the strategy to win any election. You just need a smart person to do it. You say, Ghost, you in New York, right? Yeah. You know New York is blue, right? Yeah. Texas is red, right? Yeah. You need a smart person to do it. Any Democrat could win on that populist message. AOC and when the Democrats, in November the 12th of 2024, the Democratic Party was completely dead on arrival. Dead on arrival. I don't care what you say. They had lost confidence. They had said that they lost their message. They lost everything. Right after, tell me I'm wrong, y'all. Right after President Trump won that election, the Democratic Party was completely dead. What happened? How they come back? How they won all them elections this year? AOC and Bernie Sanders. And Mandami showed y'all that. Bernie know what he doing. AOC, baby know what she doing. They went right over there. They supported Mandami and won in front of everybody. Embarrassed the Republicans. Embarrassed. They're not trying to take because they say, oh, well, New York is a Democratic city. But yeah, the special election, all of that is Bernie Sanders and AOC. That's what that is. You say, Ghost, what you talking about? The Fighting Oligarchy tour? Yep. The Restored Texas tour. What's the Restored Texas tour? Oh yeah, Ghost is creative. He's so creative. I heard Jasmine talking about Texas and the power grid. You talk about that power grid, that's going to relate to everybody. I lived in Texas for some years, so I know they off the grid. A bad rainstorm in Houston, you could lose your electricity for 2 days. Real talk, I seen it. They called it a hurricane, but it was really just a rainstorm. I'm from Mississippi. I literally lived through Hurricane Katrina. Literally, the eye passed over our house. I lived through the storm. So I know hurricanes. You see what I'm saying? So it's a little windstorm come through Texas. Y'all from Texas. I don't know where y'all from. Bro, listen, the roads froze in Texas, in Austin. The roads froze, okay? You say roads froze. Yeah, it's a little hard freeze, just like that snow out there. But I know they ain't built Texas. You know, they ain't used to that down south. But I'm saying, bro, they had a hotel. Bro, I went and booked a hotel. I forgot the name of that hotel. I booked a hotel. It was like 4 days after the freeze. I'm working in Tesla. I'm driving from Houston to Austin. So I got to book a hotel because I got to work the next 3 days. The hotel I paid for, when I went to the hotel, it had been like 5-6 days, I think, if I'm not mistaken, since that power storm and the electricity, and they still didn't have no electricity. Ice storm. So I hear talking about the power grid. I know that's something that would resonate with the voters. As much as Jasmine has done to, I wouldn't say necessarily satisfy the Democratic Party or to get respect or to get clout within the Democratic Party. All that bashing President Trump and all that kind of stuff. I mean, she's still a congressperson, yeah, but if you want to win in Texas, I wouldn't be going after President Trump all the time. She could do it now, but I'm saying in April, by the time April comes, she would be a completely different candidate. And from April to November, baby, let me have you from April to November. After November, you go back to whatever you was doing before. I mean, that's what all the other politicians do. President Trump said he gonna lower the price of goods on day one. It's day 350 something. No, I'm just playing. It's like day 300 for real. And had the price of goods been lower? At least he cares. to where he's still trying to work on some. Like I seen presidents before, they don't even care. And then when the election come, they get mollywopped and embarrassed, and you wonder why you get embarrassed, because you don't care. You came and got what you come to get. That's some money, and then you don't care nothing about the people. I don't think Jasmine is that. I think she really cares about the people. I think she'll be a great senator. I see her as a VP. She's Texas's VP Harris. You got to win, though, first, though, baby. And I'm trying to tell you, Ghost going to tell you how to win. I promise you. It's a self-perpetuating cycle that has vexed a generation of Democrats who turned old and gray, waiting for the Lone Star State to become competitive once more. Listen, y'all can say that all y'all want to, and I'll give you every bit of that. But as much as you say that, as much as you want to say that, okay? As much as you want to say that, and y'all can laugh and y'all can hee ha ha, whatever you want to do, okay? But as much as you want to laugh about saying that it's been a long time or a perpetuating cycle or it's never going to happen or old or gray, it's because they listening to the wrong Democrats. That's what I'm saying. They running the wrong campaign. Point blank. That's the problem. They running the wrong campaign. I seen it happen. I'm from Mississippi. Mississippi is probably redder than Texas by far. Not by far. It's redder than Texas. And I seen a Democrat win in Mississippi. And a Democrat hadn't won since he won. Statewide. They hadn't won since the dude won. And I know how dude won. I'm saying, look, she going to be for abortion. I'm not saying don't change, because you're going to look fake if you start changing. If she just starts saying, oh, I ain't for abortion, I ain't from transgender, Democrats going to kick you out the party, give you no money, and you're going to look fake. Okay? So I'm not saying completely change her strategies and who she is. All I'm trying to say, y'all, is that, I would be more conservative leaning. Point blank, period. The last time the presidential candidate won Texas, Jimmy Carter, and he rarely won it. He just turned 99 years old. Jimmy Carter won Texas at 52. He just turned 99. I could 52, 99, 47. Am I right? 47 years since they in a statewide election, a Democrat carried Texas. Jimmy Carter could do it. Joe Biden was only 5 points. It's not an impossible feat, guys. Gary Morrow was executive director of the Texas Democratic Party in 1980 when Carter was battling Ronald Reagan to win a second term. When Reagan pulled 10 points ahead in Texas, Democrats pulled the plug, beginning their history of abandoning the state. Carter lost by 14, and after that, a Democrat ain't won since. The Democrats said, forget Texas, they gone. This is not a new discussion for me, says Morrow, who served 4 terms as the Texas Land Commissioner back when Democrats could win statewide office in 1999. We've been reaping the seeds that we sowed a long time ago. Jasmine, that's what I'm saying. You might not have the help in the state. In order for you to get the help in you got to get I need 10,000 volunteers. That's what I need. Still, Democrats remain hopefully. Heck, that's the only way to remain a Democrat in Texas, right? Lisa Turner is state director of the Lone Star Project, a political action committee that promotes the Democratic candidates and causes. She sees a combination of trend lines: a rising black population, shrinking rural communities, growing suburbs, and the Republicans' restrictive stance on abortion and other social issues, moving Texas in the same competitive direction as Nevada and Arizona. They're attacking freedom and liberties that are part of the psyche of our state, Turner said. Republicans are trying to tell you where to live, how to live, what to read, if you can have kids and not have kids. Still, in 2024 seems unlikely to bring about a drastic change in Democratic fortunes. I told y'all this was written a year before, and we finna go over an article after the election. This was written a year before the LA Times, okay? Over the last 2 days, the West may have become the Democratic promised land, but in Texas, they still wandering in the desert. If you guys have not liked the video, I ask that you guys will like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you guys hit that notification bell. Also, guys, everybody is welcome on this channel. As I see you guys down there in the comments, Republicans, Independents, and Democrats. You know what I'm saying? Y'all jump down in the comments. I see y'all down there, and y'all let y'all voices be heard. One last thing, guys, we do have to pay the bills. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any sponsors. You know what I'm saying? I don't take no money from no political party or anything like that. So y'all know what I'm telling y'all is true, man. I'm not working for Jasmine Carter. It's just straight, you know. So if you guys want to donate to the channel, super chat, super stickers, super thanks, they all start at 99 cents. You know what I'm saying? Just hit the button with the $sign in it. Also, guys, channel memberships, guys, our channel memberships have fallen, and we need to get those channel memberships up. Those channel memberships are $2.99. If anybody got any kind of love for Ghost Rider, or if y'all want to give me a Christmas present, that's a Christmas present that I would take from you happily. It's becoming a member of the channel, okay? So, guys, let's keep going. So this next news article is from the New Republic, and it was published in November of 2024 after the election. So the first article from the LA Times was published in 2023. And even into 2023, we just went over the article and they still told you that, hey, they don't think the Democrats, they wandering in the desert in Texas. It's just a perpetual cycle. That's what they said before the election. And we saw 2024 came, and just what they said happened. So this is after the election. Let's see what they got to say about Texas being poised to become blue, okay? The New Republic, when imagining the platonic ideal of a Democrat running for national office in a red state, the party's old guard expects certain boxes to be ticked. The first among them is the same. They have to be tough. Oh yeah, Texas tough. That's what Jasmine is. If that's a requirement to win an office in Texas, oh, she tough now. Yeah, Texas tough. A trait often signified by military service. Think Army McGraw. Kentucky Marine and self-described a physical conservative who challenged McConnell for his Senate seat in 2020, or M.G. Hagar, an Air Force veteran who took on Texas Senator John Cornyn in the same year. I don't know why they're saying those people if those people didn't win. Mitch McConnell is still in the Senate. John Cornyn is still in the Senate. And that's who Jasmine might have to run against. So I don't know why would you use two people. Military service, they lost. John Cornyn still won. But you got a Democrat, you got military service, that's not what you need. That's what I'm saying. We trying to win, baby. We need everything we need. We got to be on point in everything we doing. And that's not what you need. Let's keep reading, though, see what they say. Next, you must cut an ad and receive tremendous national attention, then watch the money faucet flow. McGrath, for instance, outraised McConnell by more than $32 million. That's huge. Hagar, in addition to outraising Cornyn, cut viral ads and had previously received vocal support from Hamilton creator Lin-Manuel Miranda and still lost. Any campaign that you ran that you lost with that campaign, I'm not going to do what you did. I might do some of the stuff you did, but I'm not going to run the same strategy you had if your strategy lost you. The latest high-profile Egerton of this brand of politician was Colin Allred, a Dallas native, civil rights lawyer, and former NFL linebacker who took on Senator Cruz. His statewide strategy was codenamed Texas Offense, and his ads were spliced with mentions of his glory days on the gridiron. He grabbed attention. He nearly outraised Cruz, and who was an unpopular candidate. They saying Ted Cruz was unpopular, and which was one of the most expensive races in the country. And I think Jasmine's race is about to be the most expensive race in the country. And like McGrath and Hagar before, Allred lost by a humiliating margin. Listen, it's the type of campaign you running. That's what this all comes down to. It's the kind of campaign you running. I told y'all about, listen, that Colin Ari thing, I told y'all about that because I think that's so important. And I'll tell y'all about that again. They saying that in Texas, you need like a man's man or a man kind of man or somebody with military service or something like that to win. That's what they saying. So Colin Ari, he an NFL linebacker. How mans can you get? And Colin Ari, being the NFL linebacker, he talking about how Ted Cruz was hiding in the closet during the January 6th riots. He said Ted Cruz was all the way in the closet hiding behind the broomstick. Bro, you think I'm playing? I'm dead serious. This is what Colin Ari said. He said January 6th during the riots, they were coming in and people, they were hearing them. They were banging on the doors. He said they had the doors closed. It was only like 4 or 5 of them in there. And he said, hey, you know, I was just going to take a stand, you know, stand up for Colin Ari up there looking like a hero. He said that Ted Cruz was hiding behind a mop stick in the closet. Here go Ted Cruz. He said he was real talk. So what they saying, who let me see, who published this article again, y'all? I'm sorry. Get our source. So what the New Republic is saying is like NFL linebacker took on Ted Cruz and he still lost by a humiliating margin. You know why? Because as tough as Colin Ari might have looked and as weak as he might have made Ted Cruz look, you know what Ted Cruz did? He started talking about the things that Texans care about. He started talking about transgenders. He started talking about abortion rights. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Democrats are for. It's them policies. Them policies win or lose you elections. That's point blank, period. It's the policy. And so you're going to win or lose off your policy, point blank. That's all it is to it. Policies. While Cruz underperformed, Trump in counties across the state, Ari also underperformed in almost all of the state's most populous counties, most of which already swung Democratic and barely won more than Beto O'Rourke's 2018 total. The loss was so bad that Texas longtime Democratic chair, Gilberto Henzor, stepped down. I'm sorry, I probably mispronounced your name, sir, but yeah, you did the right thing by stepping down. But not before he partly blamed Democratic loss on the party's support for trans rights. Y'all gonna hate on him? Hey, Jasmine, your former party chair that stepped down in Texas, Democratic Party chair in the state of Texas, Gilberto. His name sound Hispanic. He a Hispanic. Gilberto. In the state of Texas, after Colin lost, he stepped down. And y'all know what he said the reason is? I put this on my mama's life. I never read that in an article before, and I just gave y'all the example about Ted Cruz. I put this on the blood of Jesus. I never read this in the article before. And I gave y'all that example because I'm reading this article and I'm seeing what they're saying. So they saying that in Texas, you got to be a man's man. You know, you got to be like a Joe Rogan. You know, you got to be a man's man. So they talk about military people. They talk about this person. They talk about that person, and they all lost. You talk about Colin Ari, he lost too. He lost so bad the Democratic Party chair had to step down. And before he stepped down, you know what he gonna do? He gonna tell you the truth of why y'all lost. Oh yeah, you gonna get the truth from him. He ain't in the party chair. He probably ain't. Yeah, stepped down. He lost. Yeah, he keep losing Texas. Ain't nobody gonna hire you to come work. Yeah, party chair. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and be truthful with y'all. Y'all lost partly because y'all support for trans rights in Texas. In the state of Texas, they not for trans rights. That killed Colin Ari. He looked completely out of touch. Jasmine gonna know this because she live in Texas. I hope she might be hanging around all Democrats. I'm saying that my family ain't none but Democrats, even though I come from a conservative. But I'm saying that my family in Houston, it ain't none but Democrats. But I could see this clearly, even though I'm around the Democrats. You just got to be smart and be able to break that down. Them people, like I'm saying in Texas, they're looking at you like you a straight weirdo or you completely out of touch if you supporting trans rights. Like Governor Abbott, he support what? Oh, he ain't for the state of Texas. I'm telling you, that's how they are. She support trans rights. I'm not saying that you ain't got to listen. Somebody who, especially her being a female, especially her being a woman, somebody who might not support trans rights, they might still vote for her if she talking about the right stuff. You see what I'm saying? If I'm a farmer who I'm about to lose my farm, 70 the farmers, 70. So I done lost 75% of my wealth. I voted for President Trump. I don't want to vote Republican. Oh yeah, I got the Texas Farm Bill. We're going to bring back the Texas Farm Bill. Yeah, talk about it 24/7. Oh yeah, we got this for the farmers. We got that. If she come out with, say Jasmine had a policy or say a bill that she said she going to introduce, and say her bill, it called for doing A, B, C, D, E, F, and G for Texans, farmers. And they really believe that if she got elected, that she gonna put Jasmine, what I'm telling y'all right now is so important. If you sleeping, I know I've been talking a lot. I hope you stop and listen to me for just a second. Give me a second, y'all, please. I'll give y'all a second to catch up because what I'm finna tell y'all is so important. Y'all ready? This is what I'm saying. I'm saying, so if Jasmine in the state of Texas, right? This how I see it. I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. You know they're not for you know the whole state, they're not transgender rights and or abortion, and you a Democrat. Okay? If they, even though they make them not want to vote for you, really. But I'm saying though, if you come through there and you say, this Cornyn, he ain't gonna do nothing for you but take your money or have y'all in the same problem or worse problem than President Trump. It started before President Trump. I'm not saying President Trump just came into the White House in 2024 and it got bad for the farmers. No, that's not what, in 2025, no, that's not what happened. They've been going down that road. President Trump's policies hadn't helped them. So I'm saying that if they believe, if Jasmine, if you can make them believe that you gonna do more for them or gonna put money in that pocket, that's how they gonna vote for you. I'm trying to tell you, ain't nothing else gonna work in Texas. You need that and some to win Texas. In New York, I could just AOC, baby. You want to run for Senate? You want to run for Senate? Affordability. Bam. She won. Oh, California. We're a California Democrat. Y'all Senate. I see they had some Michigan Democrats in my time feed earlier. Y'all want to win in Michigan? What? It depends what district you in. Texas affordability, it's gonna take more than that. But as a strategist who have studied voters, not people, I'm not a psychologist. I go to a therapist. I'm not a psychologist. I study voters. As a understanding voters, I know. I don't care. That dude could be, I'm not gonna necessarily say racist, but I could tell you he could hate Democrats. But I'm telling you, the people are so sick and tired of government that she could get them to vote for her if she to move. But you got to put together a coalition. That's the bottom line. You can't do it without a coalition. If y'all haven't liked the video, please double tap the screen for me. Subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell for everybody who is interested in Jasmine for Texas. This part is very important. Cruz underperformed Trump in counties across the state, and he still won. And he underperformed Trump. That means Allred did pull some of his voters, but not enough. He got to pull more voters than that. Allred also underperforming almost all of the state's most populous counties, most of which already swing Democrat and barely won more than Beto O'Rourke's. Texas Democrats claim to be on the brink of turning the state blue, but this latest beatdown ought to be the first that yields a true reckoning with why the party continually disappoints in elections in the state, which the party tell us demographically ought to be shifting to their advantage. But given the recent tenor from the party's centrist wing down to the Gen Z heirs of parents, the lesson of Allred's lost that no amount of money or online clout can paper over a candidate's weakness could just as easily fall on deaf ears. The Democratic Party prefers candidates, particularly in red states, who could raise a lot of money quickly. Well, that's Jasmine. I guess y'all prefer Jasmine in red states. She could raise her. She already did it. Allred visited just 34 of Texas's 254 counties. Allred visited 34 of Texas' 254 counties, signaling aversion to public confrontation, but spent a mind-boggling $57.75 million on advertising and marketing to make up for it. How? He relied heavily on donation centers in other states, particularly the suburbs of Washington, D.C. She gonna do that, receiving far fewer small dollar donations in state. I'm saying, like, what else can you do? What else can you do? Jasmine Crockett, you don't understand the candidate. Look at the candidate. Give it to me and I'll show you how to do it. I guarantee you I could bring Jasmine to New York and raise $2 million like you eating them. Like the same way if they go to the bodega and they eat one of them eggs on one of them buns. I guarantee you this that easy. You eating a sandwich at the bodega, I could bring her up here and raise $2 million. I could bring her to LA and raise $2 million. You do it in Houston. I'm not saying she can't do it in Houston, but in-state, she gonna raise more, But in-state overall, she gonna raise far less money than she will from these people will donate. You don't understand how politics work. That's why you laugh. Democrats all over the country want to see her win Texas. Can you hear that? You understand that? I don't live in Texas. I might claim Texas, but I don't live in Texas. If she win Texas, I'm definitely going to live in Texas. If she win the election. You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying all over the state of Texas, come on, man. So, yeah, look, Ted Cruz, he was kind of like a candidate that he was an ex-football player. So he got a lot of donations from the Washington, D.C. suburbs. Y'all didn't know that. He got a lot of out-of-state donations. He got mostly out-of-state donations. That's how he was raising money. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Jasmine going to do the same thing, even better. A candidate like that, I'll come to Seattle. It's going to be a lot of Democrats who going to donate to her because they want to see her win in Texas. The same thing Colin Allred. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. When journalists and friendly critics pointed out the obvious risk to his strategy, Monique Alaka, the executive director of the Democratic Party, said on X that they were spreading misinformation and should please sit down. I'm saying, man, I don't know. Because I'm saying 34 counties out of 254. 34 counties. I'm going to touch all 254. All 254 counties. I'm going to touch them all. I ain't going to spend time. You one bus tour. It might take you some weeks. How you able to touch 254 counties? Okay, Ghost, I can't touch 254. I want 200 of them. She do 4 rallies a day. You ain't got to do a rally. There's a small black business in the community. You don't got to do a rally in every single county. They got a small black business. Just pop up. Bring the cameras with you. Bring some of them volunteers with you, because while you up in there, while she going to that campaign event, I'm going to tell Jasmine to give me 4 or 5 of them volunteers, and I'm going to get 10,000 flyers, and we finna paint that city. We finna be knocking on doors. We gonna be talking to voters. She want somebody like Ghost. You need to let me hedge your canvassing. I'm telling you. Because I got that. I'm going to be telling them everything. I'm going to be telling them what they need to hear, bro. The voters. Not trying to convert a Republican or nothing like that. Just which candidate is best for you? Which candidate is best for you? Okay, see, I know how to do this argument. I don't think Roland Martin know how to do this argument. If you a Democrat and you support transgender rights and you support abortion, I don't support none of that stuff. And I'm still supporting Jasmine. Can you put that together? So you'll say, hey, we going to get somebody like Ghost, who a conservative, who's against abortion. He's against transgender rights, but he'll vote for a Democrat. So, Ghost, what make you like Jasmine? What make you like her? Be real. I'm going to be real. Oh, she pretty. She fine. Oh, that's the reason you vote for her. So people vote for girls because they're pretty and fine. That's not the only reason they're going to vote for you, but that's one of them. And if it's coming out my mind and my mouth, then the next dude who see her thinking and saying the same thing, every one of them not saying that she pretty and fine, but enough of them, because I'm telling you, I'm the voice now. You know, I done told you 1,000 times I'm the voice. You cannot listen if you want to. You're going to be like President Trump. All I got to do is go back to this stream, and I could pull up a stream from May when I was in Mississippi. President Trump, man, like he's starting these tariffs. He need to get out there and start talking to the people. Because if he don't, they're going to be confused about what's going on and not, that's what you're doing. Oh, yeah, if you don't live, I'm trying to tell you. I know what I'm talking about, bro. I am a conservative who is against abortion and against gay rights, and I'm supporting Jasmine. Jasmine, you need me in that state. You don't need no Democrat. He don't know what he talking about. The majority of the people in Texas is like me, 30 years. I got 30 years worth of proof. They're not for no gays or no transgenders. Jasmine know this. If she listen to this, or somebody, one of her staffers, she know this. She from Texas. Even though you might believe in the democratic principles, you want to paint Texas blue. Okay, let's paint Texas blue. How you paint Texas blue? You call Mr. What's his name? He got a big bucket of blue paint. He just trying to throw the bucket of blue paint on the whole state. And Carl Rove and them coming up to him, they gonna slap the taste buds out his mouth. You ain't throwing that blue in this, but that ain't how you do it, baby. This how you do it. You get that paintbrush and you dip it in, and you go talk to a Republican. And after you talk to a Republican, just take that paint blunt and just put a little blue spot. Yeah, that's how you paint it blue. You're gonna have to do that the whole campaign. It's gonna be rigorous. Give me 200 counties. Give me a bus. About 3 to 4 weeks in 200 counties. I don't know if she can even do that if she in Congress. But I'm saying a lot of people will be mad because I'll be trying to win. Paxton, I'll be popping you in your mouth nonstop. She don't have to do that. She has somebody like me. I'll be on you. I'll be running. They already got dirt. I'm talking about I help Cronin win. That's how I'll be on you. I'll be on John Cronin and I'll be on Wesley Hunt too. I'll be on all 3 of them. Non-stop. Tellerico, I'm sorry, my boy, you should have ran for governor. That's just my opinion. I think you could have won governor. Because you're not beating Jasmine in that Democratic primary. We ain't having that. See, it's a red state. So in a red state, the Republicans might get the last word, but in that primary, you're not beating Jasmine in that primary, Tellerico. You said somebody just said, I'm not independent. How I'm not independent? That's the whole definition of independent. You don't understand what independent is. You know what I'm independent of? I'm independent of a political party. That's what I'm independent of. Listen, there's no independence party, is it? Is it an official independence party? Probably not. So you say, what am I independent of? I'm independent of a political party or a political organization. There are plenty of people who are conservatives who are not Republicans. There's plenty of people who are liberal who are not Democrats. Bernie Sanders, one of them. Bernie Sanders ain't no Democrat. I don't know if he ever been. But he's a liberal. So I'm an independent, bro. But I'm conservative. But I'm independent. Yeah, that's what I am. I can't attach to a Republican Party who think it's cool to burn 500 tons of food instead of feeding the poor. I can't attach to a Republican Party who think it's cool to give rich people tax breaks and tax poor people. I can't attach to a Republican Party who always gal-powering with racists. With people who say, Nick Fuentes, I don't care. You say what you want to. Nick, I'll slap you in your mouth face to real talk, though. He pretty cool dude or whatever if he wasn't stupid. But he come out and say that, I'm racist. He come out and say it. Republicans, it didn't just start with Nick Fuentes. They were saying that about George Bush. It might not have been George Bush or David Duke. They've been saying that about Republicans gal-powering with racists forever. I can't attach to no party like that. I can't attach to a party who don't believe in protecting human rights. Now, in my opinion, Texas is a little different. Governor Abbott, he a different kind of Republican. You see what I'm saying? He just a little different. He's not as extreme, in my opinion, as the Republican Party is. Governor Abbott's more of a centrist. But I can't attach to that party. So just like I don't believe in gay rights or I don't believe in transgenders, I can't believe in all that stuff the Republicans believe in too. Rothenhaus told Texas Monthly, Beto worked from the bottom up and our work from the top down. And that's why you lost. Say it one more time. Beto worked from the bottom up. That's how you win. He didn't win. He came close though, but that's how you gonna win. 70%, 65% of the Hispanic vote, 95% of the black vote, and at least hopefully 60% of the woman vote. I'm saying what? And then she need to win the youth too. That's your coalition. Governor Abbott, listen to me, y'all. Governor Abbott, I don't know if Abby know this. Governor Abbott, he want a chapter, a Turning Point USA chapter in every high school in Texas. Teaching the young people conservatism. Charlie Kirk gave the Republicans an advantage. He did. That's why they were so competitive with the youth vote this time around. He gave them an advantage. And you talking about now his company, they talking about teaching the youth concern. How you going to fight against that in a state you ain't won a presidential election in 30 years? You got to be talking about something real good. Real talk that the people want to hear. You got to be talking about something real, real good. That they really, really want to hear. As early as the primary, fellow Texas Democrats were ringing alarm bells about a wayward campaign. But online, Aura's team seemed more interested in squashing inter-party dissent than winning in November. Don't worry about no intra-party dissent, Jasmine. You shouldn't be listening to no Democrats. You do your Democratic thing, baby, till March. After you win that primary, you don't need no Democrats no more. You need Republican voters. You need some Republican voters. That's what I was doing with VP Harris, but it wasn't enough. That's why she went and got Liz Cheney. It wasn't enough. Bro, imagine if Marjorie Taylor Greene came and campaigned for VP Harris and for Jasmine in Texas. Jasmine, can you see that? Jasmine, can you see that this summer Marjorie Taylor Greene hitting some of them 200 counties for you in the state of Texas? Can you see that happening? Because Ghost can't only see it happen, Ghost will make it happen. Real talk. People just don't believe. I could show them if I mean, shoot. Look, y'all, whenever I was younger, I used to, like, if I wanted Jasmine to become a senator or whatever, like, I'd get out there and get to it. I don't do that no more. I usually be getting paid for what I do, but I'm saying I would get out there and get to it for sure, 10,000%. 10,000%. Jen Ramos, a member of the Texas Democratic Party's Executive Committee, told the Texas Tribune in August that Allred was taking the party's liberal base for granted. What? A group of influencers and organizers went out their way to discredit me, Ramos told me, adding that she was accused of aiding and abetting Ted Cruz. You're going to get that a lot. Democrats will turn on you. Real talk. And then you don't take the liberal, he taking the liberal base for granted. Like, a liberal base ain't gonna win you no election in Texas. That's why you lose. You on liberal base. You can't take a liberal base for granted. Even though that is some of what I started with in the monologue, saying 6% of voters that I think could have voted for VP Harris, they stayed home. Those people were voting for Republicans. Carl Rose said, hey, Ghost, I'm out registering the Democrats in Texas. So all those new registration, they with us. Well, what about the 6% decrease? Those Democrats, they stay home. They said, I'm straight. I'm not interested in voting. Olivia Giuliani. And I want to pronounce this name right because this is a person, Jasmine. She's a 21-year-old influencer, and she spoke at the Democratic National Convention. And if you was at the Democratic National Convention, you probably know her, seen her there, right? Who was advising Aura's campaign on the youth voter turnout to similar line, writing on X in the wake of the Tribune article. Anyone saying Colin Aura hadn't intentionally engaged the base or traveled the state is spread misinformation. No, they're not, baby. Colin Aura, he traveled across what? 34 counties. You got 250 counties. That's not misinformation. Julie has been ranting online against communism as if a tiny ally in the U.S. alone, Texas played a major role and they lost. I don't know what they talking about. But that's Texas, though. That's what happens in Texas. They're going to try to paint Jasmine as a radical, as a far left. You know how they get down. That's what I'm saying. Like, boy, oh boy, oh boy. But it wouldn't matter. Nothing that they were saying about me. They could say whatever they want to about me. If I'm speaking to the voters and the voters listening to me, Jasmine, if you give yourself a speech or if you talking or you doing anything like that, you don't need to sound like no other Democrat that ever came from. Real talk. If I'm talking, you need to at least like how, that's what I'm saying, Republican undertones. They need to, listen. I wouldn't say Bernie Sanders got Republican undertones, but I would say that Steve Bannon do. Definitely. Steve Bannon saying tax the rich. He got President Trump saying tax the rich. What? Yeah, definitely. 10,000%. That's what I mean. That's Democratic undertones. That's a populist message. That's a message that goes beyond. That's what Mandami did. Now, if you start breaking down their politics, that's different. But what I'm saying is, Jasmine, don't put yourself in a position to let them kill you with abortion or transgender rights. Don't put yourself in that position. And you gonna listen, if you go in the car, if you go into a card game and you playing the cards like you a Democrat, you playing the hand like Democrat, they're gonna beat you to death with that transgender and that gay rights stuff. They're gonna beat you to sleep with that. Because that's how you playing the cards. Don't go in there playing the cards like a Democrat. They're going to beat you like a Democrat. You can't go in there like that. If you go in there like Mandami, okay, guys, this is the final question we have for the debate, for the candidates. So if you have a chance to go to one country, what country would you go to and why? Oh, I would go to Israel. 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 Oh, yes, sir. If I had a chance to go to one country, this man Dami, if I had a chance to go to one country and why, I would stay right here in New York. And I would help and work on New Yorkers. I would help New Yorkers. How can you attack that? Y'all get it? You can't attack that. See, piggybacking on what I said earlier, right? Piggybacking on what I said earlier, right now, listen to me. You ain't felt me all the way yet. Piggybacking on what I said earlier, look. So, if you always talking about how the economy is bad, and what you gonna do to change it and put money in their pocket, you think the people care if you for abortion? I'm trying to buy a house and I'm a Republican. And Senator Crockett, she believed in giving people money to help a break to buy a house. And Senator Crockett said she was going to do this. And she's not a Democrat no more to me. You feel that? Your policies, if you give Republican undertones, if you speak into them, you don't have to abandon your party. You just do what's best for America. It's not that complicated. Do what's best for Texans. If it go against the Democratic Party, don't do this. I wouldn't do this until after March. You feel me? Don't do this till after March now. Don't. If you gonna give any speeches on transgender or abortion to get donations from Democrats, just don't do it in Texas. If you're doing a fundraiser in California, then hey, you doing a fundraiser in DC, then hey, you doing a fundraiser. Them people gonna be calling her and donating. I'm telling you what I know. I can set the fundraisers up myself. It's not that hard. 4, 5, 6 phone calls and some paperwork, and then I could email Jasmine. I'll email y'all campaign. Oh, Jasmine, just go out there and get that money. Y'all take Jasmine out there and get that bread. I'm telling you, I could do. It's too easy, man. Stuff too easy for me. It's stuff that I did all my life. It's just I wouldn't do it with music. I wouldn't do and then I was trying that. We learned how to do campaigns. We did mock campaigns, just like we did mock trials in our legal classes. Mother Jones, Serena Lynn had asked the Aura campaign in October why they avoided larger rallies, but was directed to Juliana, who claimed it was a more strategic, targeted way of reaching people. No, it's not. Aura was focusing more on identity-focused coalition groups. Republicans for Aura, chaired by former, nothing's wrong with that, Adam Kinzinger, a prominent, nothing's wrong with that, who also endorsed Harris. The more likely reason Aura wasn't more regularly funded out on the hustings was more that he was a snooze on the podium. The Texas Observer pointed out that his stage presence was underwhelming. that he lacked even more basic charisma. Even basic charisma. Jasmine's not going to have that problem. See, that's something that he can't, it's going to be hard for him to overcome. Jasmine don't have that problem. She don't lack no charisma. She got plenty of stage presence. That's the good thing about having someone like her. Meanwhile, Ulrich's outreach to farmers. I put this on my mama. I ain't never read this article. On my mama. I copy and paste. I write my monologue and I copy and paste this articles and I cut the computer off. About an hour. I never read this. His outreach to farmers who make up 14% of the state workforce and more than 12% of the U.S. total, by far the most of any state. The most farmers of any state is in the state of Texas. Farmers for Jasmine. I like that. But they said that his outreach was sporadic at best. Clayton Tucker, a rancher and chair of the Land-Based Democratic Party based in 712 square mile county with a population fewer of 24,000. That's the problem. And I understand, Colin, why you didn't want, because you talking about 250 some counties, Ghost, that costs money to go. Yeah, get you a bus. That's great. Man, Jasmine Crockett for Texas. Man, y'all follow me. Y'all ride with me. Y'all, I'm a redneck. And I'm in West Texas. And y'all, we out here fishing. Oh, yeah. Hey, Billy Bob, bring me one of them Budweisers from over there. Give me one of them Budweisers. Yeah, man, y'all heard about that? Those elections coming up, man. Yeah, man. I don't know if I'm gonna vote for old Conan and old Paxton. We tired of Conan though, man. We need to switch it up. Yeah, we want to change. Obviously, they want to change. If Paxton beating a sitting, goated, clouded U.S. senator, and Paxton beating a brace off of him, and Paxton is a Republican Attorney General of Texas who was charged with crimes. He a baby Trump. He a Trump Jr. You feel me? And he beating the brace off of Conan. So obviously Texas, they looking for a change. The Republican Party. Okay, so he's still fishing. Now we out there. What county is this in? The Land-Based Democratic Party. This where he's 720 square mile county with 24,000 people. And them 24,000 people, you know, only probably about 2,000-3,000 of them gonna vote or so. You know what I'm saying? But you know, yeah, let's get back to you a farmer though. You a redneck out there in West Texas. I'm talking about out there. We talking about cotton picking field, West Texas, that part of West Texas. Yeah. So you out there fishing. Y'all talking about who y'all gonna vote for. You look about across the white. Hey, Bill. Well, I'll be darned. And you see a big old beautiful black sleek bus with the word Jasmine Crockett on the side. They need to see that. And then you go up to the little country market and you talking about helping the farmers, which is 14% of the population. Y'all know what this comes down to? 14% of the workforce. 14% of the workforce, and I guarantee you 99% of them voted Republican. And they hurting right now. They getting demolished. They pockets hurting. Right now, they getting demolished. So you know what I'm going to do? To me, it's going to come down to who got the most creativity. That's what it's going to come down to. It ain't about the money. Colin Howard just running a whole bunch of TV ads. Man, I ain't even watching them TV ads. Your TV ad come on, they cut the TV off. I ain't watching no TV ad. You just playing a bunch of TV. Oh, I ain't going to go out there. I'm going to go to 34 counties. That sounds good. Whoever came up with that, I'm 200 count, they going to see that bus riding all over Texas. All over Texas. You don't know who you gonna go out in them counties. You don't know who you gonna see or meet out there. You meet the right one person and get that right one person in your corner, and they could win you that whole election. That's big facts, man. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? We trying not to make the same mistakes they made in the past. Finally, in October, weeks away from the election, Aura joined Tucker in Lubbock, a college town just above the Panhandle. Hold up. Let me see. We know this ain't no Tucker Carlson. This is Clayton Tucker. He's a rancher, okay? So him and Tucker went to Lubbock, which is a college town just below the Panhandle. That's a great place to be, for a small roundtable to address their concerns. Colin Ulrich, when you go back to your district, what was a good idea? Y'all, I apologize. Taking my medicine, just being sloppy and clumsy, y'all. I'm sorry. Got a little water on my shirt. Look, Colin Ulrich, when you do a rally, listen, Ulrich joined Tucker in Lubbock, right? And Tucker said that's important work, but it need to be more at scale. What he's saying, it needs to be large. Colin Ulrich, if you doing a rally in Lubbock, no, I don't want to do a big rally. I just want to do a rally with like, let's say 500 people, round table. Them 500 people round table, say, Colin, if you reach 100 of them, how's that going to help you at all? Now, say at the same time you say, hey, I'm finna go to Lubbock, I'm finna go to Texas Tech. If I'm taking Jasmine to Texas Tech, she gonna be in a gym or a stadium, and I want as many people as you could put. You want to fit as many people as you can into them stadium. Tell me why you don't want to. Why shouldn't you want to? You want, who? Jasmine coming. Y'all heard Jasmine coming. Y'all heard. Then you at the college, you trying to reach all the young people. Y'all, Jasmine coming. Only 24,000 people. You should, if you do that rally big enough in that little small country redneck town, I'll promote that rally like I was in Houston. She doing a rally in a city with 24,000. I'm from a small town. 24,000 people. Everybody in the city gonna know she came. If you promoting it, you open it to the public. Say only 1,200 people show up. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be expecting no 5,000, even though you on a college campus. It's very possible it could be an overflow crowd. But I'm saying it's 1,200 people. Say 1,200 people show up. 1,200. The whole city know about it, though. That's the difference, Colin, when you do a large rally. The rally, you know what a rally is. Y'all have pep rallies at school. You know what a rally is. You trying to rally up support. Why would I rally up support and want to rally up support with 30 people? Why would I want to rally up support with 50 people or 100 people or 1,000 people? It makes no sense. You see what I'm saying? It makes absolutely no sense. Look, if you going to Lubbock and you doing a small round table, ain't nobody even gonna know you came to the city. So he said, look, they were getting on him because he only did 34 counties and spending just a whole lot of money. Even them rednecks up there in the Panhandle. As soon as you come on, hey baby, turn that Negro off. I'm just gonna be real with you. That's how you gonna win with Ghost, because I'm gonna just tell you exactly how it is. But if they your tour bus in their city, they can't do nothing about it. You need to go. They don't like you, and I don't like you either. But we're supposed to bend over this in America. Where them rednecks at? I'm finna go up there and hang out with them rednecks. Where Uncle Si at? You know what I'm saying? Where Doug Dynasty at? Is somebody call Uncle Si? No, Uncle Si cool. He could speak that language. I can't. Y'all, I'm going to go get Uncle Si. I'm going to go get my favorite redneck, and we going up there. Oh, I heard they don't like. I don't care what they don't like. Maybe they're going to start liking it. You got to get up there, man. They need to see you. You don't know what that's going to do. Jasmine might go to Lubbock. They got black students at Texas Tech. They got a lot of Hispanic students. She might go to Lubbock and give a speech to enough people, and she might have one of the girls, something there, might hear the speech, bro. She might change their life. Bro, they got political organizations. Bro, I don't know what's wrong with these people. They got political organizations in all these schools. That's why I said, especially, it might be a little more difficult in Texas Tech, but in the HBCU, you can plug in easily. And they go already voting for you. They already supporting you at Prairie View A&M University. They already supporting you at Texas Southern. They supporting you at these HBCUs. They got political organizations to where they gonna hear every student on the campus 30 times. Most of my campaign volunteers gonna either come for, they need to be younger people. And you need thousands of them across the state, man. I think that was a big mistake Ted Cruz made with all that money, man. He didn't want to do no big campaigns. Ted Cruz, I'm sorry, Colin Allred. For years, Texas has seen as nothing more than an ATM for Democrats' national aspirations. Candidates will fly through Houston, Dallas, and Austin for a couple of swanky donor parties and leave sooner thereafter, knowing full well the state wasn't in play. But as for other states, such as Florida and West Virginia, became less competitive, and campaigns like O'Rourke's show outsiders that Texas could perhaps swing blue. Donors' attention shifted. This has been a blessing and a curse. On one hand, candidates can potentially tap into a wider market, so to speak, and fund their campaign. On the other, it disconnects candidates from local support. I'm not sure about that. You need the money to win. It don't matter where the money coming from. And you ain't got to appease the Democratic Party. You just got to appease those voters. If you get your own army of campaign volunteers, you really ain't going to need nobody else. You're going to be calling the shots. The more cynical among us might view this as a racket. Consider the case of Isaiah Martin, a centrist Gen Z Houstonian and friend of Giuliani's, who briefly ran for Congress. In September 23, he posted a single ad that went viral, landing him on MSNBC to talk about his vision for the country. He acquired Annika Albrecht, who previously worked for Blue Dog Representative Mary Perez as his campaign manager, raised about $400,000, mostly from donors outside his district. God dang. And a couple months later, unceremoniously dropped out. Despite his electoral faceplant, he became an influencer touring the country for the Harris campaign. Jasmine, don't get people who lose in elections. The Texas Democratic Party is replete with organizers such as these, who seem always to fail upward. At least he ain't falling downward. Other longtime Democrats who pointed to MJ Hager as a similar problem. She raised all that money, and where's she now? Far from the limelight, working at Dolite. God dang. She raised all that money, and where's she now? That's too much money to be made when you invest in grass moves. Not much money to be made. You invest in grassroots, Tucker told the New Republic. We're too culturally obsessed with commercials and mailers. I like the mailers and the commercials. You just got to run your campaign right. I like Google too. I like Google for them younger voters. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing for certain and two things for sure, that voter gonna have, that younger person gonna have that phone in his hand. Always. Anybody, Google, within the state of Texas, anytime they picked up their phone, the first thing they could see is Jasmine Crockett. How many campaigns use Google? How many? I ain't talking about YouTube. They all get AdSense or AdWords or whatever. They all probably go. You know what I'm saying? We all do that. We ain't talking about that. That's simple stuff. For Facebook advertisement, that's simple stuff. What I'm talking about, Google, I'm talking about, look, so whenever you pull up your phone, anything you get on your phone, Google gonna have an ad. You know them irritating Google ads. You know them irritating, but when they pop up their phone, that farmer in West Texas, he gonna see a gorgeous black woman, a picture of her, U.S. Senate. That's gonna pique his interest. He gonna tap on the picture. Yeah, that redneck white dude, he see Jasmine, he gonna tap on that picture. Jasmine don't look like Beto O'Rourke. She don't look like Culinary. That works for her, for women and men, if you play it right. Whoever the VP Harris's handlers weren't playing it right. You got to play it right. If you play it right, that works for women and men. The men got a certain kind of love for her, and the women do too, because she's a woman. Some have given up on demographics as destiny, in which liberals assume the changing racial makeup of the state would inevitably mean Democrats will sweep into power. Tucker, for instance, said an emphasis on economic populism is popular in the rural counties that lie devastated to this day. Bro, Jasmine, if you watching or whoever, bro, I'll rest my case. You ain't called me yet. You ain't emailed me yet. Bro, girl, you better email me as soon as you can. I'll rest my case. You say, Ghost, what you talking about? Well, I'm saying this is what Tucker's saying. Not Tucker Carlson, but the Tucker dude up in here. He's saying, for instance, an emphasis on economic populism. What government telling y'all is popular in the rural counties that lie devastated to this day. Economic populism is popular in the rural counties in Texas. You got to know how to write. You know what, some guys, let me see how much of this I got left, because I'm going to go ahead and it's some interesting stuff in here, though. So, and I want to get this out. I did the Jasmine for Texas. You know what I'm saying? The reason why I did those live streams or whatever like that is because those live streams are marked. They marked. On the first episode of Jasmine for Texas, I said if I was her, I would do A, B, or C. On the second episode of Jasmine for Texas, I said if I was her, I'd do A, B, or C. So that way, I don't have to try to use AI to go search through some content to find something that I know I remember I said back and where. Oh, yeah, on episode number 5 of Jasmine with Texas, I said she need to do that. Because I'm saying what they saying in here, a lot of this is stuff that I already said. At the same time, Democrats' campaign tech companies were acquired by private equity. A new emphasis on influencers was concurrent. Y'all, I got to hurry up. My battery about to go. The shriveling legacy consulting sector, effectively cutting out the middleman, but this didn't entail better results. After the election, the national elite mystical proclaimed that liberals need to build their own Joe Rogan. Perhaps a natural conclusion to the strategy, combating thick-skull propagandists and thick-skull propagandists. Just get her. She could go on Joe Rogan. That's another thing, Jazzy. You need to go on every single that you can. All of them. Every last one of them that you can. Don't just do like, I see her on Legacy Media all the time, and that's great. That's how she got famous. That's how people know her really well, because she really everywhere. But I'm saying I would do that. Grassroots is really important in Texas because you build it. Listen to me. Did you catch it? Grassroots is important in Texas because you build it. How do you build? Y'all, how I'm going to build a building? I'm going to start with the roof and then build down. Is that how you build? You know how you build? You lay a foundation first. You know what that foundation is? 10,000 volunteers. She got the money to start. She already got the millions to get it cracking. Of course, you need to raise more. I'll be constantly raising. Bro, that girl be flying all over the country. Oh, yeah, we got a fundraiser in LA. Oh, yeah, you got a fundraiser. Yeah. Ground up. That's how I would do this. If there's a takeaway here, it's that our campaign has more of a social media campaign than the Senate campaign. It ain't nothing wrong with that. Not to me. But like McGrath and Hagar before him, Howard and his team were relying on high-profile surrogates and an ungodly amount of money to flood the zone. That's somebody who don't know what they doing, who just want easy. Colin Ulrich, baby, I'm not hating on you. I'm just saying, bro, like, because you probably had a campaign manager who were running your campaign. Oh, we just gonna get a bunch of high-profile surrogates and just throw money out there and just cross our fingers. That ain't how it's gonna work. You gotta knock on them doors and you gotta talk to them voters. You gotta listen. And I got marketing that I call, well, it's a ground game, but I call it. Let me just use like business to business marketing. That's face to face. You see what I'm saying? And you marketing your business and you going straight to another bid. It's a certain kind of marketing and it's a certain kind of promoting that you could do like Colin was doing on TV, or you could do it to where you're not actually out there like with the, but I'm saying you going to that customer or to that person and you knocking on their door and having a conversation with them, that makes a tremendous difference. Tremendous. The conservative wing of the party is what messed this up, one Democratic insider who spoke freely on the condition of anonymity. These candidates chase political majorities based on the imagined centrist ideal. A votership exists, however, within the data, but real political majorities are constructed through deliberate movement work, neighborhood by neighborhood. You listening? Real political majorities are constructed through deliberate movement work. It's called deliberate movement work. Neighborhood by neighborhood with a clear directive. Not simply happened upon through a couple of well-timed ads. You got to do the work. You got to do the work. Bro, he gonna look at the state of Texas and you gonna say, hey, I'm finna win Texas. You finna win Texas. Okay, how I'm gonna win Texas? I'm gonna throw a whole bunch of money at it. I'm gonna just get a bunch of surrogates. But I don't want to get nobody who ready. I'm ready to do this right here. Cause see, after a while, you ain't gonna be able to do this. That's why I said she need to go ahead and get on it. Cause you're gonna run out of time. See what I'm saying? I'm ready to do this right here. And you just throwing money to a television network or a television company to try to play some ads for you. You ain't rolling up your sleeves. That's nothing grassroots. That's no ground campaign, and you're not going to win like that. You're not going to win like that. The only way you're going to win, you're going to have to build it. Ground up. I think a Republican can help Jasmine tremendously. A female Republican or a male Republican. I don't know about Adam Kinzinger. You need I think a problem for VP Harris too was Liz Cheney. Like, she would speak to Republicans, but how influential is Liz Cheney with Republicans? I wouldn't rely completely on that to pull voters. What I'm saying is, though, is that I think that a Marjorie Taylor Greene or what Man, bro, man, I wish I had Jasmine campaign. Marjorie Taylor Greene to be in Texas campaigning. All them rural counties with them rednecks. Oh, she'll have on a Crockett for Texas shirt. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she got a Crockett for Texas. What? No, I know that ain't MTG. That's MTG, y'all. Yeah, we saw MTG in Texas. Oh, you seen her in Texas? What she was doing? She had on the Crockett for a Texas shirt. That's ghost though. I think that'll help her getting somebody to speak to those Republican voters. She don't need Marjorie Taylor Greene out there saying that, you know what I'm saying, like President Trump is a bad person. She need to go to them counties in Texas that have been devastated by economic downturn. That's what she need to do. She need to go to them counties in Texas devastated by economic downturn, and within those counties, she need to give them an economic or a populist message. Is Texas poised to turn blue post-Trump? We're going to see, Jasmine. You're going to answer the question. Y'all get it now? You see why I was, I'm setting up for Jasmine for Texas on Saturday. All y'all people who y'all want to hear political analysis about different political stories and stuff, maybe I'll do a stream. But the rest of this year, bro, we doing Jasmine for Texas, and then I'm doing, you know what I'm saying? The Prince of Peace streams, you know? Like, I wanted to talk about Ukraine. I wanted to talk about Venezuela. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like, we hadn't fixed or addressed the main problem that's in America. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm a political strategist and I want to influence positively, be a positive influence on my country, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk the whole time. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to have a conversation, okay? I'm going to sit there and have a conversation about money, about economics. He said thoughts on Somalia fraud ring in Minnesota. What you mean? What's your thoughts, bro? What you mean your thoughts? What you mean thoughts, my boy? Like, look, I heard President Trump say something about the Minnesota governor, right? So I heard President Trump say that the Minnesota governor is A, B, and C, and he might will. But as far as the Somalian pirates, what can we say? What you want to say? Like, so you saying that white people don't con people? I'm saying because they Somalian, that don't mean nothing. They criminals. Some people don't like you calling them a redneck. They get mad. They think I'm a racist because I called you a redneck. You a redneck, boy. On that. Uncle Si say he a redneck. He don't get offended by that. If you a redneck, on that. Bro, I'll get some black dudes on here right now that'll call themselves rednecks or black necks or some kind of necks, country style, baby. They don't care nothing about that. They probably more Republican than the white dudes are. You just a racist and you can't take words because your feelings too soft. You too soft. Oh, Rico, he said redneck, he a racist. But we live in a world where people are just messed up. They messed up. That's why I black eyes. You got to be like that. You got to bust people's face open. You gotta punch them in their mouth. That's what you gotta do. Because either they'll never understand. Like people misunderstand you, they misrepresent you, they miscommunicate, they miss everything. It's rednecks in North Texas. Who gonna disagree with that? Go ask Governor Abbott if they not got rednecks. Yo, you saying that a redneck is a negative word? Is it a negative word? What you want me to call them? They got country white boys in North Texas. That's facts. And I speak on facts. You speak politically correct, Mr. Democrat. That's why y'all losing. And on the other side, these Republicans, there ain't nobody stunned with you talking about, boy, knock this. Let me stop, bro. Soft as a pillow. The other side of the pillow. Soft as the other side of the pillow. You feel me? Bro, look, dudes bait me into situations to be gangsters so they could call the police on me. They bait me in a situation to be gangster to call the police on me. Because I'm telling you, you're going to get the beats playing with me. That's what you need. I'm not no bad person. I'm a good dude, bro. I got a great heart. I love God. But these dudes, they need the beats, bro. You need the beats. They rednecks. They got Texas full of rednecks. What you, oh, you a black dude, don't say rednecks. He's talking about me. You crybaby. He a redneck. You a redneck, boy. Own that. Shoot. I know black rednecks. I watch them every day. As soon as this, I'm a country style orphanelle. Where you at, baby? You feel me? I'm going to be watching some black rednecks. Gizm. God, what's that boy name? Jism. Where Jism at? I'm going to be watching black. I'm a black redneck. I'm from Mississippi, you idiot. My best friend, a white boy, you idiot. And he'll beat the brakes off you too. I'm telling you, he'll beat the brakes off you. Two, white boy, a redneck. And he my best friend, and I'm a redneck. That's why I'm going to call you a redneck. I don't look at race the way I know somebody who racist. To me, Nick Fuentes, just because he said it, I'll say Tucker Carlson's not racist. I never said President Trump was racist, y'all. How many times y'all heard me say I don't think President Trump racist? Now you go talk to Michelle Obama, one of them regular black people, they're going to tell you he's super duper racist. That's what the white boys might say about me because I'm saying he a redneck. Oh, a redneck. Bro, you get your little, bro, I don't do that goofy stuff, bro. He said Puff still hating on me, bro. Puff, we ain't hating on Puff, bro. We got mad love for P. Diddy. Somebody said Trump a KKK member. No, he not. President Trump ain't racist at all. That's the same thing they do to me. Look, the only reason why we'll get on somebody like Charlie Kirk or something, or they got on him, is because of what he said. If I say that they got rednecks in North Texas, that's something totally different. But I would never say that. I don't even want to say her name because I like her to make this misunderstood. I don't know which one of them's name that I would use. If I would say that A, B, C, D, or E was a redneck, I'm calling their names, saying they're rednecks. That's what Charlie did when he said Michelle Obama's name. You can say anything you want to about DEI, but I wouldn't call nobody's name. That's me personally. I wouldn't have called their names. And that's why they identify him like that. But you just saying redneck or just saying Nick Fuentes, I said, because he said it himself, he a racist. If I listen to him, they all like Yeezy. They love Kanye. Candace too. And he Chicago, Nick, he talk about Yeezy all the time. He like Yeezy. So, Nick, you like Yeezy, then you ain't the kind of racist that we know. I wouldn't think that he was racist, but he said that I'm a racist. Boy, don't never say that no more in your life. I catch you down at the supermarket. No, I'm just playing. Brother, dude, look, you know how some slow people. He's slow. The dude just a little slow. They ain't here trying to bait me into, bro. I'm not finna go back and forth with you like that. I'ma just take you out the channel. Just get on down, bro. I'm not finna. He trying to get me to go off on white people or say something about white people. You see when I was looking, it was a white girl just jogging by me. You saw me looking, huh? She was fine too. I don't care what nobody color is, but if somebody a redneck, I'm calling it like I see it. If I see a country black dude, I might say something that I can't say on this live stream. But that's how we talk. We just talk. We use the N-word. Yeah, we use the N-word. I just can't talk like that in front of y'all. But we talk like that. We use the N-word in our community. Me and my homeboys. Yeah, that's how we talk. So don't tell me about me saying no redneck when you calling your brother the N-word. We don't look at it like that. If the dude a redneck, he a redneck. If I see a black person acting like an N-word, I might call him that. Not to their face. Well, somebody I'm with, oh, he acting like an N-word. What? And I'm a racist? No, I'm not no racist, bro. I'm the furthest thing from a racist. You a redneck, you a redneck. You getting mad about it because somebody called you a redneck. And you out there on the farm fishing every day and killing possums, eating possums, and hating black people. And he called you a redneck and you upset about it. Make it make sense. Thank you. Like 5-year-olds, Dave. Dave, we fighting over race like 5-year-old, Dave. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, bro. Like 5-year-olds, Dave. If you had bosses call you the N-word, you need to be suing people. If y'all want to have a conversation on race, I'll do one. I'll do a whole live stream on race. A whole live stream. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know how like Barack Obama, like he bring the country together. I'm gonna bring the country together. Look, like I said, Nick Fuentes, his style. I'm saying like I'm gonna be straight up with you. I'm not gonna say like what he said, like, cause see, it's different. Like I do a political live. If I was just like Charleston White, I could do Charleston White. I just come on here and just say the darnest things. But that's not what I'm trying to build. I'm that kind of person. The people that know me know that I just speak my mind freely. I just freely speak my mind. Freely. That's who I am. Ozzy, what words that they using that they don't know what it means? Who's the lefty lunatic? Nah, Ozzy, ain't nobody. Who called you a race? Oh, you mean when they said that about President Trump? They've been saying that from day one. That's why some Democrats don't like me. I don't care. I'm very fond of Governor Abbott. Very fond of him. I don't care. Like I say, President Trump a racist. I ain't see it. But what he said about the Central Park 6, yeah, he probably shouldn't have said that. That was a long time ago. But after he said that about the Central Park 6, I saw him down at the club with Don King and 50 Cent. They don't talk about that. Ozzy, how many people in our community was fond of President Trump before he run for politics? But then he run for politics, and then that's not how I am, bro. You feel what I'm saying? That's not me. I'm going to just keep it 1,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, before he ran for politics, people was cool with Trump and his name. So I'm not gonna hate on him. I'm saying black people. If he was so racist, if President Trump was so racist, why you start saying he was racist when he started running for president? Oh, because he said Barack Obama wasn't born in America. Bro, listen, this is what I'm gonna say about this. And I heard Tucker, shout out Tucker Carlson, man, real talk. I think Tucker a smart dude. I guess I'm just a conservative. That's what I'm saying. It just got it in me because I be relating to him. Tucker talking about identity politics. Tucker, I don't feel like you feel on DEI because I feel like because black people were slaves and because black people were hung from trees. You say reparations? Is it reparations? Our court do that, Tucker. Tucker, if I caught your son at the gas station, right, and I took everything out of his pockets and I just hit him with that pitter patter, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Tucker. Hey, Ozzy, I saw Tucker Carlson's son at the gas station and I just went in his pocket. I took everything from his pockets and I hit him with that pitter patter across his face. And he got out there, he called the law on me, you know what I'm saying? And the police roll up on me or whatever like that. Say Tucker's son had to go to jail and he had like a black eye, he had a bloody nose, and I had took like $4,000, $5,000 from him. You know, when you go to court, you know what they're gonna do? It's called indemnification. It's called amelioration. That's what the court gonna make you do. God said to pay back what you took, what you owe, what you stole, to pay that back. So if you took something from black people, you owe them what you took from them. Pay them that back. That's what that is. You see what I'm saying? That's what it is. Pay them that back. That's what you took from them. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Now, look, if you're talking about, like, so what, but Tucker did make a point. So he said with identity politics, he said, so if you focus on black politics, then the white people gonna come with, and that's what Nick Fuentes is. And I understand that, but a white man was never a slave in America. A white man was never hung from a tree, and a white man was never discriminated on. So what you need anything for? He don't want to talk about white privilege. I'm saying that's called the results of your actions. If you rape somebody or if you murder somebody when you 15 years old, that's going to follow you for the rest of your life. Some of y'all don't understand this because y'all never paid for your actions. Some of y'all really did stuff with Jeffrey Epstein and you never paid for it, so you don't understand this. But when you pay for your actions and the wrongs you do, it's called accountability. Where the accountability at? You slaving these people. You got these people slaving, hang them from trees and nail them to crosses. Burn crosses in their yard, raping their women and children. We're supposed to just forget that and just let that be the past. It is the past and we can't forget it. But DEI, Tucker, is about this. DEI it's all about this. It's about a black person. So it's about you seeing. Let me see how I'm going to say this. DEI is about black people not getting jobs. That's what that's about. That's about a white man having 10 people in front of him, and even though the black person is qualified, he don't hire the black person. Because the fact that Charlie said if he saw a black pilot, he would wonder if the black person was qualified or not. Charlie, there's some things about, I didn't understand what he said. I'd be wondering if they just be saying it for clicks. Compare you, Candace, your homegirl, Candace, one of your besties, and you see how smart that girl is, bro. Look, Candace is way smarter than 99% of y'all. 99%, she way smarter. She'll talk circles around you. That girl is very smart, and she a black woman. So I'm saying, Tucker, how you gonna say black women, you gonna feel unsafe if you on a plane? And he said out his mouth, he said the Democratic black women ain't smart, but Candace is smart. So he's saying out his mouth, he recognizing that this black woman is smart. He recognizing it. But the other black people ain't smart. So, because the other black people, so you saying whenever you get on a plane, you feel like you ain't safe because the black person ain't smart enough to fly the plane. That's the craziest thing I heard in my life. You know what a pilot got to do to become a pilot? So you think just because he black, they like, oh, you can come fly the plane because you black, and we need some black pilots. So because you black, you act like the pilot didn't go through the same thing that the white man went through to get his license. So what happens is when the Delta Airlines CEO, he looking at 30 pilots and all of them white. He got 5 black ones and 25 white ones. He don't hire no black ones. That's what DEI for. To say that, hey, this black pilot is qualified. He got the same license that the rest of them got. He qualified. That's all it means. He qualified. Ozzy say Democrats corrupt everything they touch. Don't do that, Ozzy. Don't do that. See, I'm going to have to keep it real. I'm an independent. Because you trying to tell me the Republicans ain't got nothing corrupt. I'm going to sit there and let you think about it. Ozzy, you trying to tell me the Republicans ain't got no kind of corruption going on right now? I want you to think about that for a second before you respond. Think real hard. 2025, Republicans ain't got no kind of corruption going on. Think about that, Ozzy. You can say the Democrat, you might. Thank you. That's my boy right there. Thank you. See, I give him straight truth. I give him pure truth. I ain't gonna say nobody else give him truth, but I'm not trying to entertain you. Charlie might be trying to entertain you. That's what this is about. I mean, that's why I'm always saying Charlie's name, bro. Charlie was a beast, boy. You see what I'm saying? Because he get on there, he had millions of followers too. Like, he doing the same thing I'm doing. President Trump need him for strategy, he could do strategy. Like, he got an organization registering, raising up young conservatives, an organization. I'm just going to attach to the campaign and do it for them months that the campaign doing it, and I'm out. I ain't trying to raise or teach no young people nothing unless I'm teaching about Jesus. Well, I'm going to teach a young person anything about politics. He out there, look, he a Christian, and he out there trying to teach. See, if I'm working. I'm trying to get Jasmine elected. So that's why I'm out here. But I'm saying he have a whole business, Turning Point USA, and I'm a Christian. And so my message has got something to do with, I guess, look, if for Governor Abbott getting into the state or whatever like that, that's something completely different. You see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if I can't teach Jesus or Christianity in school, so I'm gonna get Turning Point USA to teach the close thing next to it. You feel what I'm talking about? If I was in that situation. But I'm saying if I'm starting an organization, I'm starting his organization, right? And within his organization, man, I should have took the camera, bro, and I should have asked her if she wanted to do an interview. I'm just playing. Hey, look. Within his organization, his organization. If I start look, Ameliorate Legal is my legal documents company. Okay, that's I do legal documents. If I'm gonna end up running a campaign or working for a campaign. You see what I'm saying? This is helping me for when I do get the real job doing it. I'm gonna end up doing it, even if I'm doing the candidate myself. It might be 2-3 years from now, but I'm gonna do this. So that's what I'm saying. If I'm doing a campaign with a Miller Ray legal, I'm saying that's still my business. What I'm saying, if I'm starting Turning Point USA, and if I'm out there like he is, trying to tell young people how to live their life, how you gonna tell a young person how to live their life without the Bible? How you gonna tell a young person to live? You can't just say, "Oh, I believe in Jesus. I like Jesus. I love Jesus. I love Jesus," and then the rest of the stuff you talking about is about Donald Trump, because that's confusing to me. When I look at President Trump, no hate on you, big President T. I got love for you, baby. I'm just taking up for you. If I look at President Trump and I look at Jesus, it's a clear difference between President Trump and Jesus. It's like night and day. Am I right or wrong? If I looked at President Trump and so I'm saying, how can you make it go together? I'm trying to figure that though. Because I'm saying that's what Charlie was doing. You can't make it fit together. It's not fitting. I'm talking about, I'm trying to reach young people. Look, okay, so Candace, I don't look at Candace like that because she got a business. She write a book, Make Them a Sandwich. Okay? So she trying to help women with their relationships. So I understand that. That's what Christians do. If you go to church, that's a preacher going to do the same thing. He just going to do it with the Bible. So I'm not saying, I ain't got nothing against what Erica Kirk and them doing moving forward about like with their business conservatism. I'm not hating on that. I'm just saying, like, I don't see how I'm gonna be talking about Jesus at the same time, and I got a business over here that's trying to teach the young people how to live their life, and I'm gonna tell you how to live your life. Except a man be born again, he shall not enter the kingdom of God. That's how you live your life. If I'm trying to teach young people, how you gonna teach a young person about you confusing them? They don't understand it. Okay, you against abortion, and he breaking down all the theology on why abortion is wrong. Yeah, I do that too. I could debate it too, maybe better than him. My points might be better than his. And he break transgender and why it's wrong. Yeah, I could do that too. And then he telling people how to live their life. And then I'm saying he full support of President Trump though. Full support of President Trump. And then they see President Trump with his arm around Jeffrey Epstein. And he talking about Jesus. Jesus, come here, Jesus. He got his arm around Jeffrey Epstein. And selling gold Bibles or Trump Bibles with his arm around Jeffrey Epstein. You can't serve God and the devil. You can't, that don't work like that. Like I said, when I do, it's a job, I'm clocking in 9 to 5. You say Charlie was clocking in too. Yeah, I understand that clocking in, but I'm talking about training youth. If I'm going to train or teach youth, I'm going to teach them what they need to hear. He had the truth. You got the gospel. I'm saying, we know you're a Christian. Maybe on Utah Valley State or at the Christian school, most of them are Christians, but I'm saying you going into the Lions, then you need to tell these kids that they need to accept Jesus Christ as their Savior or they going to burn in hell. That's what I'm going to tell them. Now you come tell me I'm crazy to my face. Come tell me right here. Because I'm going to give them the truth, bro. Straight up. That's what I'm going to do. That's what people need is the truth. If you too ashamed of Jesus or you ashamed of the gospel, which he wasn't, because he had Jesus' name in his mouth all the time. That's why I'm saying it. And these other dudes, I see other dudes on there. I hear Tucker say he a Christian, but to me, Tucker just clocking in. And he's a journalist. I felt different after he went to Qatar. I was straight up. After Tucker went to Qatar, bro, and he did that. Y'all can hate on Tucker all y'all want to, bro. I don't care what none of y'all say. That boy is straight journalist, whether you like him or not. Jasmine ain't a Christian. What you talking about? Jasmine is a Christian. Jasmine is a Christian. Jasmine daddy is a Baptist pastor. She probably know more Bible scriptures than your preacher. She grew up in church. You know who she got around her? The first person she gonna call is gonna be who? It ain't gonna be Ghost. I'm saying I work for Jasmine. I'm your political strategist. And if she have a problem, who the first person she gonna call is gonna be a preacher. She got them all around her, not even her daddy. You said she not a Christian. Obviously, you don't know nothing about the game. That's like you saying Candace not a Christian. Oh, Candace could be a Christian because she a conservative. So if you a liberal or a Democrat, you can't be a Christian. So you done bumped your head. You need to get your head out. There's something wrong with y'all. If you want to be a purist Christian, you don't need to be in no politics. None. Zero. If you want to be a purist Christian, if you want to say I'm a pure Christian, you don't need to be in no politics. Zero. If you in politics, don't talk about the Democrats and this one talking about the Republicans. They all God said ain't none of them good. You can't come in here so the Democrats for abortion. Well, the Republicans burn 500 tons of food. You know how many scriptures in the Bible about feeding the poor? You know how many scriptures in the Bible about feeding the poor? Bro, they both you could go to either side. On either side, you could find bad or wrong on either side. Point blank period. On either side, you could find bad or wrong on either side. It's not a Democrat, it's not a Republican problem. You know what I'm saying? What he say about blue cities, Ozzy? What he say? Who was that, Ozzy? Jerry Taylor? What he say? Hey, Jerry, it ain't worse than this ever. Jerry, it's worse than it's ever been. The economy today is worse than it was in the Great Depression, Jerry. I pinned your comment too, by the way, brother. Jerry, the economy is worse than it was in the Great Depression. No, it's not, Jerry. Look, I don't have no Democrats on here, so I'm going to do this, bro. Jerry, you saying it's worse. You saying the economy today with the stock market on record levels. I'm talking about the stock market never hit 46,000. I don't think it hit 45. It never hit 46. Never hit 47. Look, it's not at 50,000. The stock market index has it. I haven't checked it in a while, but it's going to hit 50,000 points, the Dow Jones index. First time ever. You can't have the worst economy in the history with a Dow Jones index at record highs. You can't have the worst economy in history with just a 4.6 unemployment. Yeah, it has went up 0.5 or 0.5 points since President Trump been in office. And we're going to talk about that because President Trump need to get on that. Your unemployment ain't looking good. You ain't creating jobs. Listen, maybe President T could say, hey, Ghost, the reason why my unemployment numbers is rising is because I'm not hiring all those government workers and I'm firing government workers. Because I heard him say that. You know what I'm saying? I heard him say that. You know, hold on. Look, I heard him say that. I heard first of all, I want to salute President Trump. How many people in the military we have in the stream today? So thank you for your service. And President Trump giving y'all $1,700 for Christmas. I think that's probably one of the nicest things he's done since he's been president. President Trump is giving everybody in the military $1,700 for Christmas. That's got to be one of the nicest things he's ever done since he's been president. Another thing President T said, what else President T said he was going to do? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't say the worst economy, Jerry. Not the worst. Not the worst. His economy right now, I don't even know if you say it was worse than Joe Biden's. It depends on what you're looking at. If you're looking at just the job market, Joe Biden's economy probably was better. But those jobs that people are getting are those high paying jobs that they're getting today. All this stuff, I can't answer it definitively without hitting the books and getting some stats. But just off the top of my head, though, without the stats and the facts, I could tell you President Trump's economy is not the worst in U.S. history. Hey, Ozzy, you heard what Jerry said. He said his economy was the worst in U.S. history. Oh, okay. Listen, you don't have to be the real. What you said? I'm the real Jerry Tyler. Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry. You must have a YouTube channel or something like that. I'm not aware. Jerry, listen. I respect that. What you just said, I respect clearly. And then you could put your YouTube channel down in the comments too, Jerry, so I could go look up your channel because I definitely will watch it because I consume political internet media. If you on the internet, you in politics, and I think you jumping, I'm gonna be on your channel. But listen, Jerry, what you said, are you from Texas? You need to y'all need to be calling Jasmine, and y'all need to be having her run that in some kind of campaign rally or something. That's what y'all need to be doing. If you from Texas. Because I'm saying she needs to hear, in my opinion, that's some stuff she could hear that she could use to help her. She needs to hear that. That's my opinion. Because if you have, or if you, whatever state, call your representative. They need voices like you. You can influence another voter, Jerry. If they had 1 million of you in Texas, they'll win. If you was going around, Jerry, telling everybody that the economy is the worst it's been in 60 years, that's what they need, people like you. That's your opinion as a voter. But I'm saying economic-wise, though, Jerry, like 60 years, though, you got to look. So, Jerry, okay, what we judge the economy for? Let's just say we got 5. You got to get your metrics. What's your metrics? My metrics are the stock market, the job market, which would be unemployment. What else trade? That's a big part of the economy. I guess you could say kind of healthcare is a part of the economy. Then, foreign investments. We would never consider foreign investments, but President Trump then raised a lot of money, foreign investments. I'm saying, like, if you look at metrics, Jerry, on the economy, if I looked at all the metrics, I wouldn't say that President Trump is doing bad on the economy. If for you, it might be, though, Jerry. Listen, so I would say if it's been since your 60 years since you've been alive, I could say the economy, it might feel like it is, but the number wise, if you look up the metrics, it's not the worst. Look, Jerry, like, that's what I'm saying. If I'm using people like you to get my message out, or to put my message out, or to help me deliver my message, okay, Jerry? If I'm using people like you could say that 1 million times. You could say the economy, this is the worst the economy's ever. Jasmine can't say that. Or a candidate don't need to say that. Jerry, listen, and I understand you, and that's what I'm saying, as a regular person or as a podcaster or a streamer or anything like that, you by saying that, you are definitely helping the Democrats, especially if you're saying it to a voter. But what I'm saying is though she don't need to say that. She know that they hurting. And I'll continue to give you content on how much they hurting in the rural counties. Bro, all I'm going to do, basically, and she could say however she want to say, all I'm going to say is who you voted for and what your pocket's looking like. Jerry, if I had a mic, I'd drop it right now. That's what I'm going to say. You feel me? 2 things. Number 1, who you voted for and what your pocket's looking like. That's it. That's all she got to say. She already know that they ain't doing good. She already know the economy ain't good. Who you voted for and what your pockets looking like? He said, drop a what? What? I know. And that's going to help the Democrats. Look, y'all, Nancy says people who are normal folks like us don't know what's happening. Well, we may know what's happening in the stock market, but we don't buy stocks because we all broke. That's going to help the Democrats. That's the message. Oh, Jerry said he not from Texas. Where you from, Jerry? You know what I'm saying? I just want to see like what state you in and how the economy's doing in that state. But yeah, though, Nancy, that message right there will help the Democrats. To me. You know what I'm saying? It'll help the Democrats. Nobody, yeah, they trying to do everything easy. And what RJ says is that's why you can't win no presidential election in Texas, because you don't want to hustle. You don't want to do the work. It take work. But I'm saying, like, I've done more like researching and trying to figure out, and you know what I'm saying, put my ducks in a row about this. I'm saying, like, you gotta do the work. It take work. You gotta knock on doors. You gotta pass out flyers. That's what you gotta do. I'm saying, I listen. If I went to Texas and I said, look, I'm finna do this with Jasmine, bro, I'm gonna do more for her campaign than the people she paying. That's why I'm gonna just stay in New York or wherever I'm at, and I'm gonna just do it like unless I get a text or an email. Cause I'm saying, or a call or email, cause I'm saying I'm gonna do more for her campaign than anybody working for her. Real talk. Oh, Jerry says he from Indiana. So that's good though, Jerry. If you from Indiana and you feel that way, I mean, that's a Republican state. A Republican state. Blake, as much as I want to answer you, bro, you know what I'm saying? As much as I want to answer you, bro. Yeah, Joe, I figure you probably voted for Joe Biden, though. Definitely. You asked, did I vote for Joe Biden? You mean the first time? Nah. Nah, I didn't. Listen, I pretty much engaged in every political campaign, but when Joe Biden ran, like, I just wasn't that engaged with President Biden ran. But we got love for President Biden. A lot of love. A lot of love for Joe Biden. Oh, sleep, you call him, y'all call President Trump, call him Sleepy Joe. We got a lot of love for Sleepy Joe. Said Trump is the best ever. I don't know about that. 7 articles of impeachment against President Trump already. I already know that. I could tell you that. President Trump should know that. We've been said that long time ago. Who is that? Big Al Green. Look, Representative Al Green in Texas, he been impeaching President Trump every session of Congress. He introduced a new article. You know what they did when Governor Abbott drew the map? He drew out. He carved out Al Green's district. They drew Jasmine District out too. They took 5 seats, and one of the seats they tried to take was Jasmine, and the other one was Al Green. Oh, Jerry, I appreciate it, my brother. Real talk. Listen, man, I just try to be as real, normal, down with the people. It's a lot of people who can't do this, you know what I'm saying, because they channel so big, but I watch them, I'll be rocking them. You know what I'm saying? I think the influencers, if you got the influencers right, then, that'll be the main thing. You know what I'm saying? And one of the one of the main influencers that I feel like need to get right really is Nick Fuentes. Jerry, what you think about Nick Fuentes? You know him? He's 27 years old. I know he young, but Nick, you need to get right, boy. Because, Nick, you could be as powerful or more powerful than Charlie was. But you want to spew hatred. That's not safe, Nick. Bro, I promise you it is not safe for you to spew that hatred like that, Nick. That's not safe for you. I'm just being real with you. They're not going to tell you that. But, Nick, I don't want Candace Owens for the next 2 years to be trying to figure out who really assassinated you. Because that's what it'll lead to. That's going to lead to some kind of violence. That hate language and speech is going to lead to violence. Guaranteed. You can't be telling people that they not nothing and don't get punched in the mouth. You're going to end up getting socked. Somebody gonna punch you. Somebody gonna shoot at you or attempt to. Oh yeah, they do that gerrymandering. That is dirty. I ain't gonna lie, Jerry. It's cheating. I don't care what they say. That's straight cheating. Governor Abbott, I love you, brother, but you cheating. President Trump, you cheating. That's cheating. That's what that's called. That gerrymandering is called cheating. Oh yeah, Jerry, I heard you say that, my boy. Good morning, baby. Good morning. Good morning. No, Ted, I feel you though. He said that I can't argue with ignorance. We ain't trying to argue with ignorance, but we gotta tell people though. Look, I think Nick Fuentes, I think he's a talented guy. I think he's a very talented guy. He speaks, he's entertaining. But like to me, he like a white Charleston White. If you get on the internet and you say enough ridiculous stuff, you're gonna go viral. Bro, if I come on this live stream and I start saying some crazy, I don't even curse. Well, none of the political people really curse and they got that many views. But if I come on this live stream and I start saying, like I said, Tucker was on Fox. Candace, all these people, they had jobs, they worked for people, you see what I'm saying? Really good jobs. In the business, in the industry. But I'm saying, like, when Candace come on the live stream, you ought to you go watch her show. You see why she got millions of people watching her, hanging on everywhere she say be. Bro, we be waiting on when Candace coming on. Oh, she come on at 5. Oh, we finna watch Candace, boy. Where Candace at, boy? It be kickback. Real talk. I like listening to a super smart human. I'm not even going to say a girl. I'm going to just say a human. She's smart as I don't know what. But Ted, yeah, I'm not trying to argue with Mr. Fuentes. Like, I would love to meet him. I wouldn't even punch you, Nick. I promise you. I wouldn't slap you or punch you unless you said something stupid. But I would love to meet him though and talk to him though, and like, you know what I'm saying? I think he a very talented dude, and he could do great things. But Nick, you don't tell them people you racist, bro. You know how they gonna be trying to kill you, bro. Straight up, somebody they wait till a Democrat take over, and the first opportunity they get, they gonna be trying to assassinate you. And I know you gonna say you don't care, cause you making all that money doing what you doing on YouTube. I mean, or whatever platform you on, but I'm just saying, bro. Like you gotta think about Nick, you helping raise the youth in America, and you telling them that you know what Nick said. Like he said that everybody is kind of racist, and to a certain extent, he right, really. He said everybody is kind of he said, and everybody admit that they racist, but white people. White people are the only ones get mad when you call them a racist. That's what he said. He said, but black people, if they racist, you call them a racist. Ain't no other race care if you call them a racist. The only ones who care is white people. That's what he said. But he just need to bring some of that down a little bit. That's it, though. But I can't watch your show if you talking stupid stuff. Nick, I really want to watch you, though. But you talking something stupid, I can't watch you. The other one, they be watching you. But I'm saying you hurting the conservative party by doing that, bro, because the conservative party, they need a coalition. The Republican Party, in order to win, they're not just courting Hispanics because they want to court Hispanics. They're not just courting blacks because they want to court blacks. They're conservatives. They'll keep everything. They believe in keeping everything. The reason, in order for them to win, they knew with America's demographics, they got to pull out and reach out, and you can't keep that coalition together if you got racists among you. I know. Look, so if you said if it's racist people, you know what I'm saying? I mean, not racist people. He said, hold up. He said, Ted said Fuentes is a KKK member. Man, I don't know, man. He said he racist. You know what I'm saying? And like he need to get off of what he own. He just need to get off that horse. That's it. He could feel how he want to feel. Tucker feel how he feel about DEI. But listening to Tucker, I kind of understand what he talking about identity politics. He said that I shouldn't get no special treatment for being black, just like a white man. He said, so if I get special treatment for being black, he said a white man will get special treatment for being white. He said white people gonna start expecting special treatment for being white. That's what he said. And I understand that. I get where he's coming from. Real talk. To a certain extent. But like I said earlier, white people weren't never hung from trees. You can't get rid of that. You can't erase that. White people they never went through the things that black people went through. It's a difference. You can't, you know that they trying to erase history and you can't get rid of that stuff. You said lie? Listen, nah, man. Nah, don't do that. Nah, don't do that. Look, I ain't hating on. Look, he said that all people racist. All the stuff he said, I ain't hating on it. But I'm saying what he's supposed to do. He trying to get views though. Bro, come on. That boy getting views. That's why he's saying that crazy stuff. If anybody who come out and talk like he do, he gonna get a bunch of views. Ain't nobody. Hey, listen, don't say no lie. But some stuff you ain't gotta say. You feel what I'm saying? Like, look at that girl. Look at that fat girl right there. You feel that? Look at that fat girl right there. Oh, Ghost ain't gonna say she fat. Oh, Ghost, you ain't gonna say she fat? Nah, I ain't saying she fat. So what you doing? You lying? I ain't lying. What I'm lying about? What I'm lying about? Look at that fat girl right there. You feel me? I ain't gotta call the girl fat. Do I gotta call her fat? Do I gotta call the girl fat? That's the question. Oh, look at that girl right there. That's my point. I'm not saying Nick Fuentes gotta lie, but some stuff you just don't need to say. I'm not on this platform isn't intended for some stuff to be said. Some stuff ain't meant for the internet. But I'm saying he just gonna come out there and whatever he got on his mind, he gonna say it. Oh, black people stupid. Or if I see a black person doing this, or if I see anything he got on his mind, he gonna just say. But I'm saying, look, sometimes y'all could come on here and y'all could just say what y'all want to, and I'll respond to you. I'm saying, but today just ain't one of them times, bro. I don't care what you talking about. I'm saying, who are you to where you think your opinion is important? Who are you to think somebody care about what you feel or what you think? Nobody don't care. It's easy mathematics, bro. Bro, I seen some people walking up here, they pointing and looking at me, talking like, I don't know, they know what I'm doing. They can't see my phone in the car. You know what I'm saying? Dude ain't looking directly at me laughing because he might be scared I might pop him in his mouth. You know what I'm saying? So he look off to the corner. Why you care about what somebody, I don't know these people. I never see those two people again in my life. It's worthless. To care, I don't care. If you disrespect me, that's something totally different. You feel me? But he's sitting there wanting me to think that he can't. He's sitting there trying to project. Like it's people walking by the whole time, right? So he's sitting there trying to project a view of how he feel about what I'm doing. I'm live streaming right now in the car. So he trying to project his view about how he feel. I don't even know him. I never see him again. Why would I care? If he say something to me or disrespect me, now that's something different. You feel me? Because I'm sitting here looking at him with them Spaldings on. I never understood. Hey, y'all, shout out my stepdaddy. You feel me? This is important to me. Shout out my stepdaddy. I never understood a grown man who's that you got from Walmart. I don't care if you 20 something, you a grown man. I'm looking at him with them Spaldings on. He might not understand why I'm streaming in the car, but I don't understand why a grown man wearing Spaldings. Go buy you some Nikes, bro. Go buy some Reeboks, Converse. Just don't wear no Spalding. No, you ain't gotta call her fat, Fred. You ain't gotta call her fat, bro. Okay, so look, for you doing that, Jeb, this is what I'm gonna do. Jeb, I don't have no you looking at it like that. Me saying that a dude is a redneck is not no anti-white outburst. You want to see an anti-white outburst, I'll show you one. And you gonna say I'm a racist for real. Cause just white people sometimes, Jeb, they can't see themselves. Hatred don't know it's sometimes hatred do know it's hatred, but sometimes hatred don't know it's hatred. Nick don't know how he feel is hatred. He don't realize that. You categorizing a whole group of people just because of their skin color that like you know them. That's ain't nothing but hatred. I don't hate white people. That's a difference. I could call a white man a redneck. I could call him a C word. That's what I'm saying. We call black people N-words. We call each other N-words. So I'm saying I could call him whatever I want to, and I still, at the end of the conversation, I don't hate white people. It's simple. But I'm saying, if you saying that a black man is not qualified, or you would be scared to fly on a plane if a black, that's hatred. You said a black pilot. You didn't say you said a black. Listen, when I talk about a white person, I'm talking about one person. If I call you a derogatory name, if you white, if I call you the C word, I'm talking about one dude. How they doing it, they talking about the whole race. That's what makes it hatred. You talking about black people. You never hear, when you hear me say white people, I might say it sometimes to make a point, but you don't never say white people are inferior race. But I'm around, or I was around, enough black people who hate white people to be a real racist. But it didn't happen. I'm not no racist, bro. I promise you that. If it was, I'd be like Nick. I own it, because people know me, know I'm a true speaker. I speak more truth than he do. He just seemed like he a true speaker because he's saying stupid stuff that everybody, that the white people be thinking. He thinking out loud, so he seemed like a true speaker. This is a 4-hour stream today, y'all. I'm gonna stay on here. Why would I get offline? That's stupid. You get offline. That's dumb. Jeb says whites can't call blacks the N-word, bro. Like, I know a lot of white boys who use that word. A lot of them. Freely. And ain't no black people saying nothing about it. I go get my homeboy Jamie from out of jail. And I could bring Jamie to my hometown, and I could have me, Jamie, and 4 other black dudes there. And Jamie will use that word. I only got one homeboy I know that he ain't gonna let no white boys say that word in front of. But the other 3 black people that there, bro, I promise you 10,000%, 20,000%. The other 3 black people that's there, I ain't gonna say a word. They know he ain't no racist. Jeff says I can have my moments. I might can. I don't mean nothing by it, though. Is what I'm trying to tell you, though. That's what I'm saying. You can't just classify somebody as a racist because they say something derogatory about another race. It makes sense. I say something derogatory about a white person. That's what Nick Fuentes was saying. He was saying we all kind of racist. In a way. What he's saying kind of is true. You trying to tell me in your life you ain't never used a racial slur in your whole life. I ain't talking about to a black person. I'm talking about while you riding in your car. You riding in your car and somebody go off on you or snap on you, and you trying to tell me you ain't never used no racial slur. Never. Come on now. Ghetto is an inferior culture. What is ghetto? Ain't no such thing as ghetto. Look up the word and get the definition of what that word means. It ain't no such thing. You feel what I'm saying? It ain't no such thing, y'all. Hold on a second. I was trying to hit that wall over there. You know what I'm saying? Look, what I do is, I get like a rock. I be doing that, bro. I get a rock and try to throw it against the wall. I was just trying to hit the wall with a rock, y'all. Ghost Rider crazy. He lunatic. You say I go off on tangents. What you mean about white people? I'm saying like I have moments where I experience racism, Jeb. Do you ever think about that? Jeb, do you ever think about that? I have moments in 2025 where I experience racist people. I have moments in 2025 where I experience racism. So I'm going to react to it. You could call it a tangent. You could call it whatever you want to. You can never understand. I understand how a Hispanic person feel if they discriminated on. Bibi Netanyahu. I understand how the Jews feel when they discriminated on. Ghosts understand it because I felt it. But I'm saying, y'all white people, how many, when a white person see any kind of discrimination of race, oh my goodness, they can't take it. You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying, imagine how many racism that black people that face racism. A black person from Mississippi has probably faced so much racism in his life. So you see me responding to racism. That's all you doing. And you saying I'm on a tangent. I might be on a tangent. Tell the person who is being racist to stop being racist. You know what I want to do to a racist person? What I think they need. I think a racist person need a beating, a real beating. That's what I feel like they need. I'm from the old school. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go get no pistol and do nothing to you, bruh. But I beat the snot out of you, though. Look, the dudes I grew up with, I got at least 11 homeboys in jail for murder. At least 11. I could call them for you. At least 11 homeboys in prison for murder. I'm not going to kill you, though. But I will beat you because you need to get beat. That's what I'm saying. Not you, Jeb, but I'm saying that's how I think about racist people. That's why I act like that towards Nick. It's not, bro. If I'm always saying Nick Fuentes, then I must be thinking he's some kind of something. You know what I'm saying? I think he could be rehabilitated. That's what the Democrats used to hate Marjorie Taylor Greene. Look at him now. I think that Nick racist self could be rehabilitated. But why you gonna start that process? Sometimes you gotta beat him. You gotta beat that racism out of him. You said you need 350. I need a new lawsuit. Over $350. I need a new lawsuit. How about that? You need 350 and I need a new lawsuit. You want to make an exchange? Hey, Light Free, you want to make an exchange? You need 350 and I need a new case. Those payment cases, they're the easiest cases to win. The easiest. They're the easiest cases to win. They're gonna pay the money before the case even go to trial, but you gonna have more money besides that 350 to pay. You're gonna have to pay more than 350 though. You know that's about $15,000-$20,000 suit minimum. And if you do something to my live stream on top of that, you're gonna get sued for real. I'm talking about Mimi. They don't matter who you are. If I sue a city, I'll sue anybody. If you just a regular business boy, I'm going to take your head clean off your shoulder. I don't care who you think you are. So you need 350. Okay, that's cool. I need a new lawsuit. I'm not going to lose nothing. You see how, look, I be trying to cover. You see how fat I am? I ain't lose nothing. I don't lose sleep. I don't lose food. I don't lose nothing. I just sue people. You get sued and what happens? What I lost? I ain't lose nothing. What did I lose? Oh, you gotta wait 5 months for 350. Look, I quit a business. This dude, bro, literally, he's so stupid, bro. This dude, literally, he owed me like $200. Bro, I turned that 200 to 6,000. Ask my daddy. I turned $200 he owed me to 6 racks in 45 days. That's a case you can't win. You see what I'm saying? That's the stupidest thing to ever do. You giving a person a free lawsuit. Somebody like me, because you're gonna pay way more than that. You're gonna pay 20 to 50 times that 350. 20 to 50 times, and you can't win the case because you ain't paid the money. That's the stupidest thing you could ever do. Look, I saw a dude once before in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, and he said something about somebody not paying me. I told him I would pay him I would pay my job money not to pay me. I'll give him $100, $200. What you owe me? $350? I'll give you $350 not to pay me. When I sue him, what you think gonna happen? I'm talking about immediately. Because that's not something you call the California workforce. I'm talking about 15 seconds, bro. You gonna get Mimi ducked. Have a great Christmas. Oh, it's gonna be better than ever. When that lawsuit come out, it's gonna be better than ever. I don't know what he talking about or who he talking about or what's going on, but I'm sorry about that though, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stay on, bro. I'm on here for the drama. Real talk. I'm on here for the drama. Lawyers are crooked. It don't matter how crooked they are, though. They'll empty your bank account. Lawyers are crooked, and they sued Fox Million for almost $1 trillion. Yeah, they crooked. Empty your bank account, too. But I'm saying, why get on here and try to, I'm in the comment section. Everything you say, I'm saying, why get on here and say something stupid if you just going to get taken off the channel? Yeah, first of all, if you on the live stream for an unproductive purpose, you a loser. Second of all, you already know when you say something stupid, he just going to take you off. He not finna go off. He not snapping today. I'm just removing you. I'll film you and remove you. If you was out here, I'm going to film you. I ain't got my phone right now, so I got to throw rocks at the bitch. If you on the thing, I'm going to remove you, bro. I ain't got time for you. What I got time for that for? I ain't got time for that stupid stuff, bro. You could try whatever you want to try. You ain't doing nothing to me. Bro, they put cuffs on me. They put handcuffs on me. I laughed in their face. They feel bad behind that. They lost. The state of New York looked at what they did and said, we not stupid like y'all. We not stupid like Connecticut said. And I went to court and they dropped charges. I know the purpose for that whole situation is they trying to put, like I'm a certain kind of person so they could try to dismiss one of my cases, but it ain't going to help them. It ain't going to help the judge. It's not going to help that city. It ain't going to help none of it. It ain't going to help them. They just going to get sued 4 or 5 more times. That's all that's going to happen. And that judge going to fight that appeal because for him to dismiss the case, he going to have to do something wrong, something illegal or something that's not right. Just because he a federal judge, he think he get covered, bro. Nah. Bro, look, he keep on, bro, they keep trying, though. Look, my opponents, bro, they try harder than anybody I ever seen in my life. I give the least amount of effort in almost anything I do in my life. And the dude I faced off against, he like 30 years older than me. And he pay people and his message to them, they try so hard. Bro, you had 15 people. Look, you have 20 people on here, bro. You see what I'm saying? And they keep on trying to come on the live stream saying stupid stuff. Ain't nothing but a bunch of idiots. And everything they say, bro, I'm just blocking them. But they still try. They keep trying. They keep trying. Bro, in real life out here, they do the same thing. The same thing. The only thing I seen is a girl jogging in blue pants. That's the only thing I seen worth anything this morning. Is that one girl, and she was kind of ugly. I'm sorry, y'all. She was ugly. But she everything else was right, though. You said the Lord has me. He been had me. That's why I ain't worried about it. I'ma just sue whoever for whatever. You feel that? I'ma just sue whoever for whatever. I ain't worried about nothing nobody say. If you owe me some money, you paying that. You can pay it when you want to. But if you don't pay it when you're supposed to, you're going to pay 50 times more every single time, bro. I promise you. Dude, I called a company, but I signed a non-disclosure agreement, so I can't call their name. Not on this setting. But I promise you, they didn't, bro. Like, look, so something happened at work. They knew they were finna get sued. They knew they were going to get sued. They like, oh, we ain't going to pay them the $200. Bro, you just filed with the Texas workforce. Or wherever he at. If they the business in California, it's even worse. See, Texas, they Republican. They kind of cool on businesses. California, they ask Elon, they'll run you out their state. They'll sue you up out their state. That's how California get down. That's why I love California. They don't play like that. Chicago don't play like that. I thought Connecticut did, but I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna speak on the East Coast because I seen things over here but I know going over there. I know what happened over there. You gonna get Mammy ducked in California. Connecticut is a fake Democratic stronghold. I don't want to put your governor or none of your senators. I don't want to put none of y'all on blast. That's a fake Democratic stronghold. In the state of Connecticut, them Democrats are weak as I don't know what. Listen, you laughing. Look. What Democrats you know, and who the two senators, what's the Democratic senators from Connecticut? I know one of them, and one of them, Pam Bondi, straight pumped on TV. I'll play it. One of the senators from Connecticut, Pam Bondi, straight pumped on TV. Look, Pam Bondi, the attorney general, right? She getting questioned. She the one getting questioned by the senator from Connecticut, and she punked him. She told him she'll put him in jail. He on hush mouth. How he could serve the people in his community and his constituents, and Pam Bondi holding a little peanut charge over his head, and he shook. I embarrass him. The Connecticut got name me the Congress people from Connecticut. You don't know them. You don't know their senator. You don't know who their governor is. Think about it. It's an all blue state. We know Michigan governor, Gretchen. We know Big Gretch. We know California governor. We know Big Governor Newsom. You know, I love Gretchen. I didn't think I would I love Michigan. It ain't that I moved to Michigan. I just love Gretchen, and I love how they do their politics in Michigan. That's all. I lived there. Ain't nobody gonna tell me I lived there. I interacted with the government. I interacted with the police. I interacted with them in all these states. And I'm just letting it be known. So who Connecticut governor is? You don't even know who their governor is. You don't know who their governor is. You don't know who their senators are. You don't know who their Congress people are. It's a big blue state. How is that possible? Ain't none of y'all can name, without looking it up, you can't name me one politician from Connecticut. You can from Massachusetts. Follow me. Keep following me. Keep following me. You want to keep following me? I can from Massachusetts. You ever heard of Elizabeth Warren? What rock you been living under? I came from Vermont. You ever heard of Bernie Sanders? What rock you been living under? I came from big NYC. That's why I'm here. You ever heard of AOC? You ever heard of Hakeem Jeffries? Bro, and then the governor of New York. Bro, I'm saying that we know the attorney general of New York. We know the mayor of NYC. Name me one politician from the state of Connecticut. That's my point. Pam Bondi know one. Ask Pam Bondi how weak them boys are. They weak as, bro, you soft as potato. Soft as a Twinkie feeling. The strongest Democrats in the country are in NYC and in California, period. Period. Ain't no Democrats in this country stronger than Gavin Newsom. I'm talking about his whole state. His whole state. Thank you, Jerry, for the donation, baby. Thank you, thank you, thank you. His whole state. Ain't no Democrats. They not strong like that in nowhere other place besides in Cali. That's where they strong at. In Connecticut, President Trump, he'll go pee on them Democrats in Connecticut. They soft. I don't like no for the people. It's not to go get money. Get money while you there. You supposed to. You stupid if you're not getting legal money in anything you doing. But what I'm saying is them politicians in Connecticut, they soft, boy. After I seen that, I thought I was gonna go to New Hampshire. I was gonna go to Rhode Island. You see what I'm saying? But I thought about it. Name me a senator or a congressman or a governor or anything or any of them states. You don't know nobody. I'm not fooling with them little rinky-dink rundown states. I'm just being real with you. I'm in New York though. I know. Before I came up here, I know everybody up here. I can't live in the Bronx in this situation. But if I could, I straight would live in the Bronx. I promise you, that's a real politician. Keem is too. All the rest of them politicians, bro, you take them and throw them in the trash can. I'm talking about like on not the state level, the federal level. That's what's facts. You want me to tell the real? I'm telling you the real now. Democrats soft. They ain't like Governor Newsom. Governor Newsom will punch you in your mouth. He went toe-to-toe with President Trump. Between President Trump and Governor Newsom, President Trump gonna end up being quiet. Governor Newsom ain't playing. And Jasmine, too. He get at Jasmine. Jasmine was on his head so bad, but I don't want to do that because, baby, you got a politician. You got a campaign to run. So you don't need to be focused on President Trump. You need to be focused on them voters in Texas. And they don't care. They like President Trump. So talking about President Trump too much ain't going to help you in Texas. I can promise you that. Not running for no statewide election. If you running in the district in Dallas where it's all black people and brown people, then yeah, talk about President Trump. You gonna do good. But anywhere else in a statewide election in the state of Texas, that's not a winning strategy. Yeah, I do need a video editor. Definitely. Look, I wish I could, bruh, Ameliorate Legal, AMELIORATE, Ameliorate Legal at gmail.com. Basically, look, you could edit the videos too, but I'm saying like, what I really need is somebody on the stream. I need somebody. If I did that right now, I'll get on this computer tomorrow. The thing is, bro, I got live streams to do. Whenever I'm not doing a live stream, you know what I'm saying? I really need to learn it though. I'm a little behind, like screen sharing and everything on YouTube to come on the stream and to do it. I need to learn it. You see what I'm saying? But if I had an editor, I would be on this computer. Don Lemon got an editor. He got people like Tucker and them. He just tell them to put it on the screen, and they putting it on the screen. All he got to do is get up there and talk. That's it. All he got to do. If I had that, like Roland Martin, he got one too. If I had one, I definitely would do that. So yeah, my boy, AmeliorateLegal at gmail.com. Go to my YouTube, and my link is in the bio, and that's my Instagram. You can hit me up on IG, or you can email me, bruh. Real talk. Straight up, I do need one for sure. Okay, come on, Jerry. That's a good question, but legally you can't. But really, like, oh, Jerry, listen at that. It's like, look, it's like, who is that? What's up, Angelo? My boy. Hey, look, it's like this, Jerry. This how I feel. So, if we paying taxes, like Jerry said, Angelo, this is a question for you. Say I stay in California. And Angelo, say I'm paying taxes like I'm supposed to, but President Trump, you know, he funding the state with our tax dollars. He just in control of it. But he said, hey, I ain't going to fund California for a political reason. What Jerry's saying is, should he pay taxes? Why should I pay taxes if he not giving us back the money? Merry Christmas, Angelo. Angelo is a Trump supporter, Jerry. Hey, I told you he's conservative. I had to add Jerry on as a moderator. I would like to have this conversation. What we talking about this morning, y'all? Hunter Hater, bro, that was pretty funny, though. I ain't gonna block you for that. If you just making jokes, I ain't finna do nothing with you on that. You could joke on me the rest of the day. If you say something funny enough, I'm gonna keep laughing. He talking about how big my forehead is, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't like, you know, this goes. You ain't gonna get no more authentic than this. You can have other people speaking true, because a lot of internet, our generation and younger, 45 and younger, they realize that speaking the truth is what's going to get you there. So it's a lot of people on YouTube speaking truth. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, like, I'm too authentic, bro. They not authentic like me. Nick, you will never go to jail. And if you do, bro, you going to be somebody's girlfriend. Nick, you ain't been in no military. I don't think you're strong enough to be in the military, Nick. Nick, you ain't never won an appeal in the U.S. Court of Appeals, Nick. You ain't like me, my boy. I'm a different kind of dude. I'm a real dude. You feel me? But yeah, I got a big forehead. That's why I'm growing my hair out. You feel that? Because, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to be swinging it. In 2026, I'm swinging. I'm cashing out and swinging, Angelo. Oh, yeah, you have to. You right. Don't break the law. And tell them that on the other side, too. Stop breaking the law. Angelo, Candace Owens is saying that the FBI is complicit in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Angelo, Candace Owens is saying that the FBI is complicit in the murder of Charlie Kirk, and she got millions of people watching her every night, and they not turning the channel. So y'all could try to say that she crazy as she want to be, but they watching her because they agree with what she's saying. They want to hear what she's saying, and she's saying the FBI. If the FBI is complicit in Charlie Kirk's murder, I'm not going to disintegrate or degrade that whole organization, but whoever running that organization, if what she's saying is true, you a criminal. You a corrupt criminal. Whoever running the FBI, if you are complicit in the murder of Charlie Kirk, you are a corrupt criminal. He breaking the law. It ain't no way you can know somebody murdered somebody and you in the FBI. That's illegal. That's immoral. You need to get sued. They need to take you behind a shed somewhere and beat the snot out of you. I couldn't be the FBI director. Because you would never call me to tell me. That's why I am in this car and I live the life that I live. But Angelo, when I go to sleep every night, I sleep good and I'm happy. Because if I was the FBI director and I knew they killed Charlie Kirk, I'm going to be your next murder because all of y'all going to jail. They wouldn't even call me to try to coordinate no murder. Oh, well, we got such and such going on. We need you to cover up and look the other way while we do such and such because of such and such. You ain't going to do it around me. I'm going to tell them that before they do it. If I knew Charlie, I probably would have called him and I would have called Charlie and told him. Like I said, they wouldn't have killed Charlie. They would have killed me. Too real, too authentic. The power structure know it. That's why. They ain't gonna call me. They call me. You gonna get straight realness. You know what I'm saying? If you doing some messed up stuff, I'm gonna tell you to your face. Angelo, I don't talk behind a man back. I say it to his face. I'm a thoroughbred brother. I don't fake and I don't hate. I'm gonna tell you to your face. I don't care who you are. You could be walking around thinking you God. If I seen you face to face, I'll slap that unibrow off your face, boy. Real talk. I don't care. I don't care if you beat me. I don't care if you kill me. What you gonna do to me? I'm going to heaven when I die. Boy, what you gonna do to me? And I'm not gonna be like Charlie, like, well, I think they gonna kill me tomorrow. I'm gonna come out there. I'm gonna be like King Mine. Bro, when they give me, if they kill me, bro, I'm gonna be beating the snot out of somebody when they shoot me. If I don't shoot you, one of the two, you know what I'm saying, Angelo? That's just how I feel. I'm a real dude, bro. I'm just all the way 1,000. And I'm not going to partake in, Angelo, no illegal, no criminal, no nothing. No nothing. I don't want nothing to do with nothing. I'm the leader of the FBI. And they tell me to look the other way. You know how, Cash Patel, you know how you got in that spot? If it weren't for Charlie, you wouldn't even got in that spot. Isn't that ironic? And you have the number one podcaster in the world. The Candace Owens is the number one. I don't care about what none of y'all other peons saying. Hey, you gotta salute Tucker. Tucker getting millions of views, especially as we went to Gaza. I got love for you, Tucker, for real. Not Gaza, to Qatar, though. That story, I like that story, bro. You being a conservative and you doing that story, Tucker, I got love for you, because that let me know that you don't care about no party or nothing like that. You care about the truth. That's why the truth. And Nick Fuentes, even if he kind of racist or is a racist, I won't be cool with him, but I know he care about the truth. Listen to this. Candace Owens, let me tell you about, I just love the conservative. I just love them, bro. They real to me. Look, she entertaining. She making money. It's a YouTube channel, but they doing a live investigation of the murder of Charlie Kirk, a live investigation of it on a YouTube channel. So a part of it is entertainment. A part of it might be true or might not be true. Who knows? Ain't nobody knows. But I'm saying one thing for certain and two things for sure. I'm talking about her personality. Her personality, bro, she about as real as they get. You can't get no realer than Candace, bro. That girl real as I don't know what. And you know why millions of people, not only, bro, look, I screenshot it and sent it to my mama. Bro, as soon as I got on Candace Owens channel, she had a $299 donation up there. $199. Now, bro, I'm talking about, it ain't, you talking about AdSense and getting money from YouTube or from Google, from the commercials. I'm saying, baby girl, she gonna make $1,500 in a first hour just from people giving her money. Millions of people giving her money. You know what that tell me? That tell me that the American people, they with what she talking about, because they know something in the milk ain't clean. They know something ain't clean. I'm not no conspiracy theorist, excuse me. So I can't tell you that, like, you know, whatever happened. That's not my lane. And then, like, I'm not no investigator, so I can't investigate. All I know is that story they gave about Charlie Kirk. You got to be the stupidest person in the world if you expect me to believe that. What's that boy name who was on the phone when he got shot? I wish I was watching Candace's show. A dude on the phone, when Charlie Kirk gets shot, the shot rang out and he didn't move. He had the phone. Listen, what Candace said. Candace said that right after when the shot rang out, she said a millisecond after the shot rang out, he had his phone to his ear. And somebody shoot a shot and he ain't budge. He just standing there still with the phone to his ear. Who you calling? Who was you on the phone with before he got shot? That's the question she asking. And the FBI, she said they bangled the investigation. Look, I ain't hating on nobody, but what's that, Angelo? I'm finna get to you, baby. Thank you for the donation. What's that first one? That incident that happened with Louis Mangione. They said he bangled that investigation. The one with Charlie Kirk, he bangled that he bangled that one. I was just talking about doing illegal stuff, because, Jerry, they can't tell me to do legal stuff and you doing illegal stuff. I'm going to call you, boy. I'll sue that DOJ. I'll sue that FBI, boy. On my mama. I put that on Jesus, boy. Real talk, I'll sue you 1,000 times, like I'm going to sue that city who think they finna get out of a lawsuit because they try to pay off or they made a little move with a federal judge. I'ma sue that city 1,000 times. I ain't disrespecting no court or no judge. That's how I get paid. But regardless of what he ruled, you might be out of that courtroom, and that case might go to New Orleans. But they getting sued again immediately. Yo, police officers, they all sued. They sued. All of them. So you get rid of that one case, you gonna get about 5. That one cop who did that, the little black girl that was with him, and some people in the city hall, I'm suing all y'all. Individually, I'm gonna put your name, make that cop go get a lawyer. I'm gonna make him personally, out of his money, have to fight a federal case and get a lawyer. Bro, play with me. And you can have any judge in your pocket. You got to stop these shots because they going to keep coming. You got to stop them. You stop one, I got 5 more behind it. You ain't ducking all these bullets, boy. You ain't ducking all this smoke. You going to get hit. Don't play with me, bro. That's Jerry. I appreciate that, though. Yeah, obey the law. Because if you in the FBI and you complicit to Charlie Kirk's murder, you can't tell us to obey nothing. You a criminal. If you know that boy got shot and you covering it and ain't doing nothing about it, you a criminal. Candace got millions of views, and that's what's going on her channel. Angelo says the trigger man is caught. That's what I'm saying, Angelo. You think he was the trigger man? Candace says she don't think he was the trigger man. Look, this is what I'm saying, Angelo. Angelo, listen. Candace said, tell the FBI to show us any kind of information of him pulling the trigger. You know that dude who tried to shoot President Trump? We seen him. We seen him, didn't we, Angelo? We seen him trying to kill They showed us shooting at President Trump, and they showed his body sprawled out after the Secret Service laid him down. So whenever they tell that, look, whenever you come out and tell that story, we know something all the way in the milk ain't clean. How that boy get on that roof and get to shoot at President Trump like that? How is that possible? In 2025, with the Secret Service, how is that? And all that technology and money, how is that possible? Oh, he wasn't the president. He was just a candidate. Still and all, you got the government, the U.S. government, surrounding President Trump. Candidate Trump, he rhymed with the government. It should be no way you get a shot off at him. But y'all got a story, though. And you got a story, and they got a story, and they got a story, and your story ain't adding up. Cash Patel, they gonna get you, boy. The leader of the FBI, Cash Patel. My name is Gregory D. Dixon II, boy. You a fried duck. We gonna eat you, boy. You fried. Hey, look, I'm not no Democrat, though, but I'm just saying, Angelo, on this side, this is what we do when we talk about Cash Patel and Tom Homan. They fool, boy. You fool. You fool. Wait till they get in charge. You already under. He gonna be under 3 investigations within 15 minutes of the Democrats getting that gavel. Cash Patel, you know you going under investigation. That Admiral, that Secretary Hegseth removed, that did that double tap, you already know you getting court-martial, boy. Tom Homan, you know you getting court-martial. You know you gonna get court-martial. Oh, he can't get court-martial, but he gonna go to jail, boy. You going to jail. You going to trial. So sit up there like you bad. Come put the cuffs on me today, boy. You gonna pay for it. Nobody care what you do. That's what I'm saying. Ain't no Democrats in Connecticut. They ain't got this energy. They weak. They soft. I'ma fight you. I'ma fight you. I didn't get this computer to do live streams on. That's why I'm on this phone. I don't even care, really. I got this computer for one reason. And ask my mom and daddy what I got this computer for. It's just to sue people. All I'm saying is, Angelo, I don't know if that boy pulled the shot. If he pulled the trigger, look, Candace said there's no way he scurried up that wall and shot Charlie Kirk with a 30-06 and Charlie's head didn't come off his shoulders. That's what Candace said. And then the McCoy dude that's standing next to Charlie, he on the phone like he waiting for the shot. When the shot come, you hear a shot ring out and you don't duck. You just stand there. You know it's a gunshot. Everybody else ducking and running and screaming, and he just stand there. He calmly on the phone looking around, and he stand there and calmly just turn around and walk off. Bro, watch Candace show. She got all the 411. Millions of people. So you could come at Ghost. You could knock Ghost off. But Candace still gonna have millions of people. And if you not Candace, somebody gonna step up in millions of people. Like we said, corruption. I thought President Trump came in to fight corruption. I thought you came in to fight corruption. People knowing the results of court cases before it even go to trial. The definition of corruption. The ones, I ain't talking about you, Jerry, baby. I love you though. But the ones that's saying the most about following the law, not you, Jerry. Like I said, I got love for you, baby. But everybody else, Angelo, about following the law, they the biggest criminals. That's what I'm finding out in life. It's the ones that's trying to tell you not to do right and wrong, to do wrong. Those are the ones that'll put you in hell. They're the worst ones. The police is the biggest gang in the world. They all don't move like that. You know what I'm saying? But they're the biggest gang in the world. You talk about corruption, you can't tell nobody not to break no laws, and you corrupt as you want to be. Harassing American citizens. Harassing American citizens. Disabled American citizens. Boy, you fool. You gonna get ate like some Cheerios. Bro, look, everybody you hear talk about Cash Patel. I ain't heard nobody on the internet say one positive word about Cash Patel. Nobody. Who was the last whatchamacallit? Mayor Garland? Merrick Garland or whatever. He's the last one. The last FBI director, you know what I'm saying? I ain't hear nobody talk about him. I don't hear Candace ain't said one positive thing about Cash. Tucker, I ain't hear him say nothing positive. Cash, don't get on the Democrats, bro. They be janking how he look. Angelo, they talk about how his eyes always like this, like the boy snoring cocaine or something. That's what they saying about you on the internet, boy. Real talk. Angelo, they are corrupt. That's what I'm saying. And I thought President Trump was going to do something about that, Angelo. Oh, you saying the Democratic Party, but the Democrats ain't in control. Candace Owens ain't a Democrat. Cash Patel ain't a Democrat. Charlie Kirk ain't a Democrat. Ain't none of them over there Democrats. So the only person over there you'll say a Democrat is the dude they said pulled the trigger that nobody ever saw him pull a trigger. He climbed up a building wall like Spider-Man. He rappelled up the building. He climbed up the building, Angelo, with his bare hands. He climbed up the building with a 30-06. He scaled the wall with a 30-06. He shoot one shot at Charlie that any other bullet expert said his head probably gonna come off. They said probably not, and maybe not, but they said more than likely it will. And then we saw him going off the roof. Then we see him leaving the roof. So I'm not, what Candace is saying make a lot of sense. I know he got something to do with it. I know he got something to do with it. I'm not saying the dude they arrested they arrested an innocent man. No, they didn't. That boy they arrested has something to do with it, but we don't know he the shooter. If he the shooter, show us the cameras. If he a shooter, let us see him take the shot. Because that's another thing she said. She said that they had a dude over there who was close by the area that he was in. And they seen that taller dude when he was up there, but they said they never seen him put no shot come from up there. That's what I'm saying. If y'all watch Candace's show, it's so many inconsistencies in that story. And the FBI is headed by a Republican Cash Patel. And ain't nobody believe nothing you saying. Erica Kirk don't even believe you. She just say she do. She don't believe you either. Ain't nobody believing nothing he's talking about. And he the same one. He was dumping on the Republican. I mean, on the Democrat. He was dumping on Merrick Garland and all these. He dumping on them. Who was the FBI director before him? I forget his name. But President Trump put him there, I think. We ain't heard nothing from that dude. I think he served under President Biden, too. We ain't heard nothing from him. No problems, no issues. Just a regular cop. I don't know what Cash Patel got going on. Was he ever even a police officer? How you be an FBI agent and you never was even the leader of the FBI? You never was a cop before. Bro, listen, you ain't finna come in here and tell the FBI nothing they doing. So all y'all people, if y'all hear a politician talking about he finna reform the FBI or reform anything in the government, y'all know not to listen to that no more. Because they listening to President Trump talking about, I'm going to release this on Kennedy. He ain't released nothing. I'm going to release Martin Luther King. Listen, if the FBI don't want you to find out who really killed Charlie Kirk, Candace, you just making money, baby. You will never get to no end of no investigation. I don't care what your conclusion is. You're not going to be able to prove that because that's just how our government works. And Cash Patel, the only problem I got with you is all that mouth running you did before you got in there. Like you going to be any different than anybody else. You worse. They talk about you. Bro, Adam Mockler, y'all go watch Adam Mockler. Watch the Democrats. Watch Midas Touch. You see what I'm saying? Watch these. I watch them all. I never heard them talk about an FBI director like they talk about him. They talk about him all the time. I've never heard one person say nothing positive about Cash Patel. Not once. You said Candace needs to prove it. Well, that's what she working on. That's what she working on. And we watching her every night. Baby girl so smart. Listen, I rarely will sit there and listen to a person who I think that could possibly be smarter than me. And when I listen to Candace Owens speak, you will never hear me say this about nobody. I think it's a chance that young lady might be slightly more intelligent than me. And that's hard for me to say about anybody because people just not smarter than me. But they look at her like she's cunning and crafty. She's not cunning and crafty. The girl is just smart. She's very smart. I watch her every night. Y'all, look, Angelo, you got to understand, she was working at the Daily Wire. She got fired. She got fired because she was saying the French, what's her name? Brigitte Macron? The French president's wife was a man, so they fired her for saying that. Angelo, listen to me. She said the French president's wife was a man. She a transgender. She had a sex change. Now, Candace, I can't ride with you on that. I just can't. That woman, she got a wig on and she probably funny looking. She is funny looking. So if she take that wig off and she funny looking, I'm saying, she might look like a man. You know what I'm saying? But Candace, I think she a woman though. Like that's what I'm saying, Angelo. Her channel's entertainment, so that's what confuses people. Because it is entertainment. She was working at the Daily Wire. She do gotta make bread, so she gotta entertain people. So her talk, she was top 5 podcasts in the world before Charlie Kirk. Now she number 1, and now she making money. But Erica Kirk making money. If Charlie Kirk was still alive, he was making money. People talk of like making money is something wrong. It's not nothing wrong with her making money, and talk about her friend getting assassinated and doing an investigation. Angelo live. Angelo, listen. You know, my brother, it's stuff. All we saying, Angelo, is that they always telling us stories. And it's like the stories that they are giving us, Angelo, they're not copacetic. That's all I'm saying, Angelo. The story the FBI give on JFK murder, I wouldn't tell that to a 5-year-old. I can't do what Charlie Kirk did or what Candace does and break it down and do the investigation and show you how they line over here. Bro, like, okay, look, Angelo, she talking about Egyptian planes, okay? Egyptian planes that was following Turning Point USA around. Number one, those Egyptian planes, those aren't Egyptian planes. They might be Egyptian planes, but Candace, the people, it sounds funny, Candace. Just say Israelis. Just say the Mossad. The Mossad, I know she's just trying to use facts and say, hey, this plane is registered to the Egyptian military. But really, it's just the Mossad. The Mossad, they operate a lot out of Egypt. So that's just Israel. That's all she's trying to say is just Israel. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, bro, she got planes following them around, this going on, and she do need to prove it. But what she's saying make a whole lot of it. What she's saying, Angelo, make 1,000 more times sense than what Cash Patel's saying. And that's why everybody watching her and giving her money and helping her investigate. Everybody helping her. Hey, look, the government, they thought that people would be like, oh, my goodness, she talking against Cash and the DOJ, and ooh, she's bad. We're going to cancel her. That's not it. It went the exact opposite. You know why, Angelo? Because we not stupid. And we know they keep trying to play us like we stupid. Come play with me, boy. I'm ready to play. I'm going to sue the snot out you on repeat. I don't care what judge you got to. I'm going to sue your police officers. I'm going to sue your police chiefs. I'm going to sue your police captains. I'm going to sue your city managers. I'm going to sue that city. I'm going to sue everybody on repeat. Sue them all. They stupid for listening to anything you saying. That's kind of like Mark Kelly saying, listening to an illegal order. Angelo, I couldn't beat Cash. I couldn't beat them. They tell me go arrest this dude because we want to do A, B, and C. I'm not doing that. They're going to fire me. I'm going to tell them straight up. Angelo, the people that know me, they know it's real. Look, the last apartment I had, I just got my apartment. Listen to me, Angelo. I had a job at Walmart Distribution Center. After taxes, I was clearing a straight stack. Clearing. My highest check, this is in 1 week, $1,000 in a week. My highest check from Walmart Distribution Center, Angelo, I made $1,700. I'm talking about brought it home. I brought home $1,700 in 7 days, boy. It wasn't even 7 days, it was like 4 days. Okay? So you know how much money I was making in Mississippi. $1,700 in a week. I was getting it in. The distribution center, Walmart. In Irvington, Alabama. Okay? Near Mobile. So, while I had that job, I had just got the last apartment I had. This was in 2022. While I had got that job, or 2021, right after COVID. While I had got that job, I had came back and I got another job. And the other job I had, Angelo, I was working in like Circle K, cleaning Circle K, stocking the coolers and stuff like that. Second job. So I just got the apartment. My rent $1,000 a month. I lost my job. The $1,700 a week job, they fired me for no reason. So you do that to me right now if I work. Yeah, I'm going to keep on putting checks in my pocket. That's all that's going to happen. Keep getting paid. They fired me for no reason. So, Angelo, this is what happened. After they fired me for no reason, the only job I had was that Circle K, cleaning Circle K's, making $400 a week. So I went from getting about, I say probably about 5,000-6,000 a month to making $1,600 a month. And my bills is more than that. Angelo, follow me. With that in mind, I went into work one day and she asked me to stock a beer cooler. What's wrong with stocking a beer cooler? Ain't nothing wrong with stocking a beer cooler. But something in my heart when she asked me that, I was just like, man, I ain't never stocked a beer cooler in here and I'm not finna start. And I went up to her, I said, ma'am, I said, I'm a Christian. And I said, you selling this alcohol in here. I said, I mean, hey, get your money. But I said, I'm not going to help you sell no alcohol in no store. I'm not going to help get my neighbor drunk. I'm not. I'll work in this store with you while you selling this alcohol. This your business. But I'm saying, I'm not selling nobody no alcohol. I'm not doing it. Y'all got to know my past. I used to sell drugs. I used to help people get high. I used to help people get drunk. That's what I did. That was my past. I ain't doing it no more. You know what she said? She said, Greg, I'm a Christian too. She said, if you don't start that beer cooler, she said, you're gonna have to hit the door. And you know what I told her? Deuces. No job now. I just got fired from a job. Just got fired for no reason. Okay? And the only job I had left to survive on it, the only one I had left. Only one. She asked me to start the beer cooler. I stood 10. I used to sell drugs. I used to help people get drunk. I used to do, even though it's not the same thing, I'm not going to do none of that. I ain't in none of that no more. I ain't going to sell no beer. I ain't going to be no bartender. I ain't in none of that. I don't drink myself. What I'm going to be selling beer to this dude for? I don't drink. Alcohol ain't the same. You could say, oh, well, you don't eat broccoli, but you work at the cashier, so you say, but alcohol ain't the same thing as broccoli. You people getting drunk, man, acting stupid, killing each other, beating their wives. If you want to drink, I'm not hating on you drinking no beer, no wine. I'm not going to say I would be at a social meeting. You might see me with a cup of wine. You might, but I'm not selling it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to sell nobody no kind of drinks. I'm not giving them no drugs. I'm not doing nothing with no alcohol or no weed. God wanted to see. It might not be a big deal to Angelo or one of y'all, but for me, with my past, he wanted to see where I stood with this. So I told her, I said, you know where I stand? I'll see you later. But my rent got paid the rest of that year. And I didn't pay, I might have paid 1 or 2 months rent for the rest of the year. God paid the whole lease out. You hear me? I said God paid that whole lease. I might have paid rent once or twice that whole year, the rest of the year. I was stuck in the rent. I had to pay to get in there. But after they did that to me, oh, God said, they didn't really do nothing to me. I stood up on what I believed in. And they say, hey, God, so, bro, I'm just being real with you, fam. I'm just being real with you. So I know I'm going to stand 10. You ain't coming to me and say, y'all just murdered somebody and you want me to cover it up. Boy, you a whole piece of work. That's the definition of corruption. The definition. And you just happen to be the FBI director during the assassination attempts. Who was the FBI director during Kennedy and Martin Luther King, all them people getting killed? Who the FBI director then? I guarantee you go find him, you going to find some answers that he ain't going to want to tell you. Cash Patel, boy, you take that uniform off, boy, they catch you out there in them streets, boy, they might do you some. Real talk. You gonna take that uniform off, boy. Just remember that. You ain't too old either. You know what I'm saying? Huh. You ain't too old. And you live in Cash Patel, you from Vegas? Boy, that's the wrong city. You need to move out here or move down south. You need to live in Texas, Cash, or in Florida. Florida fits you good. Cash, you need to move to Florida. You live in Vegas? Boy, when you come out, bro, that might not be the city you want to live in. Hey, that stuff don't, even in them Republican states, Charlie got hit in Utah, bro. You probably don't want to go out west with that. You don't want to go out west with that. You want to stay on the East Coast or down south somewhere. Go hide in the Midwest when you ain't the FBI director. Because Vegas ain't the city for you to be in. Too many people running through Vegas, Cash, who don't like you. And if you ain't got no power, they gonna want to pluck you in your head, boy. I'm trying to tell you. Listen, y'all never listen to Ghost. Y'all never listen to me. And I'm always right. Hey, they say they gonna let me keep talking. You let me keep talking. That ain't gonna help you, boy. It's 4 hours and 20 minutes we've been streaming, baby. Bro, that's what, like, I ain't even gonna comment on that. I told myself, you know what I'm saying? Like, I be talking to my mama and stuff. My mama be trying to get me to be a better person. So I can't even comment on you. He talking about how dangerous I am. You dangerous though, right? You real dangerous. Listen, so Cash Patel, he gonna beat me in a fight? He dangerous though. That boy ain't never did nothing in his life. He ain't what he did in his life for somebody to respect him like that. He a Navy SEAL. Cash a Navy SEAL. You see what I'm saying? He a Navy SEAL. He's somebody to respect like that, like somebody scared of him. What he gonna do to me? He can't whoop me. Hey, Angelo, you still on the stream? How much money you got to bet Cash Patel can't whoop me? He gonna whoop me hand to hand. What he gonna do to me? He ain't dangerous at all. The people around him might be dangerous, but he not dangerous at all. I promise you. He not dangerous. He said the devil is a Democrat. The devil ain't in no political party. The devil just hate God. He ain't got no political party. His political party is I hate God. That's his party. The devil ain't got no political party. He ain't Democrat, Republican. It don't matter. The devil don't care what party you in. All the people, Epstein file. You thinking the people in the Epstein, you think before Epstein, he said only Republicans can get in here. You think Epstein said only Democrats can come in here. You know, it don't care if you know, sin and wrong don't care what party you in. It don't care what race you in. It don't care about none of that. I don't do that, man. I have to get rid of you for that, bro. You can't be talking about Jesus like that. You could do that with the devil. Don't say nothing about Jesus, bro. Please don't. Yeah, Jerry, it don't matter what party you in, and it don't matter what position you got. It don't matter what party you in or what position you got. It don't matter what party you in or what position you got. Don't matter. If he knows somebody who killed Charlie Kirk and you going to sleep every night, you eating and still wearing that FBI jacket, I ain't got no respect for you. If you know who killed him, I can't listen, if the Messiah did kill him, okay, or the Messiah has something to do with his death, I really can't hate on the Messiah. That sounds crazy, don't it? That's what they do. Them boys in a dangerous world. The CIA, they in a dangerous world, baby. That's what they do, bruh. They bang people. That's like the military. I can't. Y'all hear me hating on PXL? Because that's what they do. They bang people. They kill people for that's their jobs. But what I'm saying is, Cash Patel's supposed to, he over here on my side. He ain't no military. You supposed to be representing justice. That's what you represent. You wearing that FBI flap jacket. And Jerry, he got that FBI jacket on, and you know what happened to Charlie Kirk. Yo, friend, you on TV talking about this, your friend, and you fighting corruption. Boy, wait till the midterms come. You could do whatever you want to. It ain't gonna save you. It's gonna make it worse. Because you are who you are, it's gonna make it worse. You might not make it to the midterms. President Trump might end up firing you before then, boy. Yeah. Uh-huh. I'm gonna give you the truth. So we only got two choices. You gotta blame that on our founding fathers, though. Because we got a two-party system. That's how they set it up. I don't never see no third party being really, unless Elon coming. Unless Elon ready to drop about 20 billion. I think that's about what it takes. It's going to take an astronomical amount of money for any party to be successful. Bernie Sanders went through that. Bernie, look, so when Bernie was building what he building, Mandami and them, you know what I'm saying? When he was building what he was building, he was thinking in his mind, he thinking like, you know what I'm saying? Should I start a new party, or should we just join or should we stay with the Democratic Party? That's what he thinking. And him and Elon and President Trump, when President Trump first ran, I think he did a nomination. Didn't he run for president before, not run or some third party or something like that? He said it too. He said that, you know what I'm saying? Like, third parties just don't do good in America. But when you get in the Republican Party, you in the system. You in the matrix. You talking against and hating the matrix, but you are the matrix. It's unbelievable, my guys. Unreal. And you know what I'm saying? That the thing, Jerry, about that is that's why we don't even know. We that's why we feel funny about Charlie Kirk's death, bro. We feel funny about it. Real funny about it. Real funny. But it's cool, though. Jasmine finna be the next senator from the state of Texas. That's where I'm at. Real talk. You said open borders was because the Democratic Party cared for the people. In a way, you can say that. Why else would they? If you didn't care for, why would you let them in then? It's a benefit for you too, but those people kind of hurting too. I just feel like the Democrats care more about the people, and Republicans care about businesses. Bro, come on, let's not even see. That's why I don't like having conversations with people who try to shoo and foo and poo. You feel what I'm saying? Just be real about it. You gon' take all the programs from the people, and you gonna give billionaires tax breaks. Who care about the people? It ain't no Republicans. They ain't acting like it if they do. I believe that too, Jerry. I really do, with my whole heart. I believe that too, Jerry. 1,000%. 2,000%. You said illegal votes, nothing more. Maybe so. But I'm saying it didn't help them. Look, bro. If that was a strategy that I had to where I'm gonna let a bunch of illegal immigrants in, so I could get them to go down and vote for me. What I'm saying, it didn't work. It didn't help them. I'm saying they got, just like it didn't help them. They have to be able to see and recognize. You feel what I'm saying? That it's not helping them. So if it's not helping them to let a bunch of illegals into the country, why are you still doing it? It's not. I'm saying like it. I don't get it. They've been for years. Where they coming to the most is in Texas. They ain't won Texas in 30 years. I'm saying where the illegals at? Not illegals. Let's. I don't want to use that term. Let me say where a lot of immigrants. You know, it's some Haitians in Minnesota. They win Minnesota. You know about the Hispanics across the Northeast and on the West Coast. But look at Texas, full of Hispanics. Look at Florida, full of Hispanics. It's like where the immigrants go. Like I hope people realize this or recognize this. Where the immigrants go, they're going to fit into that culture. Imagine you going to a new country, okay? So if I go to Mexico and the politics in the area I am is voting for this candidate, what I look like bucking the system. If the immigrants go down south, they probably going to be Republican, or a good chunk of them to be Republican. If the immigrants go to the Midwest, it depends on where they at. That's what I think it is. So you just saying, I'm going to let them come into the country, and you thinking I don't think that benefits them at all. None. That's just my what I think. But saying, man, you keep on saying that, and I know that's a talking point, but I don't know. Saying, man, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say, but I know. Listen, I know Jasmine. Like I could tell you things that Jasmine did for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know AOC. I could tell you things that President Biden and VP Harris did for me. I could tell you policies that Bernie Sanders made that work for me. I could tell you policies that work for me. That's all I'm saying. Because of exactly. President Trump don't realize that though. He don't realize that. You feel me? He don't realize that. President Trump, you're going to cut ties with the wrong person one day and you're going to get for that. Real talk. Real talk. You're going to cut ties with the wrong person one day, President Trump, the one who could have helped. Because, see, the Republicans going to realize what Charlie Kirk meant to you. You're going to see it. Turning Point USA ain't Turning Point USA without Charlie Kirk. We didn't even know what Turning Point USA was. We knew Charlie Kirk. We don't even know. Oh, I see it on there, Turning Point USA. Oh, yeah, because he said Turning Point USA. We're not thinking about Turning Point USA as a business or organization. Within 4 years, the only time we talking about Turning Point USA is going to be talking about Charlie Kirk. What's Turning Point USA? I ain't trying to belittle your organization, but I'm just saying, like, that organization, we knew of it as Charlie Kirk. You feel what I'm saying? So he gonna feel the loss of Charlie Kirk. He gonna feel the loss of Marjorie Taylor Greene. And anybody giving him political advice, Jerry, he gonna feel the loss of that too. He gonna feel it. When them articles of impeachment hit you in your head, keep cutting ties with people. Yeah. I know everything, Angelo and Jerry. I know it all. I just be playing stupid. I pick stuff up out the air. Real talk. I promise you. I lose one case, boy. I promise you. I promise. I'm not dangerous. I'm not dangerous at all. But come talk to me. Come talk to me though in November. Who said that about me being dangerous? Come talk to me and come talk to me. No, nah, don't November. We gonna go into February. Come talk to me in February 27th. Come talk to me February 27th though. You hear me? Hey Cash, come talk to me in February 27th. Hey Cash, if you still there, come arrest me in February 2027. I always play the long game. I'm not dangerous though, bruh. I'm not dangerous at all. But you're not gonna be corrupt and treat God's children any kind of way and think you're not gonna pay for it, boy. They don't believe in God though. They say they Christians. They say they the Republican Party, Angelo, but they don't really believe in a real God like Jehovah Jireh, like an unseen God who deal with you for wickedness and sin that you commit. They don't believe in that. They just going around saying I'm Christian because you get money for saying you Christian. In America, you got to be a Christian. Oh, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. Everybody Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian, but I'm on the Epstein files. Hey, I'm a Christian, but I'm in the Epstein files. Everybody in America a Christian. They just saying that. But I'm talking about a real Christian with a real God who will deal with you for what you really do. They don't believe in that. Oh, yeah. You talking about powerful. Yeah, I'll show you some power. You talking about dangerous. I'll show you some danger, bro. Come talk to me in February 2027. That's all I got to say. Come talk to me in February 2027. That's all I got to say. He did Marjorie Taylor Greene was dead wrong. I don't care what nobody say. Dead wrong, boy. Hey, y'all read what Titan Bruce said. I can't say everybody. I can't say everybody though, Titan Brew. That's not right to say they all ain't Christians. You know what I'm saying? I mean, some people, they feel like you support Joe Biden. Look at Angelo. Angelo, read what Titan Bruce said. Because Angelo gonna say if you a Democrat, you not a Christian too, because you support transgenders and abortion. That's why Jesus told them when they went to Jesus. They went to Jesus. And they looked at Jesus. They said, "Hey, they trying to trap Jesus. They brought him some worldly stuff, and they asking Jesus what that pertained to. Gee, you know what Jesus told him? Angelo probably know this scripture. He said, "Give me a coin." They gave him a coin. He said, "Who inscription on that coin?" They said, "Caesar." He said, "Render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, and render unto God what is God's." Politics, that's Caesar. That's of the world. That's not a Jesus of God. You feel me? And I believe that's really for the Republicans and the Democrats. But the thing about the Democrats, they don't be trying to be acting like the Republican Party act like they are the party of God. Christian nationalism. That's all Republicans. That's the difference between them and the Democrats. The Democrats, you know what I'm saying? They just do what they do. But the Republicans try to act like it's God who got them doing what they doing. That's the thing that I find kind of funny. Hey, use Titan Brew. You hear what? Hey, I can let y'all have that debate. You hear what Angelo said? Titan said the same thing you said, Angelo, but he said it from a Democratic perspective. That's why I like this channel. I like Republicans and Democrats. Have a conversation, just like Charlie. Have a conversation. Let them talk. Let them have the conversation. He don't like everything the Democrats are supporting now. Not everything. Angelo just make it seem like they're the worst people in the world, Angelo. They're not the worst people in the world. Because we could do that about Republicans. You heard what Titan Bruce said about the Republicans. That's what I'm saying. You could go both ways with it. You could go either way with it. You know what I'm saying? I just don't like that corruption stuff, bro. I don't like no corruption. I don't like nobody telling me how a court case is going to turn out before you even get to discovery. That's corruption. How would this person know? This person, cop, they ain't got nothing to do with the court, and they know everything gonna happen to the case. So you get this whole system corrupt. Yo, it's messed up. I love my country to death. I love America. It's the greatest nation on earth. America, the greatest nation on earth. This ain't no fake patriotism. This ain't no fake nationalism. This is realness. America, the greatest nation on earth. But the problem is we just be electing the wrong people to run the country because they get up there and start telling lies about what they gonna do on day one. But it's cool though. They don't believe in God. Me and Angelo, we believe in God, and God gonna deal with the wrong. I can promise you that. Anything you do wrong, you don't gotta believe with God. You still gonna get dealt with. Cause you don't believe in him don't mean that God ain't gonna deal with you. You gonna get dealt with. It's just my faith that's strong. That's why I talk like that. Cause I know I done seen it 1,000 times. What I come on here saying that be wrong? What I be coming on here telling y'all that's wrong? Huh? Cause y'all say that about VP Harris. You say that about VP Harris all you want to. You feel what I'm saying? But during that VP Harris's campaign, what did I say? During VP Harris's campaign, what did I say? Angelo, I can't say that she gonna lose if I'm supporting her. The stuff is that. It ain't about hiding the truth. It's just like saying, oh, look, there's a fat woman right there. I ain't gotta tell her she fat. Cause she fat, that's not lying cause I'm being polite. That's not lying. Being polite is not being a lie. What Nick Fuentes is saying, I'm gonna go up to that fat woman and say, hey, you fat woman. So he could feel like he real. Nah, you just getting views. You know what I'm saying? Because if you be like that, people gonna watch you. That's entertaining. I'm saying you could tell the truth and be polite at the same time. You don't have to be rude to be truthful. Hey, Angelo, listen to what he said, though. Angelo, what he said is right, though. All I'm saying is with your deeds, what he's saying really, Angelo, really is right, though. Because when I say which one of them is, you know what I'm saying, with their actions. We looking for actions. You feel me? We looking for actions, Angelo. And what Titan Bruce saying, really, with their actions, they not all the way copacetic. Angelo, you burn, I wish, man, like my computer wasn't about dead. You burn 500 tons of food. I'm going to look at how many times in the Bible God said to feed the poor or to help the hungry. And you burning 500 tons of food. That's a sin. You know how many people starved? And the people who doing it are filthy rich and they got money. Boy, you ain't. Man, them people ain't. Half of them on the Epstein list, Angelo. Half of them are pedophiles. That's true. I'm not, listen, everything y'all saying is true. That's why, look, I'm an independent. That's what I'm saying. I'm a straight independent. You can't make me no Republican, Angelo, and say that that other side is of the devil. And you got pedophile. You over here power with pedophiles, corrupt. Look, Louis Mangione, we know he killed the CEO. We seen him fire the shot. Who? What's tell us the rest of? Let's ask Tucker Carlson. Tucker, no. Tell us the rest of the story. Tucker, tell you in a heartbeat. Our government is corrupt as I don't know what. Boy, stop playing. How you gonna tell me to do anything right and you corrupt? I'm a tell you. See, Tucker ain't gonna do that. He a reporter. He like, he just gonna tell you what's going on and keep on pushing. I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna be like a preacher on you. You wicked, you sinful. I'm gonna be like Stephen, stone me, boy. I'm gonna stand up and tell you a stiff neck, uncircumcised. Ye are of your father, the devil. That's the language. See, this real Christian talk. You are a murderer from the beginning. Ye are of your father, the devil. You gonna pay for it. Listen, all the stuff they saying about Israel, y'all, this is a different kind of stream. Hey, make them right. Look, in 5 hours, I guess you could watch the first 2 hours and you could get the content that you need, and then you go on about your business. But some people, they gonna rock with me the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Y'all who rocking with me the whole time, I want to show you something. Because look, everything that they saying about Israel, I'm finna go get my Bible out the trunk. Everything, or out the hatch. Everything they saying about Israel, you know what I'm saying? Everything they saying about Israel, God gonna deal with them. Don't worry about that. Anything they doing, God gonna deal with them. He been dealing with them for hundreds of years. Thousands, my bad. Thousands of years. He gonna deal with them. Trust me. All these little preacher dudes or whatever that's running around doing what they doing, God gonna deal with you, boy. He gonna deal with you. You think you want the God to deal with you? Oh, let God deal with me. Oh, that's what you gonna let God deal with. You think you got some money and you gonna get away with something for a while, bro. I'm telling you, I know your end. I know your end, boy. So just like this, the same dude. This the same dude who they coming to Angelo to hear the advice that I have. He get the whole live streams I'm doing, and he coming down with a whole list of advice that I got. He doing it way too late. He should have done it in May. The people that turned against him now. He trying to go out there and talk to him. He don't even see what's going on. The people that turn against him, he trying to go talk to him. It ain't gonna help him. The same dude you trying to listen to late, I'm telling you, your damnation is on its way. It's coming. I'm not a powerful dude. That preacher who went in and told that whenever they went and found, remember Eli Tiki Yafasu, when they went and got, wasn't it Daniel? Wasn't that Daniel? When they went and got whoever the preacher was to interpret that, he not no powerful dude. He just over here telling you what's gonna happen. I can just see what's gonna happen. I see your destruction. I see Cash Patel's destruction. I see it the same way I seen President Trump's lawyer's name? Cohen. The same way I seen it coming to Cohen. The same way I seen it coming to Steve Bannon. The same way I seen it coming to Paul Manafort. Y'all must have forgot. I ain't trying to get in a lot of everybody like he gonna come in here and change corruption and change everything and make everything right and do this and do that, and came in and was worse than the ones before him. Don't worry about it. Your time coming. It's coming. Hey, bro. Watch your ears, man. Saying, man, watch your ears, bruh. Watch your ears. Hey, saying, man, watch your ears. Turn your head at the right time, saying, man. But for real this time, no fake. If you know, you know. Not just to get people to vote for you. If you know, you know. You feel what I'm saying? Not to shoot a bullet to hit something that's going to ricochet and put glass on your ear. And you think it's a bullet, but it's glass. If you know, you know. Hey, Titan Brew, that's the right thing to do to him. Because I'm telling you, bro, saying, man, all I'm going to say, baby, is just watch your ears. You can't be God. I'm talking about a living God. His name Jehovah Jireh. I'll show you better than I could tell you. That preacher ain't going to tell you that. When President Trump come around, he going to be kissing his toes because he ain't no real preacher. I'm not no preacher either. But I'm going to tell you can't be God. Watch your ears, bruh. That's all I'm going to say. Saying, man, where you at? You said I got 3 more years. Deal with it. Watch your ears. Be careful now. Especially if you're going out there to do a bunch of rallies. Don't go out west. Hey, you keep listening to me. Come out west. Hey, peace of God. Peace of God. Tell them to come out west, bruh. Tell them to come out west in March when I go out there. Come out west. Go to Seattle in March. Let's go to Seattle in March and let's see how tough you are, boy. Let's go to Seattle. I don't care what position you got and what part of the government. You act like you can't get touched. Ain't nobody, I'm not scared of you. I don't care how big you are, I'm gonna fight you till you put me in the dirt. Cause it's who I know I got behind me. It's who I know. It's what I'm telling you. I'm speaking the words of a God that I believe in. I believe in this God. Y'all don't. That's the difference. That's why they over there kissing President Trump and they, boy, oh boy. Peace of God. Thank you for the donation, my brother. He says Trump will be in power for 1 year. What you, peace of God, say it one more time. Your power gone in 20. You ain't got no power in 2027. They can't see it and they don't know it. So keep on, keep on. Let's keep on. Let's see how 2026 go. Let's see how 2026 go. You got that case figured out, bro. Don't worry about it. We got, bro, in 2027, bro, peace of God. Y'all just make sure y'all stay on here to 2027. Stay on the stream to 2027. Hey, peace of God. Them boys forgot what happened in 2019 and 2020. They forgot. They done forgot. They done forgot about hiding underneath the White House. They done forgot they had to hide the president under the White House because they feared for his life. Boy, oh boy, wait till 2027. You don't think God real, though. You don't think God gonna tip no scale on you. Cash Patel think he gonna be the FBI director forever. Cash Patel don't think the Democrats never gonna come take over. He think he finna be an FBI director forever, y'all. Peace of God. Listen what Peace of God say, but they ain't listening, Titan Brew. Titan Brew, they can't hear us. He can't see it, though. He can't see the his unemployment rate is rising. It's 4.6. I said that. I predicted that. I wouldn't be surprised right now. The last time I did during the government shutdown, and we did a live stream about the jobs. All I had the ADP numbers because we couldn't get the numbers from the job because the government shut down. During that live stream, I told you I wouldn't be surprised if the unemployment 4.7%. Don't believe me? Just go back and click on the live streams on this channel. I told you where to find it. And the numbers came out last week, and the unemployment rate is exactly what I said it was, 4.7%. So look, Titan Brew, they could look at Ghost and they say, we gonna listen to Ghost. Whenever he talking about A, B, C, or D, but you ain't gonna listen to Ghost when I'm talking about your damn nation. 2019, bro, what's coming to you? He talking about a victory party. I don't get to go to a victory party and he cutting ties. President T, what's coming to you, baby, is worse than what happened in 20. It's gonna make what happened in 2019 look like a walk in the park. A walk in. I try to help him out. You know what I'm saying? I told him what was gonna happen in California, Titan Brew. I told him that. So he sent the National Guard out there, you know what I'm saying? Because if he wouldn't have sent the National Guard out there this year, they would have burned half of America down. So he got the heads up on a lot of stuff. He not gonna be able to stop 2027 though. Only way you gonna stop that is if you change and turn, but he ain't changing and turning. That's on him. You want to do corrupt stuff and spit on people and laugh at the misery of people, bro. And you know you on the Epstein file list too? Come on, man. Bro, you know your health ain't good, bro. You know God could come take you in your sleep right now. They don't think like that. Boy, you know your health ain't good, bro. You know the doctors, they halfway pumping you full of, I ain't even gonna talk on everything I want to say, boy. That's what I'm saying, boy. You come for me. You think you powerful in the perch, bro. Come for me. That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't understand me. Listen, bro, I came out when I was born, listen to me though, Angelo and Titan and Piece of God. When I was born, y'all, only 3 of the 4 chambers in my heart worked. I was born with 3 chambers. You got 4 chambers in your heart, right? Only 3 of mine was working when I was born. I came out the womb fighting. The doctors called me a miracle baby. Ask my mama. Ask my daddy. The devil tried to kill me before I was born. He knew what was coming. For real. He knew what was coming. Because he knew in the end I was going to turn back to God. And I promise you, like the strongest, one of the strongest, most mightiest warriors, the realest for God. The preacher, he a millionaire. You can't halfway trust somebody. You can't halfway trust what somebody's saying that they making money off what they doing. You can't trust it. He a millionaire. I don't care where you get your money from. You a millionaire preacher. You can't halfway trust what he's saying. The people in the church, you don't know which one because they followers. Weak-minded. Needing a leader when they should just get on their knees and pray to Jesus. Jesus your savior, but they rather follow a man though. They weak-minded. Go say none of that. I'm gonna tell you the straight real. Straight real. Look, I know people think that you like committing some great sin if you smoke. It ain't even in the Bible. Taking smoke up the nostrils is in the nose, but they making up their own scriptures. And they think I'm supposed to live by something that they church made up. You know what I'm saying? They coming at me for stuff that ain't even in the Bible. But everything I got, that lying, that backbiting, you covering murders, bro, get on down. This your own party. Candace, Charlie, Tucker, Nick Fuentes, this your own party at your head. I ain't even going to the Democrats. I don't have to go to the Democrats. You know the Democrats, they dog on you 24-24. And when they get power, they gonna dog you for real. I ain't even going to the Democrats. He think he got a problem with the Democrats now. Wait till they get power. You ain't seen nothing yet, boy. I'm trying to tell you, wait till they get power. Wait till Gavin Newsom become the number 48, because it's happening. Gavin Newsom number 48, unless something change. I know J.D. Vance don't like that. But just like with VP Harris, everything President Trump do, they gonna put it on you, J.D., if you run. And Don Jr., you know that's your daddy. They gonna try to stick you with that. Everything you do, they gonna try to throw it on you. Y'all feel that? I'm just being real. Look what Titan Bruce says. Trump only done negative policy. You know what I'm saying? From war crimes to taking bribes, from meme coin, why people would support him is beyond me. So I'm saying, hey, if that's what you want, if you want the fight, you're going to be fighting all of us. All of us. Who you got with you? How many people? Because everybody you got in that working on your side, they not really with you. They just getting money. So who you got that's really with you? You got 30 million, baby. I got 320 million. And I'm their voice. You ain't finna win. You gonna take a straight L. Wait till Gavin Newsom become 48. Half of y'all really need to move to Mexico. Don't move to Mexico. They gonna extradite you. I don't know what country you gonna leave in because they gonna extradite you. Oh, it could go live in Russia. Titan Brew, you think that when Gavin Newsom become number 48, you think that that cabinet could go to Russia? Say he gonna use me for my knowledge. You can have all of it. And when you take that knowledge in January 2027, I'm gonna give you some more knowledge. Because you don't understand how knowledge works. You can't just get knowledge from somebody and do what? What you gonna do with the knowledge? You can't do nothing. You can't do. Listen, I got the plan. I could have kept you in power, but he's shooing and foo-foo. Why I'm gonna listen to the dude that we over there messing with? But he want to listen. Y'all halfway don't know what I'm talking about. And I want to keep it like that, though. You know what I'm saying, for right now. But he want to go mess with the people like Titan Bruce say who give him money. And he listens to the people who give him money. And that's why 2019 is coming back. I hope one of his staffers jump up in this live stream so I could tell him straight to his face. That's why 2019 coming back. You don't believe in God. You don't believe you're going to have consequence for your actions. You believe the Democrats are your problem. You your own problem and God going to deal with you. You know who my problem is? It's me. And God going to deal with me. Point blank. He said Republicans already running the Russia. Golly, Titan, bro. Peace of God says, let's be honest. People voted for Reagan and Bush will never support Trump after this. Boy, ooh, he's saying some words. He's saying some words because that's about right. I had nothing. What's wrong with President Bush? Y'all know I like them Texas Republicans. And then y'all know how I feel about Ronald Reagan. I feel Ronald Reagan was the cream of the crop. I'm talking about President Clinton, best politician, President Obama. You talking about since 1980, you probably could put 3 presidents on Mount Rushmore since the 80s. I know you could put 2. But I'm saying you have to put President Obama. Wouldn't you have to put President Obama in the top 5? He the first black. And he didn't do that bad. He did pretty good as the president. He deported a whole lot of people, more than President Trump. You know, he got health care. When he was president, health care wasn't a problem. He ain't president right now. So when he was president, I got a college degree when President Obama was president. I got a college education. President Trump trying to stop people from getting educations. Bro, just wait to the end. That's my favorite saying. Wait to the end. That's what every Christian gonna say. Some of y'all Christians fat, dumb, lazy, and happy. Some of y'all might not really be Christians, but you saying you Christians and you fat, dumb, lazy, and happy. That's not what Jesus was. That's not what Paul was. That's not what Peter was. But you saying you a Christian and you like Jesus and you fat, dumb, lazy, and happy. You fat, dumb, lazy, and happy. That's not what Paul was. You not know Paul. Paul wasn't fat, he wasn't dumb, and he wasn't rich. Jesus wasn't rich. Peter wasn't rich. Ain't none of God's disciples was rich. Ain't none of Jesus' disciples was rich. So you not Jesus. and you not them. Ye are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. That's what you are. Because you look, if Satan came up in here, Satan would be acting like a preacher preaching a sermon. Satan is a spiritual creature. He was the leader of God's. He was the choir leader in heaven. So, because you preaching a sermon and you got a Bible, don't mean nothing. It's what you doing that nobody don't know about. That's dark. I don't do nothing nobody don't know about. I don't do nothing nobody don't know about. I don't have secrets. You want me? I could tell some of your secrets though. You want me to start telling yours? I don't have none. Everything I did that is out there in the public, in the open. Everything I've been accused of is out. That's what God said you're supposed to do. What the Bible say, my sins, but I'm saying these people saying they Christians and they got secrets as deep as murder. And you a Christian. We ain't even gonna talk about the preacher because I'm on the fence about him. Cash Patel, you a Christian? See, I couldn't be the FBI director. I couldn't do that. Because if I know somebody murdered Cash Patel, when they came to me, they said, Candace talking about the plane, that flight, that special plane that flew to Arizona first, then it go to Arizona first, I think she said, and then it went to Las Vegas. That's where he from. Listen, let me tell you something. When they took me to Arizona and they was telling me that they were finna do whatever they were finna do to Charlie, bro, I put just like with the alcohol. I ain't gonna just walk out because you got to tell them God's word first. Because God said his word won't return to him void. So them words gonna play back in their head whenever God come to slam them. Because you will get slammed. God said, be not envy of other evildoers. God said in due time, he shall be cut down as grass. So listen, so whenever you got to put that in their ear, okay? But say they took me to this meeting and we in the military room and they saying, they telling me this about A, B, C, and D, and this the reason why we got to do it, and you got to turn your head and come down, I start quoting scriptures to them just like I do to you. Just like I did to that woman who asked me to serve that alcohol. I'm going to start quoting scriptures to them. So they can hear that in their head. They going to remember that. God going to make sure you remember that when he come slap you, because he going to come get you. God going to come get you. So he going to make sure you remember this. Got to get up in there good. Got to get in there good. And then after I tell them that, they say, you're going to do A, B, and C. I'm not doing it. I'm not covering up for no murders. I'm not hiring no organization that'll do something that'll end up in a murder. You a murderer. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Boy, I want to bang somebody worse than any of y'all. Oh, you think you murdering for a purpose or for a good reason? Oh, I'm murdering for her. You know what I'm saying? But I'm Cash Patel now, and they done told me the plan. And I done told them what God said. And they say, oh, well, you can't do it unless, okay, then. Where that girl FBI jacket? Y'all heard about the girl, Titan Brewing Pizza guy. Y'all heard about the girl FBI jacket he was wearing at Charlie? Where that girl FBI jacket at? Get up, boy, that girl FBI jacket back. Oh, you asking me to do it? Give him that girl FBI jacket back. God said, this is what I'm going to say. Just like I'm going to do it, just like Stephen did. That's what Stephen said. You stiff-necked, uncircumcised. Stephen didn't care about them killing him. He said he's seeing Jesus standing on the right hand of God. He don't care nothing about what you talking about. You got people like me. The preacher over there, he knowing that President Trump on the Epstein list, and he over there licking President Trump booty. The preacher. The preacher, he know that he a pedophile. Excuse me, I'm sorry. He might not be a pedophile, but he know he will gal powering with pedophiles. And the preacher over there hugging up with him. You know what I'm gonna do, bro? Oh, you what? You doing what? Oh, nah, bro. The Bible's Jesus. The only time I see Jesus get angry in the whole New Testament is with the religious people in the church, which is the ones who killed him. Little preacher dude. Y'all, the preacher dude in the church is the ones who killed Jesus. Don't forget that. The preacher dude, the religious people in the church is the ones who killed Jesus. This the church people. Listen, y'all listen. This the church people who telling us that you ain't good enough. The same church people telling you that are the ones that killed Jesus. Don't never forget that. The same church people telling you you ain't good enough, they call God a drunk. They said God was a wine bibber. It's some people. Look, they could be complicit in a murder. He complicit in a murder, and he over there contradicting you about something you doing. That's what I'm saying. If I know that, that's why I couldn't be a part of it, because I know what you are. I know if you have a knowledge of Charlie Kirk getting murdered, and you don't say or do nothing about it, in my mind, you just as guilty. Listen, what the ask Cash, what the FBI do to you if you got information and knowledge and covering up a murder? What they gonna do to you? You just as guilty of the murder. So I'm Cash. I done gave him the girl FBI jacket. Ye are of your father the devil. The lust of your father ye shall do. You was a murderer from the beginning. Goodbye. On everything I love, bro. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I ain't in. It's like, listen, dude get behind the scenes, okay? So when he get behind the scenes and ain't nobody could see him, he'll commit a murder. But if you cursing at somebody or you doing something that somebody could see, it's about people. It ain't never about God with you. I don't care what nobody see or think. Because I believe in a real, literal God. A literal God, bruh. A literal one. The preacher believed God in a figurative sense, and he making millions off of it. You could tell by his actions. If you curse somebody out, you going to hell. If you smoking, you going to hell. Anything you doing, a person could see you going to hell. But you can murder somebody and nobody know about it, and you might go to heaven. Y'all could cover up a murder and you gonna go to heaven. As long as people don't see it, you gonna go to heaven. That's what they teaching. But if you doing something, people, I don't care what nobody see. Ain't no person got a heaven or hell that can put me in. They're going to be in the same line standing before the same God that I'm in. Which one of y'all ain't going to stand before God when you die? Which one of y'all? Let me see him. Introduce him to me. Every one of us going to stand before God before when we die, bro. That's facts. The preacher too. Oh yeah, peace of God, definitely. Definitely. All that talk President Trump talked about the FBI. Peace of God. Titan Brew. Y'all remember all the talk he talked about the FBI, disbanding the FBI, disbanding the CIA. He gonna disband everything. And then he get a chance and he get a chance to fix it with corruption. I'm saying he's so worried about corruption and drugs that you gonna remove Maduro. You gonna blow up boats. You don't know who on them boats. You say you know, but you ain't right every time. You blowing up boats, worried about corruption, and you covering up murders. Boy, you ain't. I wish I could say what I want to. You ain't. You better get on out of here, boy. I'm trying to tell you, you ain't nothing. You ain't no gangster. You ain't no street nigga. You ain't no Christian. You ain't nothing to get respect from me. You just a regular old corrupt coward. I got 3 more years. Nah, homeboy, you got 13 months and it's starting. So I got 3 years and you got 13 months. 13 months, Cash Patel, you going to the unemployment. You going to raise the unemployment numbers. Hey, y'all. Hey, you two need to clip this. In 13 months, Cash Patel going to raise the unemployment rate. You going to be a statistic. And President Trump don't get you before then. So I got 3 more years. I got 3 more years. Okay. All right, bet. Keep talking. I'll show you before I could tell you, boy. I remember I told him I was going to prophesize on him. You start laughing, boy. I'll speak a prophecy on you right now. You don't believe in it. Your faith ain't strong enough to do that. The preacher's supposed to be doing that, but he too busy kissing on him. God had to come get a messed up person to do his work because the preacher too busy kissing on the pedophile. You don't want me to talk for real, bro. You don't want me to talk serious, bro. I put Nick Fuentes in the dirt. You ain't gonna never hear no words this real. I'll dismantle everything you believe in 15 seconds. When I'm saying the preacher, I'm talking about they believe in he like God. And I'll dismantle everything you believe in 15 seconds with hard facts. Without even telling you none of his secrets that I know, because I know his secrets. Bro, coming from me, that's probably not the smartest thing to do. I wouldn't advise people to do that. You could keep trying though, but Cash Patel, I'm gonna laugh at you when your time comes. You know why? Because that's what God said he gonna do to you. God said he gonna mock you when your time comes. That's what God said. So keep laughing. God said he gonna laugh. Cash Patel, y'all mark this day. What's the day? It's the 18th of December. So a week before Christmas. God said he gonna laugh when your damnation come, boy. And I'm gonna get on this live stream and we gonna have fun that day, Cash. It's coming though, Mr. Girl Jacket. Real, I'm just being real with you. You don't want me to be real, man. You want me to just do a podcast where I just talk about stuff. Yeah, Tucker say you keep them talking. I'll talk for the rest of the day. I promise you, I'm going to give you straight realness. You don't want this now. I'm going to give you truth. Because I'm saying everything y'all know, they know everything about me. Everything I've ever done, it's out there in the public. 90% of it. I done probably did some stuff that'll put me in prison on my 20s. You know what I'm saying? They don't know about. But I ain't never murdered nobody. I know that. I don't see how murder worse than pedophilia. You don't believe me? All them girls that Jeffrey Epstein molested, they still alive. 90% of them still alive. 99% of them. They probably in the end, they probably gonna get a check. Listen, this sound crazy. For him molesting them, 30, 40 years later, they're going to end up being millionaires probably. He got enough probably to where they all could get a good 100, 200,000. His estate worth that much. And if they any kind of smart in the end, he going to be bankrupt. You see that? They still alive. This dude taking people's lives. I ain't going to take nobody's life, boy. Unless I had to. I ain't gonna kill for fun. I don't kill for sport. Ain't nothing on this earth that's alive you made. You don't own nothing that's breathing on this earth. Man just crazy. A man that gets some money, he think he got slaves. Or he get elected, he think he got power. What you own on this earth? What you own that's breathing on this earth? What did you create on this earth? What man did you make? What deer? You didn't even create no animals. You kill to eat. That's it. You don't kill for sport. You don't kill for fun. You don't kill for power. You don't kill for money. If you doing that, you're your father the devil. Piece of guy says Trump is an embarrassment, not just to the oh my goodness. God dang. He said he is an embarrassment to humanity. Goodness, piece of guy. To humanity? He said he ain't just an embarrassment to, he's an embarrassment to humanity. Man, oh man, listen, this is what I want to say though, bro. Look, even though I'm going to just be real with you. Look, the reason why I don't be real because you can't handle the real. They say be polite. They say be polite. I don't be real because you can't handle my truth. I'm going to tell it exactly like it is. With all facts. I'm going to tell it exactly like it is. With all facts. You can't handle my truth. Real talk. Because I give you the truth. I'll show you what. Listen, when God said there's none good, no, not one, I'll show you that none of your good. I'll show you your courts ain't no good. I'll show you that your police ain't no good. Your preachers is that's why Jesus your preacher, he worse than. I'll show you that. I could show you. You wait, bro. You talking about smoking the vapor, the stuff that I do, the little bitty stupid stuff I do that's not in the Bible, bro. You out here murdering people. That's the first commandment God said. You can't keep the first commandment that he gave. The first commandment he gave Moses is thou shalt not kill. You can't keep the first commandment. Bro, the easiest thing to do is not to kill somebody, bro. It's easy not to kill people. You know, bro, less than 1% of the population kills somebody. It's easy. That's the easiest thing that God said not to do. And you killing people. Bro, I tell you a truth you ain't never heard before. I'm going to deliver you a truth that you ain't never heard before. You ain't trying to play with this, boy. You don't want this. I promise you, you don't want it. It's not what you want. You think you do. You need 1,000. They need 1,000 people against me too. Kerry, I appreciate that, man. I really do. Look, this is why I say I'm really not a good person, but I got a good Jesus. I believe in a real good Jesus. I believe in a real God. It ain't nothing about, I appreciate y'all's kind words, but I really ain't no good. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. Me believing in God, I could beat you without killing you. I'm saying, look, in a situation where Jesus had the power, he's got the power. He's got the power. He said, one of y'all have betrayed me. I got the power to deal with this. And at that moment, what the preacher did, he ain't even killing people that betray him. He just killing because he think he God or the dude crazy. He bat crazy. That's why he killing people. The same thing with Charlie Kirk. You bat crazy. Whoever killed him whatever you was trying to stop him to do, if it's right that it was Israel and you was trying to stop him, whatever you try to stop him to do for killing him, it's going to happen anyway. I got a good I believe that moment when Jesus, that's why Jesus told him, you're your father, the devil. Jesus was in the situation where he could kill too. He was in that situation with Judas. Jesus said, let me show you, Mr. Preacher Man, this is how you do it. A new commandment I give unto thee. That ye love one another as I have loved you. What can you do with that? You see what I'm saying? That's not about me I don't know. That's really, to me, that's not. I mean, if you following that, that's what I'm trying to follow. The church, the preacher, they all killed Jesus. They got their own laws and their own rules. They can't handle truth like Jesus. I'm not trying to follow that preacher or that church who out there killing Jesus. That's all he doing. Look, it's a smoke screen. He talking about people hitting a vape. Or he talking about people drinking. And you a murderer. Oh man, my boy, Piece of God. 5 memberships, Piece of God. I love you, man. Real talk, baby. I appreciate that. I needed them memberships too more than anything else, man. Bro, I came on here being passionate, man, just giving my heart, man. I'm just giving y'all my heart, bro, just the real. You know what I'm saying? The Bible say there's one wise man in the city, and they said, with his wisdom, he saved the whole city. Before that, he was forgotten. You ain't got to remember me. Go put the preacher on the pedestal. Some of y'all, when y'all get to heaven, y'all going to be shocked out of your mind. Shocked out of your mind, bruh. Bruh, I love a real God. Understand that. I love a real God. I love a real God. I'm not in, bro. What happened whenever people want to get money in our society? Oh, they go to church. Am I lying or not? Am I lying or not? Where you see in the church, you see all the people who are somebody in the community in the church. Am I lying or not, y'all? Bro, you running a business. You running a regular business, bro. Get on down. You can't run no game on me. You could run some game on them small, weak-minded people who following you. You can't run no game on Ghost, boy. I don't even do it until he mess with me. But one day he gonna come at me hard, or one of his peons gonna come at me hard enough, boy. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna tear him to shreds. Call his name and air. I tell all his, I'm gonna air him out. I ain't trying to do that though. But I'm just saying, bro, come on, let's be real. Y'all in that business, you making money off that, a whole lot of money off saying God. Listen, you gonna have to be transactional with Jesus. Okay? I'm doing a live stream on Sunday, y'all. And we're going to be talking Prince of Peace. So this whole live stream, I'm going to be talking about this, okay? So we talking Prince of Peace. Somebody giving me donations. I'm not even asking y'all for donations on Sunday and Tuesday. So if y'all come in there and giving me money, then you just give me money. I'm not asking you for donations on Sunday and Tuesday. I don't want your money. Not on Sunday. Today I do. Peace of God, thank you. I appreciate it, baby. Who else in here? That helped me out. Look, we got 5 new members, Miss Carrie, Mr. Bob. We got OG in this thing, Mr. Rockstar, and Simba. Y'all all welcome to the channel. Look, Titan Brew and Pizza Man, bro, I appreciate y'all donations. I promise y'all, though, on Monday, bro, I'm not going to need on Sunday and Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing Jesus told him. You making my Father's house a house of merchandise. He too transactional. You see what I'm saying? You making money off God. You paying this organization. You paying this organization. You doing this. And you saying that God said don't feed the poor. What? Oh, the poor will be with us always. And then you paying this organization. How many millions of dollars you done gave to the Republican Party in your lifetime? You the preacher. You the preacher. You too transactional, bruh. You can't make God. You can't tie profit with God. It ain't about no money. You supposed to be giving the gospel of peace. That's it. Now, look, I ain't gonna say people ain't gonna give you money. You gotta eat. You got a family. You gotta take care of your family. But boy, you got a whole lot of money. You preaching a sermon to your people to be poor, and you got a whole lot of money. You talking about God, preaching a sermon to your people, trying to keep them poor. He's spending his money to keep people poor while he making money. You too transactional for me, bruh. You too transactional. You doing way too much, and I don't hear nothing about God unless you go to a church on Sunday and they got 100 people in there. But you ain't, but ain't nobody hearing what you talking. Oh yeah, we on YouTube. We get 5,000 views worldwide. Bro, if the people who know you, if like I know you, they only knew because them people around you, like the people around President Trump, they weak-minded. They need a leader. They so stupid. They need a leader. And you got God right here. You got Jesus right here. So you could just follow Jesus, but they need a leader. And their leader is obsessed with money. Not only, but you know, his best friends are the richest dudes in the state, billionaires. He spit on homeless people. He preached a sermon, said homeless people going to hell. I promise on everything I love. A preacher. He preached a sermon talking about a vagabond. He don't even know what a vagabond is. You don't even know the definition of it's a homeless person ain't necessarily a vagabond. He preached a sermon saying homeless people going to hell. This the same rich preacher dude. Bro, I'm going to be real with you, though, bro. Listen, you could do whatever you want to do. Just don't mess with me. When you come getting at me, I'm going to tell you about yourself. All the way to my death, I'm going to be like Stephen. And when you kill me, I'm going to call you an uncircumcised fool like Stephen did. You stiff-necked, uncircumcised fool. I'm not the one, bro. I promise you. Bro, I speak a prophet. Listen, I'm talking about I never worry about getting the money. Bro, I speak a prophecy on you and I go pray. Bro, I fast and I'll make sure God gonna get you. I'll make sure that prayer come. Because I got experience. God answered my prayers. I know that for I can't think. I might have prayed for one thing to God that ain't got answered in my lifetime. And I'm still alive. I might have prayed one prayer to God that ain't got answered and I'm still alive. So that means that he still got time. The God I serve, he answered. I heard the preacher say that God don't answer all his prayers because he praying that God would kill somebody. He was convicted of a murder, not convicted, but involved in a murder before you became a Christian. And you've been involved in murder ever since your children. And you in there praying that God kill somebody. That's why he ain't gonna answer that, you idiot. He's killed somebody, he need to kill you. You feel me? You feel me? I'm just being real, bro. You don't want no truth. There's somebody in here earlier said something about Nick Fuentes and the truth. You don't want no truth from ghosts like that. I'm going to tell it to you in a way that you ain't never thought of it. But when you hear it from me, you going to know it's straight 1,000. You said I would have went MAGA by now. Nah, my boy. I'm scared too. Look what happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I ain't saying Charlie Kirk. We got to wait till Candace finished to see who killed Charlie Kirk. If it was the Democrats, that'll change everything. If it was a Democrat you saying Tyler Robinson, well, you know what I'm saying? We talking about what really went down. Because we know he didn't act alone, bro. Come on. You can't be that stupid. I can't be like Candace and tell you what happened. I never go down a rap road and tell you what happened. I never accuse. All I'm saying is Cash. If what she's saying is true and you have foreknowledge, anybody who have foreknowledge of somebody that you call your friend that get murdered, bro, you know what you are. You have foreknowledge of somebody you called your friend that got murdered. Stop playing, boy. You know what you are. You the biggest turd in the toilet, boy. Why you deserve to breathe? We talk about the military trying to straighten stuff up, trying to get rid of corruption, and you go, look at what's going on right now. You trying to get rid of corruption. What corruption you trying to... The corruption you need to get rid of, you need to get rid of yourself. Some of y'all who want to make the world a better place just go and jump off a bridge. Or you could repent like I did. I repented. I asked God to forgive me and save me. I put them sins behind me. That's why I could go hard like this, because they know the wrong I do. I ain't trying to hide it. I'm just being respectful as a Christian, because I don't think I should be doing this. But they know the wrong I do. It's known. I don't have no secrets or nothing that I do that ain't nobody know what I do. Just think about that for a second. Now, let's say the same thing about you. I'm saying everything I do in the dark, I'll tell you. I go in the public and do it. Let's say that about you. Bruh, they try to get Titan Brew, piece of man. They try to get me in trouble. They got to make up charges. Listen, I got a phone out recording the whole situation. And the girl got to lie and tell the cops that I got a gun. And I said I was going to kill her. She got to lie. That's how they try to put cuffs on me, with a lie. With a lie. They try to stop me from getting money by lying. And then take that to the court, to the judge, and try to get the judge to throw the case. Because you lied and got some fake charges. What? You gonna try to use a lie and some fake charges that the state of New York just dismissed because they don't want to get sued. And Connecticut already got sued, but they putting the fake charges so they could go to another court. Listen how smart this dude is. I sued the city. They trying to get rid of that case, so they want to show the judge that I'm a bad dude or that I'm just wild or violent. So they get a girl to come by and look in my car or start harassing me, and I didn't do nothing to her. I just called her a crackhead and a meth head. I'm saying, what you walking around a parking lot for at this time in the morning, and it's 15 degrees outside? You must be looking for some drugs. You gotta be looking for some drugs. You got to. I called her a crackhead and a meth head, and the police arrested me off of just what she said. And so what he trying to do is, they trying to take that and go back to the old case and tell the judge, oh, look at how bad he is. Look at how bad he is. He done got arrested. He got in trouble for fighting or for threatening someone. It's a lie. Bro, you call this getting rid of corruption? What you call this you got going on? How I'm supposed to respect this? Bro, I pray to God I find out ain't no active duty military got nothing to do with that. Not active duty. You ain't talking about integrity, are you? You ain't talking about honor, are you? You can't say those words and have meaning, and I know you a murderer. Because the dudes in your cabinet that's standing, all y'all standing in that line, all y'all know what happened to Charlie Kirk, and all y'all ain't the biggest turd in the toilet. You call this dude your friend, and you know what happened to him, and you sitting up there standing with your mouth shut, ain't got nothing to say. What? So how you gonna come tell me about anything to do, anything about anything in life? You want me to keep talking, you might not want me to. Tucker say, keep them talking, I'll keep talking. I'll talk the rest of the day. All you gonna get from me is truth. I'll tell you about how your sorry preachers. I'll tell you about your sorry police departments. I'll preach a sermon for you. Bro, God gonna end up probably having me preach that sermon, boy. I promise you. You ain't gonna read nothing in Ezekiel, the sermon I'm gonna preach to you. You gonna think Ezekiel, the hardest preacher in the Bible. The hardest preacher in the Bible, boy. You gonna think that he was in the I promise you, because the way I'm gonna come at you when I preach, because this the end of we at the end. This the end. That's why it's so bad. They calling good evil and evil good, just what God said. And the preacher were a millionaire and he hanging with billionaires. But he put on his God suit when he come to church, and he probably be out there doing the God suit with the God suit on. That's what I call it, a God suit. They put a God suit on. I wonder if he got his guard suit on when he going to the bank to cash all them checks he getting from poor people, from telling them about he taking poor people's money. Poor people. Talking about giving it to God and it's going to his pocket. Poor people. And he helping to keep people poor while he getting rich. Hiring paramilitary organizations to harassing kids. This ain't no Candace. This ain't no story like that. I'm giving you straight facts, straight real. Boy, don't come playing with me. You better keep them MAGA people out of my stream, because I'm not the one I'm telling you, I'll make you kill me. And you ain't gonna be able to do no goofy stuff. You ain't gonna be able to come goofy like you did with Charlie. I promise you. You can ask anybody that know me. I don't care what, bro. A girl pulled a gun on me, bro. She came back to me with her cell phone trying to get me in trouble. She called the police. Oh my goodness, bro. Hey, bro. This on everything I love, dog. Bro, look, on everything I love, bro. A girl, listen to this, though, y'all. I'm finna go over here, bro. I see somebody over here. I want her to hear what I say. Especially I talk about God. She need to hear this because she probably need to get saved. Real talk. She probably need to get saved. I believe in helping people get saved. Now, people need to learn Jesus, bro. That's just real. Look, bro, a girl pulled a gun on me and then called the police. Real talk. Look, y'all, she pulled a gun on me, right? Bro, I was on her, bro. She pulled a gun on me, bro. I slowed down, got behind. I was on it so hard, bro. I finna bash that girl on my mama. That's why they sent the female. If that was a dude, I was gonna bash him. But when she came back to the car, bro, she calling the police. They probably like they sent her, but she got the police. They never showed up for her call though. For her call, but she got the phone out with the police out on the phone as she pulled a gun on me. She pulling a gun on me, calling the police on me. You feel what I'm saying? Because the problem is they need to get saved. They going to hell. You got a fake religion. You don't believe in God for real, and you need to get saved. You need to get saved or you going to burn in hell. That's what they need to hear. You need to really get saved and ask Jesus to save you or you going to burn in hell. You lost. Get saved. Get saved. That's what they need to hear. You got a fake religion, you believing in a fake God, and you need to get saved. Or you going to hell when you die. I don't care how many good deeds you do. If you have not accepted Jesus as your Savior, truly accepted him, truly believing, you going to hell. Get saved. People gonna die, bro. Get saved. Get right with God. That's what you need to do. Bottom line. Ain't nothing I did. I ain't got no secrets. Everything I did, strangers know it. Strangers know I ain't got one secret. Let's play that game with you. Let's play that game with you. How many secrets you got? What you done in your lifetime that ain't nobody know about? If you confess it and forsake it, you supposed to put it out there. That's what the Bible says, ain't it? Everything I ever done wrong is before me. They come to get me in trouble, they got to make up some stuff. Oh, he said he was going to kill me. You know, y'all know, all y'all know I'll never say nothing like, why I'm going to kill a female? When I'm black in dude's eyes, why I'm going to kill a female? I wouldn't even touch a girl. Why I'm going to kill her? That's stupid. I wouldn't even shoot the dude. I'm not going to shoot him unless he got a weapon or something. I'm going to just beat him down. I'll pick up a bat, but I ain't going to beat him to sleep. I'm going to just get him to the ground and be through with it. You see what I'm saying? Bro, people need to get saved. You worried about everything in this world. You going to die. Talk about that. Let's talk about death. You need to get saved. That's what they need to hear. You know what I'm saying? The preacher not telling them that. They probably go to a fake church and some kind of fake religion, believing in a fake God like he believe in, but he need to tell them they need to get saved. That's the only, see, look, people can't concentrate and focus on your mission that God gave you. Let's jump to politics. Jasmine, your mission is affordability. Mandami did it perfectly. Everything you ask him, affordability. Affordability. They'll talk about going to Israel. Oh, y'all go to Israel. Affordability. Everything. He's staying on point. He's staying on message. The preacher, well, all you need to be talking about is the blood of Jesus. That's it. We don't want to hear nothing you got to say about no politics. We don't want you hiring no paramilitary or what the is a preacher hiring a paramilitary organization? A preacher? Does that even sound right? A preacher. What a prayer. Listen, answer me this. What would a man of God need a paramilitary? Or are you talking about a preacher? He got God. You know why? Because he ain't got no faith and God ain't answering his prayers. You can't lie about that. You can't fake faith. Why I ain't never had to hire no paramilitary organization? I lived over 20 years of my life not being able to own a gun. I didn't need it. I believe in a real God. I got real faith. This ain't no fake stuff. Fake. They faking, bruh. They faking. They ain't Christians. They say they Christians and they going to church to get money. Because if you're not a Christian and you don't go to church in America, you go, bruh, it's a social hangout. If Jesus came back tomorrow, they would kill Jesus. You could tell how they act. They would kill him again. They killed him the first time, they'll kill him the second time. I really hate doing this. Because the people who don't understand, you thinking that I'm talking against, I'm not talking against the church. God said don't forsake the assembling of yourselves together, so you need to go to church. But when you go and just have the right mentality, they killed Jesus one time. If Jesus came back again, they'll kill him again. They think they better than everybody. I promise you they do. Them types, they think they better than people. That's the only reason why you would act like that. You would never harass somebody. Listen, okay, in the case of Bin Laden, so they got people following, they doing that to Bin Laden because that's how they move. So they do that to Bin Laden. Well, we know why you messing with Bin Laden. Bin Laden killed how many Americans? But I'm saying you out here doing this to regular, you got American citizens messing with other American citizens. For what? You need to get saved, bruh. I'm telling you, you need to get saved. That's what people need. They need Jesus. The preacher ain't telling them that. The preacher hiring paramilitary organizations for what? What would a preacher do? Think about that. You got to think about that. Why in the world would a preacher have anything to do with a paramilitary organization? Something about that ain't right. He a preacher. Not a preacher. Oh man, okay, so let's see. The preacher? Not the preacher. What the preacher need a paramilitary organization for, bruh? He need a bunch of heathens to enforce God's word. Hey, the preacher hiring a paramilitary organization is the same thing as Cash Patel going to the jail to come enforce the law. That's the devil. You need to get saved. You ain't a Christian. You not no real Christian. Let's be real. Hey, this the only Christian probably within 1,000 miles of this city. Let me stop there. Because Jesus said, I got 7,000 who ain't bowed the knee. And it's a lot of people in New York. But I'm saying, you talking about real Christianity now. Because I go toe to toe with you. You don't want to play with me. That y'all think that preacher spiritual, let's bring out his secrets before the Holy Ghost, the God. And I don't be saying that because that's something you could go to hell for, talking about the Holy Ghost. That's a sin that God said blaspheming that name is the only thing you won't be forgiven for. So you know when I say that, I'm dead serious. I'm talking about past serious. I'm past serious. You need to get saved, bro. You're going to go to hell. That's what the preacher need to be saying. You're going to go to hell if you do not accept Jesus. You around here doing all this stupid stuff. You doing all this stupid stuff, and you this close to hell. You could turn out there on that highway, and somebody, while you turn out there on that highway, a Mack truck could be waiting to hit you on that highway, and you finna burn in hell. And you out here playing games, finna go to hell, and the preacher ain't telling them that. He hiring them to do some stupid stuff for somebody he don't like. He admitted he don't like it. Look, the people around him so stupid they can't even pick up on what he doing. They can't even pick it up. Tell you all your past and your secrets. Let's tell all your past and your secrets and everything you do and doing and did. Bro, you could go through. I ain't got nothing in my phone, nothing, Miss Carrie, that I need to hide. Nothing. I ain't got no secrets. How many of us can say that? Think about that. That you could get somebody in your personal life to view your personal life, and they can't come up with nothing but a lie to try to lock you up, to go back to the next judge, the first judge, and tell a lie and commit some corruption. And these people are Christian, and this is Christian and church people. Some of y'all might not know what I'm talking about. I apologize for that. I gave them plenty enough content, though. I just want to talk about this because of the comments I'm seeing in the stream, bro. Come on, bro. Let's be real. Y'all need to tell that one she left. She need to get saved. She needs to get saved, bro. That's what she need, bro. I love her. I don't know her, but I love her. That preacher don't love her. He wants some money, and he want to be right and prove a point. That's all he trying to do. He's trying to be right and prove a point because he got an ego and he got a fascination with life and death. That's why he chose to be a preacher, because he fascinated with life and death, but he's scared to die. He terrified to die. I love her, bro. I love the woman. I don't even know her. The people that know Ghost, man, don't make me get soft, man, because I will bust you with your face. Real talk, though. But the people that know Ghost, though, on the real, the people that really know me, they know I'm a good dude. For real, I love people, man. He might love people, too, but he killing them, too. He loving and murdering. He loving and murdering. That dude fake. He fake as a $2 bill. Y'all say, who we talking about? They know who I'm talking about. That boy fake as a $2 bill. Let's be real. God said, give up all that money and serve. Let me give up all that money and serve me. Give up all that money and serve me. How about that? Y'all, don't the Bible say that, y'all? Didn't Abraham or Job have to give up all their money? I want to see you go through that and see Barry, come on, the dude ain't even been tested. They ain't even been tested. You dude walking around. Y'all don't live nothing like Jesus. Y'all ain't going through nothing. I'm going through way more than they'll ever go through. Way more. And they the spiritual ones. They talk about growth and getting out their comfort zone. He in the same house he been in for 30 years, 500,000. He's a preacher. But he support Trump. He love Trump. And President Trump love him. And that corruption gonna destroy them together. They gonna get destroyed together. The blind leading the blind, God said they all going to the ditch. You're going to destroy yourself with the corruption. You're going to destroy yourself with the corruption. You sending people out here to do this stupid stuff, acting crazy, harassing American citizens. I'm going to let my girl Candace, that ain't my girl, I wish it was, though, Candy, baby. I'm going to let my girl Candace do the investigation. I'm going to tell you need to get saved because you're going to go to hell if you don't get saved. Y'all, I ain't trying to be the preacher now. I don't want to be the preacher, but I'm looking around and I'm seeing these preachers, and these preachers are fake. They fake as $2 bills. I'm seeing fake preachers over here. I'm seeing fake people. I just got to be real with you. I'm going to tell you the truth, bro. Real talk, bro. I'm gonna tell you the truth, dog. 10,000%. Real talk. Listen, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I'm gonna come to your face with it. I don't care what you are and who you are, boy. You feel that? I'm real with this. I'm too real. I'm too real. Real talk. I'm gonna tell you the truth to your face on camera. We on camera, baby. Everybody see it. Thousands of viewers on camera. I tell people the truth to their face, bro. They need the most. 99% of the problem with people in this world is they need to accept Jesus as their personal savior, and that will make up a lot of problems that's going on in this world. The preacher ain't telling them that no more. He forgot how to do it. Just like Mandami, you know what I'm saying? Just like Mandami, all Mandami would do is say, he'll go affordability, because you're going to get the distractions and traps. They're going to try to get you talking about everything else but affordability, because they know that's how they're going to beat you. Well, the preacher, when he preached, he needed the blood of Jesus, the blood of Jesus. This dude over here involved in everything else but the blood of Jesus. You hire paramilitary organizations, and you got these people down here, and you supposed to be representing the blood of Jesus. When we gonna tell her about the blood of Jesus? You saying she a Christian? Go to her church and then come back and tell me she a Christian. Go sit one church, because I'm in there. I can't count the number of churches I've been to across America. You want to count the states? I've been to at least 10 churches in Texas in 2 years. And if you ask my daddy if I go to church, he'd probably say, nah, he don't go to church. But I've been to 10 churches in Texas, Missouri, Illinois, Tennessee, about 100 churches in Mississippi, real talk, about 50 in Alabama, about 5 in Florida, South Carolina. I went to Elevation Church in South Carolina. The time I went to, did I go to Elevation in North Carolina too? I think I went to Elevation. It was in South Carolina. I don't think it was in North Carolina. I've been to church in North Carolina. Bro, I can't count the states. I'm dead serious. I have to sit here and think and figure and remember. And this ain't on the We the People tour. I ain't been to church on the We the People tour, so all them states I name ain't got nothing to do with the We the People tour. It ain't nothing recent. I've been to church all over the country. I done heard the gospel preached for more perspectives than your preacher. I can assure you that. At 45. And I rival him as a person, a single person who don't get no money from nobody. And I guarantee you I'll rival him. If I wanted to, I'd tell more people about Jesus than he is. I'm not going to do that to prove a point, though. Anything you do with God, in my mind, it's got to be all the way real. So I'm not going to try to tell people about Jesus to him to try to prove some kind of point or something. Oh, I could tell, because he ain't nobody getting saved. Bro, you got these churches, they be having big churches. Them churches are shrinking. Shrinking. Dude got 1/5 of the members. Everybody left or got old. I'm saying, bro, I'll get down there in the comments in a second, y'all. We've been streaming for 6 hours. This the first time ever. This is my longest stream ever. I think before this stream, I streamed for like 4 hours. Academics be streaming like 6 or 8 hours. You know what I'm saying? This is a 6-hour stream, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just coming real with it. What Carrie say? She talking to Mark or whatever. Like, look, I'm not hating on. Look, everything I said, I'm just bringing y'all real. Yeah, it's God power. That's God power. I believe in a real God. These people running around saying y'all Christians. I don't want to call y'all name. Cash Patel, you a Christian. Let's be real. I'm talking about a real Christian. You call your bro. I get on, bro. I promise you, if I get on any one of them in this cabinet, I'll promise you. Cause you can know everything I did. Yeah, I ain't gonna. I got really saved. I'm a real Christian. You know how the preacher might have been involved in the murder. He say he got saved, but nah, he just don't involve himself. He pay paramilitary organizations to do it. You still murdering people, but God gonna show you. You gonna find that out when you die. What I'm saying is that stuff I was doing before that I got saved that were hurting and killing people. I don't sell drugs no more. I told y'all the story. I had a girlfriend that took Xanax. She did it because she got endometriosis and she always in pain. And that anxiety about that pain, she needed them Xanax. But she wasn't getting it from the doctor. She was getting them from me, and I was getting them off the streets. And when I first met her, that girl said that she was going to pay me more for them pills than I got them from my homeboy. She wasn't the only one getting them. Because when I used to go to my homeboy, I had another homeboy who was getting them Xanax from him. You see what I'm saying? So that means I could have had about 4 or 5 cuts. I could have made money. But I made a promise to God when I really got saved. I made a promise to God I wasn't going to sell drugs no more. That's why I wouldn't do that alcohol. I wouldn't serve no alcohol. I did enough of harming people in my lifetime. I did enough of getting people drunk. I did enough of getting people high. I ain't doing it no more. So you know what? For baby girl, she trying to buy the drugs from me. I don't want her to go to none of them drug dealers on the streets. I don't want her going to no drug dealers trying to find them pills, because that's what she gonna do. She just gonna go somewhere. That's what stupid people don't realize. You think you gonna control somebody. She just gonna go somewhere. God gave her the free will. So God co-signing her doing whatever she wanna do to put herself in hell. God co-signing her. She just gonna go somewhere else and get the pill. I don't want her going to no drug dealers to get no pills. So I got the pills. You see what I'm saying? And I gave them to her for free. Yeah, I keep talking. I don't have no secrets. I don't care how I talk all as much as you want to. I don't have no secrets. No secrets. So I don't know what else to say. I don't care whatever I did in my past, I got forgiveness for it. So whatever you come at me with today, we gonna see. In the end, we gonna see, partner. Because I'm telling you, I'm not no person you faced before. You should know that. I ain't nobody you faced before. You should know that by now. I might be crazy like them. I'm talking about my relationship with God. I ain't nothing like nobody you faced before. Nothing like her. Think about it. Think about the people you beat. I done told more people about God than anybody in your family. And if you wouldn't have been preaching as long as I'll tell more people about God than you, boy, if I was a preacher. I done told about 1 million just this year, about we talk 100,000 people this year about Jesus. And I'm not finished yet. You see what I'm saying, bro? Like, and I'm not no preacher, pastor. I ain't making $1 off of it. He done made 10 million off of it. Boy, anybody in your family, I'll stretch your whole family, boy. I'm just gonna be real with you. You ain't me, bro. You'll never be me. That's why I see why he's so jealous of me. You know what I'm saying? And the dude can't get off me, bro. Like, bro, look, so dude bro, I done left. 3 years ago, this dude he got people, he calling the church my daddy go to. He talking to my daddy. He want to tell me about some sins I did in my past when I used to sell drugs and stuff. Yeah, I ain't ashamed of my past. I got saved. You could use it against me to try to beat me. I don't care what no stupid judge talking about. The judge need to get saved too. He going to hell too. The judge going to hell. The court clerk, all of them going to hell. They all need to get saved. What I care about some lying, corrupt judge got to say? I don't care about what nobody say, bro. I got faith in God. You could go I used to sell drugs. Yeah, I sure did. I got saved. That's what happened. I speak my truth. I don't have nothing to hide, boy. And I'm real with it. Just keep me talking. All you gonna get from me is truth. I'm gonna tell truth about me, and I'm gonna tell truth about that fake preacher who hired paramilitary organizations to commit corruption. I'm gonna tell the truth about me, and I'm gonna tell the truth about a fake preacher in Mississippi who hired paramilitary organizations to commit corruption and worse. How about that one? If I tell the truth about me, you pull some corruption stuff, you know I'm going to tell the truth about you too. You feel me? I tell the truth about me, and I'm going to tell the truth about you. Keep me talking. You don't want me to keep talking, because all you going to get is truth. I don't have nothing to hide. You can't use nothing that I tell you about me against me. That's stupid. I don't think you that strong. I really don't. I done had cases dismissed before for something that ain't got nothing to do with the case. Ask my daddy and them how it turned out. Ask my daddy and them how it turned out, though. I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm trying to tell you. I don't care about nothing you got planned. I don't care about none of your judges. I don't care about your department of judge. I'm not scared of nothing you got. You can't put nothing at me. If you come trying to tell me anything, I'm going to sue you 18 times. If the court or the judge come with something, I'm going to file 100,000 lawsuits. Come with it. Who going to tell me I can't? Who going to stop me from doing any of this I'm saying? Come with it. Bro, I'm a real fighter. You see why I said them politicians in Connecticut are weak? They weak. They not made of this. Gavin Newsom is. Gavin Newsom is, though. He is. That boy, he'll get down with you. He from Cali, though. You see what I'm saying? AOC, she made of this. She go toe-to-toe with President Trump. She don't care. Jasmine Crockett, she made of this. You see what I'm saying? Them politicians in Connecticut, bro, they weak as a... President Trump could call them and blow, and they gonna fold. Oh, lock them up, put them in jail. All he gotta do is call one of them and blow on them, and they, whatever he say, they gonna be scared. A.G. Bondi, she dangling a little piece of board over his head. Oh, I could put you in jail too. Anything he say, she gonna do it. He gonna do it. They so soft, bro. They soft. Oh man, Miss Carrie, I appreciate it, baby. I believe you too. You know why? Because look, Miss Carrie, it's not just me. It's just what Americans are doing today. That's why we standing behind Candace. Candy, baby. That's why we rhyme with you, Candy. Real talk. That's why we rhyme with you. Because we know something in the milk ain't clean. I thought President Trump was going to change. I really did. He really came in. He started off good, talking about fighting corruption and doing this right and doing this right. And the whole time he's sitting there taking money from all kind of people he know. Bro, come on. Ain't nothing changed. It probably got worse. It didn't get no better. It got worse. I promise y'all. Y'all could be Republicans, bro. Y'all, as Christians, we gonna pray and we gonna wait for our Ronald Reagan. If you a conservative, we gonna pray to God for our Ronald Reagan. We gonna all come together and pray for our Ronald Reagan. Somebody who gonna really fight corruption for real. Somebody who gonna stand up for the truth for real. Somebody who ain't gonna cover up no murders for real. For real, for real. You don't think it's possible. And if you got another president in from another country in here dictating what you got going on over here, you gotta be the softest. Because, BB, if I was president of America, I'll pop you in your mouth. I'll put that on my mama. I'm talking about I'll pop you, boy. I'll knock your teeth out. BB, you are running around here like you some big gangster, bro. You ain't no gangster like that. BB, you could be as big a warlord over there. American president just don't stay in as long as you. But America has been in way more conflicts than Israel. And I will support the people of Israel because I'm a Christian, the people of Israel. And why I'm supporting the people of Israel, BB, and I'm stopping every nation from attacking Israel, I'll pop you in your mouth, boy. I ain't scared of nobody. Yeah, come with the blacks. Come with anything racist, bro, you want to come with. You over there starving the Palestinians, bro. These people, this the Antichrist. Them people over there running, the people running this world and running Israel, them the Antichrist. Them people are not no God. They not. Can you imagine y'all Jesus starving Palestinians? Jesus starving Palestinians. Jesus. The one, whenever they were finna kill him, Jesus getting accused of murdering people. Jesus getting accused of murdering people. Because, BB, they accusing you of being a murderer. That's what I call you a murderer. I don't know whatever word you use. If you had anything to do with another human being losing their life, you a murderer. Period. You a murderer. Period. Anything to do with another human being losing their life, bro, you a murderer. Point blank. That's how I see it, man, because it's what's real. So, I don't know, y'all. Man, my boy said, Miss Carey said Trump is envious of Putin trying to be like him. Y'all think so? Man, I don't think he really trying to be like Putin. Well, I guess so. In a way, huh? Yeah, because Putin got all that money. And Trump know how much money he got. So I wouldn't say he envious of him like, you know what I'm saying? But I would say that, yeah, he do got a whole lot of money. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just the type of lifestyle he lives. So Putin try to live like a Russian playboy. Look, I don't like, bro, but it ain't nothing we really could do about it. But I really don't like none of them politicians, bro. I don't like no corrupt politicians who be committing crimes. My bad, y'all. Just like make sure you got that dog on that leash, bro. You let that dog loose, I'm finna cut his head straight off his shoulders. I'ma decapitate him. Real talk. Bro, look, I go to the park all the time. People don't be putting their dogs on the leash and stuff, bro. I just let them know. I ain't trying to tell you nothing, but bro, you let that dog come off that leash, bro. I'm telling you, I'ma decapitate him right now. Real talk. Real talk. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm a different one, though. I'm a whole different one. I'm not tough. I'm not gangster. None of that. I'm not soft either, though. And I'm not going to let you play with me and get over on me. I'm not with no corruption, all that lying stuff. You getting before people talking about you fighting corruption and you are the corruption. You know what I'm saying? You getting before people telling people not, I don't know no Christian. I heard a dude say he don't know no Christian that be cursing like that. What? Bro, listen to this, bro. On everything I love, the preacher, he said he don't know no Christians that be cursing like that. But Peter wasn't a Christian, though. Peter was the Christian that God said upon this rock, God said he gonna build his rock on the cussing person. He gonna build his church on the cussing person. That's what Jesus said. That's what Jesus feel about cussing. But this dude this preacher dude who's supposed to be close to God and know God, he don't even understand the Bible, really, unless he done lost it. You know what I'm saying? What he did have, he lost. This preacher dude who know God, he knows the Bible, right? So look, check this out. So he said somebody cursing ain't going to heaven. I don't see that nowhere in the Bible. I'm telling this dude, he just make up his own religion. He make up his own stuff about everything. He said people who vaping, like, bro, like, son, they out there. They out there, bro. I'm telling you, that's why these churches. Look, if y'all to listen to Candace and what Candace said about Charlie Kirk, what she said about Charlie Kirk is, if you listen to her closely, she talking about a paramilitary organization and some preachers, the two in Israel. The two of these people that be talking about God, bro, and they loony, and they loco. I'm telling you. Bro, y'all know who Warren Jeffs is, bro. All Warren Jeffs did was talked about God. He walked around saying he was the prophet, and he's sleeping with 14-year-olds. You can't tell me about the police, because the police in Utah, he had them in his back pocket. He the preacher. He got the police in his pocket. He got the course in his pocket, and he's sleeping with 14-year-olds. Warren Jeffs, if you think I'm lying, look him up. Warren Jeffs. Bro, the FBI had to run him to Texas. It took the FBI to arrest him. Imagine if I'm in this community and I know that preacher sleeping with 14-year-olds and I call the police and the police show up and put me in jail. Imagine you calling the police because you know a preacher sleeping with 14-year-olds and the police show up and put you in jail. That's what was happening in Utah. You go to court and try to tell the judge they're going to lock you up. That's what I'm saying. This dude a preacher, and he married to a 12-year-old. You got politicians. All your leaders are on the Epstein list. Your leaders supposed to be pedophiles. Bro, don't come talk to me about nothing, boy. I preach a sermon, I'll put all y'all in here. Hey, when I finish talking, God will put all y'all in here. Don't play with me, bro. Real talk, you not holy, you not righteous, you faking and you fronting, and you get money, bro. Just be real about it. I respect King Von before I respect the preacher. Because King Von real about what he doing. I told you, I got 11 of my homeboys are murderers. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could call you 6 homeboys right now in prison for murder. I got more respect for them than the preacher. You know why? They weren't running around with no Bible trying to make it like they good. You not good for real, bro. Stop playing. Let's be real. Hey, y'all, I'm out here, bro. I know I've been streaming with y'all for a long time, man, but I'm still in the Hudson Valley. Somebody told me the other day they don't call it the Hudson River Valley, bro. They just call it the Hudson Valley. You know what I'm saying? I've been streaming with y'all for a while, man, about 6 hours, man, but I just feel like, look, bro, it's such an absence of truth in our society, bro. It almost made me feel like that I need to be a preacher just for the need. You see what I'm saying? All the preachers out here, bro, look, all the preachers out here, they faking and they lying. You show me one preacher who ain't got a Porsche or he ain't got some kind of nice car. He faking and he lying. You show me one preacher that lived like John the Baptist. They faking and lying. And the people in their church just as fake as them. I promise you, they all fake. 99% of them, they just as fake at them. They ain't no Christians. If Jesus came back, they'll kill Jesus again. They killed him the first time, they'll kill him again. Paramilitary organizations ain't nothing. You trash, you garbage, you corrupt, and you commit more crimes against America than anybody. Imagine if the people you called to stop the crime is the ones that's committing the crimes. You know what I'm saying? Bro, this just one of my crunk moments. I knew I was going to turn up today, so I was like, man, I'm going to stay on the live stream with y'all, man. Real talk. Real talk, bro. I'd rather be turning up with y'all, man, than to be dealing with people, bro, because I'll probably end up hurting somebody out here, y'all. Hey, that's pretty straight, though, ain't it? Y'all think so? Carrie, what you think about that for views? Is that straight, though? Is that straight views? Man, you see the grass, man? Like, the grass, it was covered with snow, man. You know what I'm saying? The snow mostly gone, though. Bro, listen, you can always tell the real from the fake. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, ain't no man or look, if you care, look, a wise man taught me this one time. You can't serve people and God. If you care about people, you can't serve God. If you care about people that much, how you serving God? You serving people. You're not serving God. You gonna serve God, you gonna serve the government, or you gonna serve people, you gonna serve some. God said you can't have two masters. You can't serve the government and God. You need to get saved, you going to hell. If you die right now, you gonna burn in hell. You going to hell. All these people out here going to hell. I promise I could bet money on them. Every last one. Ain't none of these people real Christians. What, you know how I say that? The Bible said, what the Bible say about the road to heaven? God said a lot of people gonna go to heaven when they die. Ain't that what God said? Ain't that what the Bible say? That ain't what my Bible say. My Bible said the road to heaven is few. My Bible say that many gonna go to God talking about Lord, Lord. You know what I'm saying? They not real though. They acting real. They got a good facade. You know, you know what I'm saying? Some of these dudes, they're tricky though. They'll really fool you, bro. I'm talking about they'll really fool you, bro. And they'll really have you thinking that they really care about God or something. Bro, I know one dude, he a Mason. Look, I ain't got this. What I'm saying. If I ain't got nothing against a Freemason, understand that. If a dude a Freemason, I like Freemasons. You see what I'm saying? That's real. I ain't got nothing against no Mason. But I'm saying you ain't finna be no preacher and no Mason at the same time, boy. You got the name of a fallen angel and you a preacher. Y'all hear that? Thank you, baby, for that donation. You got the name of a fallen angel. Y'all know Masons, they got my name, look, I put on this suit, I go in here, my name Lucifer. You feel you a Mason.